Chapter 1, A Hope for Improvement. Somewhere in the land of lightning. "Hey old pervert, wait up!" yelled Naruto as he called out to his sensei. Uzumaki Naruto was a boy of 15 years of age. He had blue eyes with spiky blonde hair and 3 whisker marks on each cheek, wore a black and orange jumpsuit with a Konoha headband protector on his forehead. And right now was in a poor mood because of his old sensei. Said sensei was Jeriah of the Sannin. Jeriah was a tall man with spiky white hair tied in a ponytail that reached to his waist, and had red lines that ran down from his eyes. He wore a green kimono that was covered by a red haori. He also used a forehead protector, but unlike his young apprentice, his forehead protector had the kanji for oil instead of the leaf symbol from Konoha like it was traditionally used by their shinobi. "I told you to keep quiet, you brat. And hurry up, we don't want to stay in the land of lightning for long," said the sage to his impatient companion, not slowing his pace despite the boy's protests. "And would you at least tell me why are we here in the first place? You just left me alone like you always do to go around doing your research, and next thing I know you come back and tell me we need to go at once without explanation." The blonde had an exasperated scowl on his face as he tried to keep up with his teacher's hasty pace. "And the only thing you told me was to shut up while we were in these lands. What is your deal, old man?" continued to pester the blonde. Jeriah, now as equally annoyed as his student, gave a frustrated sigh. "I told you to be quiet so we can pass through this region as discreetly as possible. But fine, since you won't do that anyway, I suppose I can tell you now." Seeing as Naruto had at least calmed enough to pay attention, he started explaining. "I just got a new piece of information from my spy network that could be useful and we need to address it as soon as possible," explained the Sannin as patiently as he could, which at the current moment wasn't much. "So, you mean when you leave me alone you actually do something else besides preying on poor unsuspecting girls to take notes for your dirty books?" Naruto's look of surprised skepticism just served to rile Jeriah up. "Of course I do. I take my job as Konoha's spymaster very seriously." Naruto still looked unconvinced, however. "This little expedition of ours is for your benefit, you ungrateful brat," explained Jeriah with indignation. Now that seemed to strike a chord with Naruto, and in an instant, his impatience was replaced with excitement and curiosity. "Really? And what would that be, Erosenin? A new jutsu? A new training method?" The boy was almost bouncing on his heels at the prospect of learning a new technique. "Something like that. I just got word from a trustworthy source of something that could boost your training. Did you know that the Hachibi Jinchuriki from Kumo has complete control over his Biju?" Then the sage glanced at Naruto to see how the boy responded. The information left Naruto speechless and wide-eyed for a moment. Complete control of a Biju? Was that even possible? He could control up to 3 tails while barely keeping his sanity. For Naruto, full control of a Biju was something that seemed so out of reach. If Kumo's Jinchuriki could do that, he ought to be a truly formidable shinobi. Jeriah, on his part, found Naruto's reaction to be amusing. "Yeah, amazing isn't it? And my source told me that, apparently, the Hachibi Jinchuriki learned to master his Biju in a secluded island somewhere in the land of lightning. It seems that whatever is on that island was a key factor in learning to use the Hachibi." Naruto was in complete awe at the news. Could a secret method for controlling Biju truly exist? He didn't know what to think of it, it seemed too good to be true. However, it also filled him with hope. If he managed to control that kind of power, his dreams and goals could be within his reach, he could protect his precious people, he could have enough power to become Hokage, and he could take back Sasuke from Orochimaru's grasp. "Do you really think I can do it, Erosenin?" said Naruto with doubt, but more than that, he was afraid. The last time he attempted to control more than 3 tails of the Kyuubi's chakra, he almost ended up killing Jeriah. "It's worth checking out, kid. If it helps you to control even 1 more tail, it would still be worth it." Jiraiya's urgency, however, was that he was worried about Naruto's well-being. While he could say that the boy had improved amazingly in skill since he started his training trip, he was still nowhere near close to the strength he needed to take on a member of Akatsuki. They were strong. Having monsters such as Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame was a testament to that. If the rest of their members were even close to the power of those two, then they truly were fearsome. But the most worrying thing on his mind was that Kumo's Jinchuriki had complete control over his Biju and they still were planning on taking him on. Jeriah himself couldn't think of a more dangerous thing than a fully realized Jinchuriki, and the Akatsuki were confident enough in the power of its members to hunt such a beast of a shinobi. If those were the kind of foes that Naruto was up against, then the boy simply had no hope of coming on top, not at his current level. He needed to find a way for Naruto to get strong fast, and he needed it now. He had considered trying to teach the boy Sage Mode, but he didn't know how long it would take. Typically completely mastering Sage Mode took years, and it didn't warrant that you would be adept at it. If he spent that time teaching Sage Mode to Naruto and the boy didn't master it, then all that time would have been a waste, and that was a time that could have been better spent trying to make him stronger to face the Akatsuki before they made their move. With Naruto pondering on his ability to control the Kyuubi, and with Jeriah full of worry for his apprentice and godson, the walk quickly went silent. Naruto, noting the downed atmosphere that his teacher was expelling, raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but feel curious and confused for his master's strange behavior. What's up with the old perv all of a sudden? Jeriah soon realized that his gloomy demeanor was starting to make Naruto suspicious, so he promptly changed topics. Anyway, we should make haste and get out of the Land of Lightning as soon as possible, well, at least it's land. We have to look for a boat to start searching for that island. Even if the adjacent sea is still technically part of the Land of Lightning, Kyuumo doesn't keep as many close tabs on its sea like they do on its land. All this caution further confused Naruto. But Ero-sennin, I thought we were neutral with Kyuumo. We are, but that doesn't mean that there isn't tension between the villages. Remember kid, neutral just means that we aren't actively trying to rip each other's throats, it doesn't mean that we are friends. Explained the sage. Naruto just squinted his eyes and put his hands behind his head. It's just so stupid, Ero-sennin, to be always so hostile with each other for things that happened long ago, it just seems so petty. A peaceful future is a much better thing to aim for than keep an old conflict going, Databeo. Jeriah responded by exhaling a long breath and putting on a hopeful expression. If only it were that easy kid. People won't forget past wrongdoings just like that, and a lot of times they are in their right to feel that way. Remember your little Hyuga friend? That question seemed to surprise Naruto. Hinata? Yeah. What of her? He wondered what did Hinata even have to do with the current topic. Well, did you know that Kyuumo attempted to kidnap her when she was still a small child? Asked Jeriah with an edge in his voice, somewhat angry at remembering that event. And your mother Kushina too, but I can't tell you that, thought the man grimly. Well, now that you mention it, I think Neji said something about it during our match in the Chunin exams, said Naruto, remembering the bitterness that the prodigy showed by the tragedy that event caused. But he still wondered what did that have to do with anything right now. But why are you asking, Ero-sennin? The Sannin responded without even looking back. Before I tell you that I want you to answer me this first, why do you think Kyuumo wanted Hinata for? Naruto once again squinted his eyes in focus, trying to think of any reason why anyone would have something against a shy girl like Hinata, and when she was a child no less. For her eyes, I think. He barely recalled the reason that Neji had mentioned in the exams. The prodigy mostly explained his father's death and not much of anything else. Jeriah nodded, glad that his student knew at least that much. The Byakugan is one of the 3 great Jujutsu, many would do anything to get their hands on such a powerful Kekkai Genkai. And what would have they done to her, Ero-sennin? Raise her as one of their own? Inquired the blonde. Naruto knew Hinata and considered her one of his precious people, and he had a strong conviction that she would never leave Konoha, not even if they tried to convert her since childhood. However, Naruto failed to pick on the real meaning of the attempted kidnapping. Naruto, you are a good kid and you have a good nature, but that also makes you naive, thought Jeriah with a bit of sadness, as he knew that most likely in the immediate future Naruto would face hardships that will probably crush his good-natured spirit. If it didn't, he could die in the face of the challenges that awaited him. Kid, being forced into loyalty to Kyuumo would have been the absolute best-case scenario for the poor girl had the abduction been successful. Naruto raised an eyebrow in bewilderment. That was a best-case scenario? They could have taken her eyes and transplanted them into their own ninja. But what would most likely have happened is for her to become a breeding stock for life, and they would have still taken her eyes while at it, explained Jeriah darkly, driving home just how terrible her fate could have been. Naruto widened his eyes with horror and repulsion at the thought of something so horrible happening to one of his close friends. He finally understood the implications of the abduction. She would have been forced on birthing children for a rival village for the rest of her life. And those same children could have been used against her own home. Naruto literally couldn't think of a fate worse than that. Jeriah, for his part, just kept walking, letting all that sink in into Naruto. After a moment, he started talking again, deciding to reveal the point of his questions. I'm telling you this so you can get an example of why it is so hard for ninja nations to get along. That attempt on your friend was thwarted, but there are countless other terrible things done between ninja villages that never are. Kyuumo isn't even the village that we have the worst relationship with. This topic of conversation put Naruto in a depressed mood, but he was still compelled to ask. Then which one is? That would be IWA. And by far. In the last war, there was too much bloodshed on both sides, the scars are still too fresh for it to be any other way. But as you know, we won the war, so they are the ones that suffered the most casualties. To this very day, most IWA shinobi would rather cut off their hand than shake it with a Konoha shinobi. Finally, Naruto kept quiet, his down mood not leaving any more wish in him to keep talking. While Jeriah was glad that Naruto finally decided to be silent in their walk through Lightning Country, he felt a bit guilty for making the normally cheerful boy so somber. "I'm sorry, kid, but those are the sort of things we must deal with in our ninja world. You have inherited my wish to look for a way of achieving peace between our nations, but you will have your work cut out for you. Still is important that you keep these kinds of things in mind." That was Jeriah's last thought as they were arriving at a clearing to start preparing camp, as the evening was upon them. Neither Jeriah or Naruto realized that in one of the trees in the proximity, just out of sight, a Venus flytrap-like figure emerged from it, seemingly separating from it as if they had been one being. The flytrap-like extension opened to reveal a head with green hair and a face with a white half, while the other half was black. The flytrap-like man was wearing a black cloak with red clouds. "So it seems that the Kyuubi and Jeriah of the Sannin are in Kumo looking for a better way to control the Bijuu's power," said White Zetsu with a carefree and mischievous attitude, but also full of malice. "We should inform Toby of this development." This time, Black Zetsu was the one who spoke, but unlike his white counterpart, he sounded much more serious and eerie. After that, Zetsu just sank again into the tree trunk until it left no sign that he had ever been there in the first place. Chapter 2, Old Grudges. Unknown location. A tall man wearing a black cloak with red clouds sat on a rock in a damp, dark cave. The dim light of the night sky filtering through the entrance barely made it possible to see the man's outline. The strange man had short spiky black hair, and his face was covered by an orange mask with a spiral pattern that only left a hole for his right eye. He had his arm resting on his knee as he patiently waited for Zetsu to finish his briefing on the new intel regarding the Kyuubi. "And that concludes my report," finished Black Zetsu dutifully. The man just kept silent, thinking over this new bit of information. "What should we do about this, Toby? This could be a good chance to snatch the Kyuubi, even if it is a bit early," said White Zetsu with a toothy grin, restless for a plan of action. Toby could see what Zetsu was getting at. In all these years that Jeriah took over Naruto's training, the man had been extremely cautious. Never stranding too far from his allies in the Land of Fire, should an attempt on the Kyuubi be made. Adding the fact that Jeriah was one of the strongest shinobi alive, it was a situation that made it very unlikely for the Akatsuki to go after the Kyuubi prematurely for one reason or another. For Jeriah to suddenly relinquish his, until now, overly cautious behavior meant that he either strongly believed in this new method of controlling the Kyuubi, or he was getting desperate in that particular endeavor that he would take the chance with anything half-decent that he could get to improve his odds. It was probably the latter if Jeriah's hasty attitude was any indication. Indeed, going for the Kyuubi right now would be the most logical course of action, however. Zetsu's white half raised an eyebrow in curiosity at Toby's hesitation. Capturing the Kyuubi at the moment was the logical step to take, for Zetsu at least. "Zetsu, did you check on that other task I commended to you?" Whatever Zetsu was expecting Toby to say, it wasn't that. "Well?" inquired Toby once more, expectant for the plant-like man to continue. Black Zetsu was the first to compose himself. "We did. Is just as you suspected. Ever since Kumo's perfect Jinchuriki became public knowledge, the other nations have started to keep a closer watch on their Bijuu. They don't want to be left behind in the development of their Jinchuriki. As a consequence, the security for them has been exponentially increased." Black Zetsu finished and left his white half to elaborate. "Most of them aren't a problem, however, the Yonbi and the Gobi are going to be an issue." It was just as Toby had predicted. Even if the villages were tightening the security around their Jinchuriki, only those two presented a problem. The Ichibi was the Kazekage. He was always going to be under Suna's full protection anyway regardless of what the other nations were doing. But Suna was the weakest of the 5 great ninja nations. Even with all their security, the only real threat was the Ichibi himself, and Akatsuki could handle him. The Nibi and the Hachibi weren't nearly as closely watched, as Kumo was arrogant in their current position of having a fully realized Jinchuriki to feel as if they were invincible. They could attack while they were careless and capture them both and quickly escape before Kumo had any chance to retaliate. The Sanbai's current whereabouts were unknown to Kiri, and their only remaining Jinchuriki defected, preferring to live in solitude as a missing nin. Taki was attempting to protect the Nanabai, but they were a minor village and pathetically weak to boot. A single Akatsuki member would be enough to wipe out the entirety of Taki without even breaking a sweat, even with their hero's water. However, the Yonbi and the Gobi were a different matter. IWA had them under tight watch, and Iwagakure wasn't weak like Suna and Taki. Unlike Kiri, they still had both their Jinchuriki, and they weren't being careless in their confidence like Kumo. Even getting close to either of the Jinchuriki would quickly bring the whole of Iwa's might on them. Even the Akatsuki would have trouble fighting two seasoned Jinchuriki supported with an entire powerful ninja village that had the most experienced Kage in all the elemental nations all at the same time. The most effective way of handling that situation was to find a way to isolate each Jinchuriki and cut off the chance of them getting help from their village or fellow Jinchuriki. Even if the Kyuubi was an easy pick right now, Tobi first wanted to think over the entire situation before making a move. Zetsu felt like he had been waiting forever with how long Tobi had been quiet, at least the white half did. What are you scheming, Tobi? Don't keep me in the dark here, thought white Zetsu impatiently. Black Zetsu was as calm as usual, seemingly not bothered at all by the long wait. After taking his time, Tobi spoke at last. Zetsu, tell Nagato to arrange a members' meeting. We need to have everyone on this. Oh, so you do have a plan, Tobi? Said white Zetsu, excited and relieved at the same time for finally being done waiting. Indeed. I may have a way for one situation to deal with the other, and with that, the masked man disappeared by being absorbed in a spiral space distortion coming from his right eye. Knowing that was his cue to leave, Zetsu sank into the ground, leaving the damp cave empty. Iwagakure no Sato. Iwagakure no Sato was a village made of stone, surrounded by a mountain range and waterfalls. The buildings were carved out from the very same mountains of the region, making them like towers, and due to its hill-like structures, the paths between them had to be connected with bridges. The village had business of all kinds, with civilians and ninja going on about their daily routine. As one of the great 5 ninja villages, it was a sight to behold. And currently, their leader the Tsuchikage was eating in a small barbecue restaurant celebrating with his son, Kitsuchi, his bodyguard and family friend, Akatsuki, and finally his granddaughter, Kuratsuchi. Akatsuki, try to leave some barbecue for the rest of us. Even I may not be able to pay for all the food you eat, said the ruler of IWA. Anoki was a very short old man. He had a long beard that reached to his chest and an almost as equally long mustache. Due to his age, his white hair only covered the lower half of his head, which he kept in a topknot, and had a red round nose. He wore a green flak jacket covered by a green coat with yellow borders. I'm sorry Tsuchikage-sama, I'm just making the most out of this. Is not every day that you offer to pay for everyone's meal, said the voracious boy. Akatsuki was a large plump young man, had small black eyes, a large round nose and seemed to have a perpetually happy-go-looking face. He was wearing the standard IWA uniform, which consisted of red clothes covered by a brown flak jacket, but he also wore a red bandana over his head that had the metal plate of a forehead protector, and he kept a yellow scarf wrapped around his neck. Well, this is a special occasion after all. Kuratsuchi has been waiting a long time for her jounin promotion. Kitsuchi was a tall man. He had dark eyes, a big nose and graying hair and a beard. He was also wearing the standard red uniform of IWA with brown flak jacket, and like Akatsuki, over his head he also wore a red bandana with Iwa's forehead protector insignia. Took you long enough to promote me, Gramps. You know damn well I'm one of the best shinobi in the village, said Kuratsuchi smugly. She was a young woman of 17, almost 18, years of age. She was wearing the standard red IWA uniform with brown flak jacket and forehead protector. However, her right sleeve was missing, and wore black gloves on her hands. She also had a red skirt that showed her fishnet-covered legs. She had pale skin and short black hair framing her face, but her most notable feature was her pupil-less pink eyes. Your head is hard as stone and your ego is too big for your own good. I first wanted to make sure that your judgment was fit for a jounin, said Anoki in a matter-of-fact manner. While it was true that she was one of their most skilled ninjas, and probably their best kunoichi, and at only 17 years of age at that, she could be very overconfident, brash, and a bit immature at times, but there was no denying that she was a prodigy. There were even talks among the populace that she was well on her way to be the best option for Tsuchikage once Anoki retired. Kuratsuchi just dismissed her grandfather's claim, waving her hand with a carefree smile. Yeah. Just you wait, old man, I'm gonna take your job before you know it. I'm just getting started by becoming jounin. In fact, I bet I could beat most jounin in IWA. You just proved his point, Kuratsuchi, thought Akatsuki with a sweat drop on his head and a deadpan expression. Anoki huffed in indignation at Kuratsuchi's careless attitude. That's exactly why I didn't want to promote you just yet. If you keep acting like that you will never beat Tsuchikage. Though, you can't deny, Pops, that Kuratsuchi is strong for her age. If her skills keep growing at the rate they have been, before long she just might become our best candidate for Tsuchikage, remarked Kitsuchi. Not you too, Kitsuchi. Don't go encouraging her behavior, said Anoki, exasperated at his son. Akatsuki just laughed at their antics and Kuratsuchi soon joined him. Anyway, we are here to celebrate, and I would like to make a toast for Kuratsuchi's progress, said Kitsuchi, now standing up. May she continue making us and Iwagakure proud, he said while lifting his cup. For Kuratsuchi. For Kuratsuchi, echoed Akatsuki and Anoki. And even some of the other clients joined in, also proud of the Tsuchiki's honorable granddaughter. Later that day, Kuratsuchi sat on her bed as the late afternoon sunlight came through her window. She had a sad look in her eyes while she looked at a picture frame in her hands. The picture was that of a woman that looked strikingly similar to Kuratsuchi. In fact, if it hadn't been for her long hair and her more mature look, she could have been a carbon copy of Kuratsuchi. In the picture, she had a serene but joyful smile while she gazed at a small bundle in her arms that could only be a baby. The tomboy just kept stroking her fingers on the borders of the frame, wondering what would her mother say if she could see how far she had come in her shinobi career. I got promoted, Mom. Jounin, just the same as you, she sorrowfully tough with a sad smile as she kept staring longingly at the image of her mother. Wherever you are, I hope you are watching me. On my honor, I swear I'll make you proud, thought the girl with sadness. She always knew you were going to be a splendid kunoichi. Kitsuchi's words momentarily startled Kuratsuchi. She had been so immersed in her thoughts that she failed to notice her father in the doorway. Dad, I didn't know you were there. I was just. Flustered, she quickly put the photograph on her nightstand. She hated when others saw her moments of vulnerability, even if it was her dad. There is no need to feel embarrassed. Missing the people important to you is not a weakness. I myself think about her every day, said Kitsuchi with a faraway look in his eyes while he leaned on the wall. Kuratsuchi didn't know if missed was the right word to use. To miss someone you had to remember the person. She had been too young, barely a year old, when her mother died that she couldn't recall her. If it weren't for her photograph she wouldn't even know what she looked like. Her mother was just finishing her maternity leave when she went back to fighting on the front lines. After that it wasn't long until the war reached its culminating point and she went with the intent of fighting for a better future for her newborn daughter, only to be slaughtered by Konoha's yellow flash. Her mom had always been the missing element for the true family that Kuratsuchi never had. She loved her father and grandfather, but her grandpa was the Tsuchikage and didn't have much time for them. Meanwhile, her father had his hands full doing his duty as a shinobi and trying his best to raise his daughter properly by himself. And considering her only friend was Akatsuki, she was essentially raised among men, which was probably the reason for her tomboyish attitude. And even tough she liked the way she was just fine and wouldn't change her personality for anything, the fact still stood that she always longed for a mother figure in her life. She debated a bit before asking, Dad, how was my mom? Was she as great as everyone says she was? Said Kuratsuchi with a melancholy that was rare in the normally brash and carefree girl. Kitsuchi adopted a tender look as he looked at the sky through her window, reminiscing of times long past. No, she was better. She was the most amazing woman I've ever met. Also the most beautiful, in fact, in that department you take completely after her. Thank God for that, said Kitsuchi with a small smile to which Kuratsuchi replied with one of her own. She was calm and collected, but also kind, loving and nurturing. She was a true lady, said the man. Well, I definitely didn't inherit any of that, replied his daughter with a forced laugh. Kitsuchi glanced at the girl appreciatively. You are both great in your own right, Kuratsuchi. And I know that she would be very proud of the woman you have become and the one you have yet to become. She wanted nothing more than to watch you grow up, and loved you with all her heart. Kuratsuchi's eyes were moist at her father's words. Even tough it was not the first time she asked for details of her mother, she liked to ask once in a while to avoid forgetting about her memory as it was all that was left of her. Damn Konoha for what they did. And damn the yellow flash for taking away her mother and with her the family that never was. IWA should make Konoha pay for their sins, Dad. We are strong, we could crush Konoha. The yellow flash is not there anymore to save them this time. We should make them feel the same suffering that we do. Blood should be repaid in blood, said the girl darkly with a fierce look in her eyes. The cold rage in Kuratsuchi's pink eyes made Kitsuchi feel uncomfortable. He gave her a disapproving look and tried to reason with her. We have talked about this before, Kuratsuchi. Konoha also lost a lot of people in the war. The damage both nations sustained was so great that I'm just glad we are still standing at all. The young woman's anger just grew at her father's words. How can you leave them off the hook after all they did to us, Dad, thought the girl in repressed rage. How can you forgive them so easily? Are you fine just leaving everything like this? Maybe you didn't care about Mom as much as you dash. The strength of the slap that interrupted Kuratsuchi was enough for it to be heard in the whole house. She lifted a gloved hand to her reddening cheek as she looked at her dad with a shocked expression. How dare you talk to your own father like that? I miss her like you can't even imagine. She was the love of my life. But it's precisely because I loved her that I know the pain of loss, and I would never wish to put our people through the horrors of war again." Kitsuchi was all but shouting. The rage in Kuratsuchi was so strong now that she finally snapped at him. "You and Gramps are just cowards. If I ever become Tsuchikage, I will do what we should have done a long time ago and give Konoha what it deserves." Instead of hitting her again like Kuratsuchi expected, Kitsuchi just stared at her with the biggest look of disappointment he had ever given to her. Maybe Dad is right. With that attitude, you don't deserve to be Tsuchikage, and with that, Kitsuchi just turned and walked out of her room, leaving Kuratsuchi alone and seething with anger. "Fine. You can keep being Konoha's bitch for all I care." She then took a step forward and smashed the door shut as soon as her father left, before throwing herself at her bed and buried her face in her pillow, staining it with wrath-induced tears. "Just you wait, I'll become Tsuchikage one day and I will burn Konoha to the ground." The Tsuchikage's office. Anoki had had a long day, but he was finally wrapping up the last stacks of paperwork. He was finishing later than usual, as his little get-together with his family put him behind in his work. He was about to call it a day when he got a knock on his door. He groaned at his rotten luck. Was a little rest too much to ask? He gave permission to enter and through the door, stepped in one of his ANBU, his porcelain mask of an animal signaling him as such. "Speak, Hawk. It's been a long day, so out with it," demanded the tired old man. The ANBU got on one knee and lowered his head as a sign of respect to his leader. "Forgive my late intrusion, Tsuchikage-sama, but I have urgent news for your ears only." Anoki raised an eyebrow in curiosity at that. "Is that so? And what would this urgent news be, if I might ask?" "Our spies reported that Jeriah of the Sannin is heading deep into the land of lightning along with his pupil," reported the ANBU in a monotone voice. The Tsuchikage looked unimpressed and at the border of exasperation. "I fail to see what is so urgent about it. I don't care what Jeriah does, and he is in the land of lightning, let Kumo deal with it. It's not our problem. What is important to note is his apprentice. He is training the Kyubi Jinchuriki," continued the ANBU. Now, that got Anoki's attention. "The Kyubi, you say? I see," thought Anoki, understanding what it meant. It was a bijou for the taking. If they captured the Jinchuriki, extracted his bijou and sealed it in one of their own ninja, they would not only reduce Konoha's military might, but IWA would become the only village in all the elemental nations to have 3 bijou. Even Kumo would have to be wary of them, perfect Jinchuriki or not. It was a golden opportunity and the idea was appealing, however. "I see where you are coming from. But he is being guarded by Jeriah of the Sannin, and he is no pushover. The amount of men we risk by sending them against Jeriah is too high. And that is without taking into account that we would be trespassing into Kumo's territory. Should we fail, we risk starting a war with 2 other nations while throwing away military assets," explained Anoki. "There is another detail and is perhaps the most important. Our spies have managed to find out that the boy not only is the Kyubi Jinchuriki, but also the only child of Konoha's Yellow Flash himself," continued the ANBU in the same even voice. The Tsuchikage's eyes bulged out of his head at the news and got up on his chair with a single jump. "What did you say? The Yellow Flash's son? Are you sure about this?" asked the old man with urgency. The ANBU stood up and pulled an envelope out of his flak jacket and handed it to him. "That is a picture of the boy, the resemblance is uncanny." The Tsuchikage hastily grabbed the envelope and pulled out the photograph. He stared wide-eyed and agape at what he was seeing. "Is like seeing a ghost. He is practically identical to the Yellow Flash. If that wasn't enough, we also found out that he was born 15 years ago, on October 10th. The same day the Kyubi attacked Konoha. Now Anoki had no doubt in his mind that he was the Yellow Flash's son. Jinchuriki were typically picked from the Kage's family to more easily ensure their loyalty. What a better host than the Yellow Flash's newborn child. Do you know anything about the boy's abilities? It is to our knowledge that he possesses the summoning contract with the Toads, and already mastered the Yellow Flash's original jutsu, the Rasengan. Jeriah was the one who trained the Yellow Flash. After all, it is to be expected that he would want the man's son to follow in his footsteps. The diminutive Tsuchikage had a scowl on his face and was grinding his teeth at what could be the second coming of Konoha's Yellow Flash, the same man that almost single-handedly turned the last war in Konoha's favor, the very same man that killed 1,000 IWA shinobi in a single battle. Among those casualties was Kitsuchi's late wife. Anoki had heard enough, now he had a choice to make. "Good job for bringing this to me. You are dismissed." The ANBU gave a bow to his leader and exited the office, leaving the Tsuchikage to his thoughts. Anoki had already forgotten about his previous tiredness and knew he wouldn't be getting any sleep that night, as he had a lot to consider. Mountain range of Iwagakure. Outside of Iwagakure and just far enough to avoid the village patrols, 2 men waited. They both wore black cloaks with red clouds and were using conical straw hats. However, one was a hunched figure that you could only see the upper half of his face as his lower half was covered with a piece of cloth. He also had what appeared to be a long, metallic scorpion-like tail that came out of the back of his robe. The other figure was a young blond man with long hair that he kept in a high ponytail, and had a long bang hanging over his left eye. But the one trait that really drew attention were what appeared to be a mouth in each of his hands. "What is taking him so long? I hate to be kept waiting," said the shorter one with a deep hoarse voice. "You should really learn some patience, Sasori no Dana. After all, with that body, you have all the time in the world," said the blond man to his partner with a cheeky grin. "Shut up, Deidara, I'm not in the mood to be listening to your prattle," said Sasori with irritation to his partner. "So touchy. You know, being so close to home makes me a bit nostalgic. I wouldn't mind leveling a building or two to remind my countrymen of the magnificence of my art," said Deidara while playing with some clay to pass the time. "That trash you do with your clay isn't art. Art is everlasting, is something that can be admired for generations to come." "And I told you to shut up," repeated Sasori. "Your puppets are okay I guess, but nothing compares to the beauty of the power of an explosion. Hearing people's screams of terror as their houses crumble down just brings a tear to my eye," said Deidara, waving off Sasori's previous comment. Sasori was about to lash out at Deidara for once again failing to be silent when suddenly the same ANBU that had been with the Tsuchikage just an hour ago arrived in a shunshin, body flicker. "Took you long enough. How did it go?" asked the puppeteer at the IWA ANBU. The sleeper agent turned his head at Sasori and stared straight at him through his porcelain mask and responded with a monotone voice. "The Tsuchikage seems to have taken the bait. I expect him to mobilize against the Kyubi soon. How I would have loved to see old man Anoki flipping his shit when he found out about the boy," said Deidara giving a small laugh. Then everything went according to plan. "Return to your post, we are done here." Sasori dismissed his sleeper agent and the ANBU went away the same way he had come. "Now all that is left to do is wait for the perfect moment. If everything goes well we might just snag us 3 Biju at once," stated Deidara. "You can wait by yourself. I'm not staying here doing nothing. I'll come back later when the time to act is right," said Sasori, turning away and walking in the opposite direction. "Wait up, Sasori no Dana, we still have to report to Leader Sama." "Hey, Sasori no Dana, are you listening to me?" Deidara caught up to Sasori and both walked away, intending on returning when all the pieces of their plan had fallen in their place. Chapter 3, Trouble on the Horizon. Iwagakure Streets. Kuratsuchi yawned as she made her way to the Tsuchikage's tower. She and her father had been summoned for a mission briefing at first hour in the morning and she was definitely feeling the lack of sleep. She would really like to know what could be so important that her grandfather needed them so early. They were 2 of his finest ninja, so she doubted it was for some trivial task, at least she hoped so. Having to get up at such an hour was bad enough, but having to endure walking with her father so soon after their argument the day before was too damn awkward for her. As they were arriving, she noted more shinobi besides them entering the tower too. She wondered if they had been called for the same thing. Kuratsuchi and her father also entered and went up the stairs, and her suspicions were confirmed when she saw a considerable amount of ninjas gathering outside her grandpa's office. What really caught her attention was that most of them were jounin. There were a few experienced chunin and a bunch of tokubetsu jounin, but generally, all of them were highly competent shinobi. "What is going on here?" thought the girl, puzzled. While gazing through the large hall she caught sight of a familiar figure, Akatsuki. "Hey Akatsuki, over here," the tomboy called out to her chubby friend with enthusiasm. Said boy turned around and looked at her with surprise. "Kuratsuchi, I didn't know you were here too," responded the young man with his ever-present cheerful face. "I just got here," said the girl with a small smile. "And speaking about it, do you have any idea of what's this all about?" Akatsuki just shook his head while giving a shrug. "No idea really. I got called here so early I didn't even have time to get breakfast." The young prodigy gave a sigh and turned her head to look in contemplation at the rest of the ninja gathered. "Same on my end. I wonder what's gotten into the old man, there are too many high-ranked shinobi in here." Akatsuki frowned in worry. "I just hope nothing bad has happened." Kuratsuchi could only agree with him. After a considerable amount of ninja arrived, they were called into the room. When they entered they could barely fit into the Tsuchikage's office even though it was relatively big. After Kuratsuchi managed to find a spot for herself between Akatsuki and her father, she saw her grandpa floating over his desk with his gravity jutsu. He was wearing his brown Tsuchikage hat with the kanji for Earth, and had a stern and serious face, which only reinforced her suspicion that whatever was happening was something big. Anoki scanned the room, looking briefly at every one of the ninjas present. After confirming everyone's attendance, he gave a curt nod to his secretary, who then proceeded to close the door behind her as she left. The small man cleared his throat and went straight to the point. I know you are wondering why I summoned you here. And that is because it has recently come to my attention that Jeriah of the Sannin has been training the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, and has currently entered the Land of Lightning for reasons still unknown. Most of the shinobi in the room had looks of confusion at the news, not understanding why that information was relevant. But Kitsuchi and a few of the more experienced jounin started to catch up with their leader's intentions. Oh no, Dad, you wouldn't, thought Kitsuchi, fearing where this was going. But Tsuchikage continued, not caring for their reaction. This leaves Konoha's Biju the most vulnerable it has ever been. Your mission is to track down Jeriah and his apprentice and retrieve the Jinchuriki. Do what you will with Jeriah, but the boy has to be brought back alive to extract the Kyuubi. Due to the delicate political nature of this mission, along with Jeriah's strength and the threat of a Jinchuriki, this mission is classed as S rank. A collective gasp was heard at the details of the task at hand. Having to face a Sannin and a Jinchuriki, while at the same time risking starting an open war with another nation, was something to be nervous about, even if it was at Konoha's expense. Kuratsuchi on her part couldn't have a wider grin. Her first S-rank mission. And a chance so to take Konoha down a peg or two. She was as ready as she could be. Anoki was just about to wrap up the briefing. You will meet at the village gates in an hour. Aside from all of you, I have recalled some of the ANBU with low priority missions to help you. Their skill is more required at the moment. Kitsuchi will be the commander of this force. If there are no questions, you are all dismissed, finished the Kage and waited for them to either go or voice a concern. Everyone started leaving, except for Kitsuchi, who stayed behind staring at his dad in silence until it was only father and son in the room. Anoki turned to look at his son with a raised eyebrow. It's something the matter, Kitsuchi? Kitsuchi's face turned into a look of incredulity at his father's words. You ask what's the matter? This mission a mistake, that's the matter. You are risking starting a war when after all these years recovering from the third war we are finally at our former strength. And you are risking throwing away all that progress just for a single Biju. The small man narrowed his eyes at Kitsuchi's tone. This is a good opportunity for Iwagakure. If we succeed, we could become the strongest village in the elemental nations by the mere fact of possessing 3 Biju. His son couldn't accept his reasons. I can see that, but the risk is too great, is not worth it. I know you, Dad, I know that there has to be more to it than that. What are you not telling us? Demanded Kitsuchi. But Tsuchikage frowned, deep in thought. Should I tell Kitsuchi? He's smart, I may be able to trust that he won't do anything stupid, concluded the small man. Close the door, he said plainly. His son got curious about his sudden change in attitude, but he complied nonetheless. When they sensed that no one was around anymore and the door was closed, the Tsuchikage started speaking again. What I'm about to tell you doesn't leave this room. You can tell no one, not even Kuratsuchi, no, especially Kuratsuchi. Do you understand? The old man looked intently to emphasize his point. Kitsuchi was getting on edge at the odd secrecy, but he nodded in understanding. Anoki closed his eyes and gave a loud sigh. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki is the Yellow Flash's son. Kitsuchi adopted a bewildered look, showing his reluctance to believe it. That can't be. The Yellow Flash's son? Are you totally sure about this? His father nodded and raised his hand. He was holding a picture of a blonde boy. I have received good intel on him, along with this picture. Kitsuchi looked over the photograph and widened his eyes in surprise. He looks exactly like that man. How are we just learning about this? And that's not all. It seems that Jeriah has been training him in his father's techniques. If we don't act now, in a few more years Konoha might have the next Yellow Flash that also happens to be the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. The Yellow Flash was bad enough, imagine how the war would have been if that man had had the strongest of Biju boosting his already lethal skills, explained the small Kage, displeased at remembering their bitter defeat at the hands of that man. Kitsuchi was silent in shock, and suddenly he realized why his father couldn't reveal this in the meeting. We need the boy alive if we are to extract the Kyuubi, and the hate for his father is too great in the hearts of IWA shinobi. Had they known who the boy was, they wouldn't even concern themselves with keeping the Jinchuriki alive. He knew that if Kuratsuchi found out, she would go at the Jinchuriki with the only intent to gut the boy and watch him die a slow death. Heck, he didn't know if he himself could resist the temptation to get retribution for his dead wife. That boy was the Yellow Flash's flesh and blood, after all. Making him pay for his pain would be the closest thing he could get to justice. But he would never put his men in danger for something as petty as revenge. It wasn't worth it. I understand what you are saying, Dad. And even though going for the boy would bring some justice for our fallen soldiers, for my wife, I still can't accept risking another war. However, you are the Tsuchikage. If this is really your final say, I can't do anything but comply, said Kitsuchi with finality. Anoki stayed firm nonetheless, not swayed at all by his son's attempt to change his mind. Glad to hear that you at least know your place. Now go, you have a mission to accomplish. Kitsuchi made his way out of his father's office, a look of resignation and disappointment marring his features. There was nothing left to do but to execute his orders to the best of his abilities, for he knew that if he failed, the consequences would be severe. Merchant Island in the Land of Lightning. It had been a few days of traveling from small island to small island looking for information to find yet another island. Naruto was getting tired of going around asking people in all these villages only to find dead ends, and on top of all that, they had to constantly keep a low profile while at it to avoid catching the eye of Kumo Ninja. All in all, it was a pretty tedious experience for the orange-clad blonde. He was sitting on a bed in an inn's room that he and Jeriah rented for the day when he heard the door open and saw his master walk in. You are finally back, Ero Sennin. Did you learn anything of use this time? Asked Naruto, hopeful for any kind of advance. He was so tired of going around in circles. Jeriah scratched the back of his head nervously, knowing that Naruto wouldn't like what he learned. Well, apparently the island we are looking for is a dangerous place used as a training ground by Kumo. It is crawling with dangerous wildlife, giant hostile animals and the like. It's practically Kumo's version of our forest of death. As expected, Naruto blew up. Say what? How did your precious contacts forget to get that tiny little detail? Their own forest of death was bad enough, and this one was on an isolated island in the middle of a rival ninja nation. That was where they were so eager to get to? His master raised his hands in a placating manner at the outburst. Easy there, brat. I know it may be a bit dangerous, but if it gives us a real shot at controlling more of the Kyuubi's chakra, then is a risk worth taking. Naruto wasn't having any of that, tough. Not if we are dead. The stupid fox is not worth risking our heads over it. And I don't know about you, but I'm sick of searching blindly for a place that we aren't even sure is gonna help us. I'm done, I'm going back to the land of fire and you can't stop me, finished the young man and started to pack his belongings. Jeriah finally lost his temper, the pressure from both the imminent danger his student was and for running low on time looking for their last hope was already thinning his patience. Now his student's behavior was the straw that broke the camel's back. The Akatsuki are coming for you, dumbass! Shouted the sage with a fierceness rarely seen in the old pervert, making Naruto stop his rant as he was too stunned by his master's rarely seen temperament. They are coming and you aren't ready. I'm sorry Naruto, I really tried to put you at a level that would be acceptable to defend yourself against them, but the truth is I failed. You stand no chance against them as you are now. This is our best shot to ensure that you are strong enough when the time comes, and so far I have no better ideas. By the end of his argument, Jiraiya's mood had changed from anger to depressed at finally admitting his failure in preparing Naruto to defend himself. Naruto was speechless at his master's revelation. While he already suspected that he wasn't strong enough to take on an Akatsuki member head-on, he had hoped that at least he could hold his own. But judging by what Jeriah said, he would be no match at all for any of them. Now he was just as depressed as his old teacher. He felt as if his training had been for nothing. They sulked in silence for a bit until Naruto asked with a sullen voice and his head down. Heard anything else that could help us find it? Jeriah also waited for a bit before answering. The island is on top of the shell of a giant turtle, that is why it's so hard to find. Let's just go, mumbled Naruto with resignation. And so with their spirits down, they were off to continue their search for the elusive island. Now both of them hoped more than ever that whatever was in there would be able to help them, as it was their last hope for their training trip. Chapter 4, Ambush. Unknown location. Toby once again sat alone in a cavern, going over the current situation in his mind, and so far everything was going according to the plan. The Tsuchikage had sent a large elite force with a lot of his most skilled shinobi in pursuit of the Kyuubi, and among those in the force were most of the ANBU patrols usually guarding the Yanbi and Gobi. Now getting close to the Jinchuriki wouldn't be a problem with the meager defenses left protecting them. All that was left was for Zetsu to confirm when the assault unit went too far past Iwagakure's border that they wouldn't be able to help once the Akatsuki made their move. Speaking of the devil, at that moment the flytrap-like man materialized out of the ground. He turned to Toby, ready to inform his leader of the development of their scheme. The force hunting the Kyuubi is already on the seas of the Land of Lightning giving chase to the Jinchuriki. At this point even if they were to turn around and come back they would not get here in time to save the Yanbi and Gobi, reported Black Zetsu in his deep monotone voice like always. That was what Toby had been waiting for. It was the moment to start making their move. Now is the time. Inform the others to be ready to act. But have them wait for our signal. The attack has to be a coordinated effort if we want to capture both Jinchuriki at the same time. Will do, Toby. They are already on standby, some of them are restless to start, said White Zetsu with his usual cheery disposition before submerging himself and his black half on the ground after just arriving. Toby stood up, ready to leave too. Even if he wasn't part of the operation, he still wanted to see the performance of the Akatsuki members, albeit at a safe distance of course, as it still wasn't the moment to reveal himself to the world. Sea of the Land of Lightning? The cold breeze of the foggy night could be felt on the ship, but Kitsuchi didn't even pay attention to the uncomfortable weather. A lot was at stake on their success to pay any mind to it. The IWA commander stood motionless on the railing of the wooden ship, showing an air of confidence and authority to help the morale of his troops. For IWA shinobi like them who were used to always fighting on dry land, the climate conditions were unfavorable. Not only was the environment bothersome, but most of the time they didn't even have land for their earth-based jutsu, and the only times they did was when they passed by the occasional small island. This meant that they were fighting at a slight disadvantage when it came to their jutsu repertoire. Still, even with that handicap, most of them were jounin, and that meant that almost all the shinobi in their unit were proficient in more than one element, and some shinobi like Akatsuki could expel rocks from their mouth created with chakra. Also, they had members of the Kamizuru clan, and they didn't use a lot of element-based jutsu because their clan techniques were based around manipulating insects, not unlike Konoha's Aburame clan, except that they specialized in the use of bees. And speaking of which, some members of the Kamizuru clan were using their insects to scout the location of the Kyubi Jinchuriki and the Sannin to ensure that they were still on the right track. With the mist covering their advance, they were safe to get close and get the upper hand with a surprise attack. Their ship should be bigger anyway. They rented a big warship from some mercenaries and the Jinchuriki was traveling in a small fishing ship. They would have the advantage once they started raiding their target. A member of the Kamizuru clan was just receiving some of the bees he had sent out to scout, and after gathering the intel his small summon had brought him, he went straight to Kitsuchi. Captain Kitsuchi, we are only half an hour away from our target. If it wasn't for the mist we could have a visual already. Kitsuchi gave out a deep sigh, knowing that a battle would soon break out. He quickly composed himself and called out to his men in authority. All of you, prepare for battle. We will soon reach the Jinchuriki and Jeriah of the Sannin. If you have anything you need to do to properly equip yourselves, now is the time. Everyone started digging through their ninja tools and grabbed any weapons they may need. Kuratsuchi and Akatsuki were on the lower deck finishing their preparations. Akatsuki was nervous about the mission. He had never been against a foe such as Jeriah, and the prospect of fighting the Sannin wasn't too appealing for the plump boy, so he tried to relieve some tension with small chat. What do you think of this, Kuratsuchi? Aren't you a bit tense, or scared for that matter? The tomboy turned to look at her friend with an excited grin. Scared? Not a chance. This is the biggest mission I have ever gotten, and if we succeed we will deliver a fatal blow to Konoha. Besides, we have a large force of strong shinobi with us. Even just you, me, and Dad would be a force to be reckoned. With these many people here there is no way we can fail. And on top of that our targets are an old man and an inexperienced Jinchuriki. How hard can it be to beat them with our forces, said the girl with the confidence she was known for. Even with his friend's reassurance, Akatsuki didn't feel any less nervous. I hope you are right, Kuratsuchi. The Sannin are supposed to be some of the strongest shinobi in the world. And we are always told to be wary of Jinchuriki regardless of their experience. The girl gave an unconcerned huff. We'll be fine, you worry too much, Akatsuki, said the girl as she finished strapping her sword to her waist. Akatsuki decided to drop the subject, knowing that he obviously wasn't convincing his friend about the dangers of the mission. He instead focused on something else that caught his attention. By the way, Kuratsuchi, that's not your usual sword, is it? I have never seen it before, he said, pointing at the sword on her hip. It looked like it had seen some use as the handle was worn out even if it still seemed solid. Kuratsuchi put a gloved hand on the handle and took the weapon out of the scabbard. Oh, this. Yeah, this was my mother's. I had it stored away. I didn't want to use it until I became jounin and was skilled enough to honor her memory, she explained while examining the blade with a tender look as the blade showed the reflection of her pink eyes. Akatsuki looked at her with a kind look, imagining how much the blade had to mean to the girl. Don't worry about a thing, you are a great kunoichi. I'm sure you will have no problem honoring her memory. Kuratsuchi put away the weapon and coughed in her hand, knowing that she probably showed more vulnerability than she intended. Well, that's enough of that. This is not the time to be getting mushy. Come on, we are just about to engage the Konoha bastards. We can't be down here when that happens, she said as she started going up the stairs to the upper deck. Akatsuki went after her and soon joined everyone, with his worry returning at remembering the upcoming fight. Naruto shivered at the cold air. He was getting tired of this weather. He hadn't seen so much mist since his fight with Zabuza, and he couldn't say that he had missed it. "Ero-sennin, are you sure that the giant turtle was around here? It's cold as hell out here and I can't see a damn thing," said Naruto before sneezing loudly. Jeriah was leaning on the railing, trying in vain to spot anything around them using the small telescope that he usually used to peep at girls with. "You heard the old man that lent us this ship. He said that he saw an immense island around these parts that seems to come and go as it pleases. If that's not an island on a turtle, I don't know what else could explain that. Unless it's a haunted island or something." Naruto bleached at his master's words. Haunted island? Like with ghosts and stuff? And now that he thought about it, maybe the haunted island would explain the mist and the cold. Now his shivering got even worse, and not because of the bad weather. He started pacing from one side of the deck to the other, looking scared and on guard for anything suspicious. Jeriah gave an exasperated sigh and turned around to scold Naruto. "Would you quit that? You are such a superstitious brat, you know that?" He put the telescope away and regarded Naruto with an incredulous look. "Ghosts aren't real, Naruto, I was just joking. Seriously, what kind of shinobi gets scared of that?" That got the Jinchuriki to stop pacing and try to act tough in an effort to save face. "Scared? Me? Of course I'm not scared, Ero-sennin. Who is scared? Uzumaki Naruto is scared of no ghosts," he finished with a rather unconvincing smile, which only made Jeriah look at him with a deadpan expression, obviously not believing him at all. Suddenly Naruto perked up. "Hey Ero-sennin, look. I can see something. Could it be the island?" he said while pointing at the distance. The Sannin got a curious look and glanced over where Naruto was pointing at, and he could indeed see a silhouette through the mist. However, it wasn't big enough to be what they were looking for, but it was still rather big, but that was probably because whatever it was close. Soon the silhouette revealed itself to be a large ship, at least 10 times the size of their own. Jeriah narrowed his eyes in suspicion at the ship's abrupt appearance. They both stared at it for a moment before they heard the ship's crew yell, "Charge! Get those Konoha scum!" Suddenly a large squad of IWA shinobi started raiding Jeriah and Naruto's ship. Jeriah widened his eyes in alarm at the unprovoked attack. "Oh hell no. Naruto, prepare to fight, this is an ambush!" yelled the old master at his pupil. Naruto looked equally as shocked before snapping himself out of it and formed a single hand seal for his favorite technique. Taiju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, multiple shadow clone technique. In an instant, their small ship was bursting with copies of Naruto. The doppelgangers charged with a battle cry, clashing with their enemies mid-air and matching their numbers. Soon Jeriah joined the fray along with Iwa's strongest members of their unit, and the sea became a battlefield. Iwagakure no Sato. Anoki was restless knowing the delicate mission that he had entrusted his son and granddaughter could put IWA in a terrible position should it go awry. It made his nerves eat him from the inside. He didn't even care about his stacking paperwork, for his mind was so clouded with worry over the success of such a delicate task. He only hoped that Katsuchi's fears didn't come true. Suddenly one of his chunin entered through his door with urgency. "Tsukikage-sama. There's an emergency, you should come immediately." The young man was so worked up that he didn't care to ask for permission to enter. Anoki jumped in his chair at the intrusion. "What's the meaning of this? You better have a good reason for barging into my office in such a manner," said Anoki, angry at the disrespect of his subordinate. Even his leader's foul mood didn't deter the young man from his haste. "It's Han and Rashi, sir. Something is wrong with the Jinchuriki." The Tsukikage got upset upon hearing that. "What do you mean about that?" demanded the diminutive man. Anoki followed the chunin to the roof, and he could, in fact, see a great amount of smoke coming from 2 different locations in the distance, Rashi and Han's cabins. "They are battling, they wouldn't be using that much strength otherwise," said the Tsukikage in worry. For them to be fighting just when he had recalled their ANBU patrols had to mean that someone was waiting for the perfect moment to go for both of them at once. It couldn't be a coincidence, someone planned this. "Call all the available shinobi we have, we need to protect the Yonbi and Gobi. I'll be personally going to help Rashi, you and the rest help Han," said the Tsukikage in a hurry to the young man. Before the man could reply, Anoki noticed 2 small white clay spiders crawling on both sides of the shinobi and widened his eyes, recognizing that particular jutsu. The small man floated away with his gravity jutsu just as the small arachnids detonated on the chunin he had just been talking to. The resulting explosion was big enough to blow a good part of the roof they were standing on, and the only sign that the young man had been there was a shower of blood and gore. Anoki looked with shock at what just a second ago had been one of his shinobi. "Long time no see, old man. Did you miss your old student, called a cloaked figure in the sky, riding what appeared to be a giant white dragon made of clay. If Anoki hadn't been angry before, now it was a certainty. Deidara. I knew it was you, I could recognize your jutsu anywhere. The small man glared at his former pupil. The blond man grinned mockingly at the old Kage. And here I thought that you would be happier to see me. I was in the neighborhood and decided to take a moment of my time to visit my old home. Everything's looking good over here, you have done a great job of keeping things in check, Anoki. However, this place is missing my touch. But no matter, that's nothing a couple C1 won't fix, Anoki leveled himself with his attacker using his gravity jutsu and took a glance at the attire of his former student. That cloak, so you are a member of Akatsuki now? A little slow on the update, old man. I have been a member for a while now, said Deidara, careful to keep his distance. He knew better than anyone that you shouldn't underestimate Anoki. That Tsuchikage knew about the Akatsuki, they were a mercenary group that always performed splendidly and practically never failed an assignment, and they were incredibly cheap to boot. Anoki himself had used their services several times in the past, as he couldn't argue with the results they delivered. But being under attack by them made him feel like a fool for ever associating with the bastards. The undersized man crossed his arms over his chest and demanded answers from his former soldier. Stop fooling around. What do you and your accomplices hope to gain from this? Why are you targeting our Jinchuriki? Deidara gave a dry laugh at Anoki's questions. Like if I would tell you something like that. But enough chatter, weren't you going to help your precious Biju right now? Come on, don't mind me, you go ahead. Well, that is if you don't care to leave me here while I give IWA a new makeover, said the blond man while he started molding more explosive clay with the mouths in his hands. The small Tsuchikage's eyes narrowed in barely contained rage at the actions of the man. I always hated your cowardly way of fighting, Deidara. But I never expected you to fall this low. See how much I care. Try to keep up, old-timer, and so Deidara gave a sharp flip on his dragon and quickly started circling Iwagakure, all while dropping his bombs on civilians and ninja alike, their screams of terror and agony filling the air. I'll have your head for this, Deidara, yelled a now vivid Anoki, and started giving chase to the mad bomber, maneuvering through mountains and buildings as the self-proclaimed artist continued to bomb the city. Take this, you fucking traitor. Jin-tun, Genkai Hakuri no Jutsu, dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. A small conical light started forming between the old Kage's hands, before expanding in a straight and large beam of light going directly for the terrorist. Deidara halted brusquely the advance of his giant clay dragon, barely dodging the beam. Relief washed over him at avoiding such a deadly jutsu. As the Tsuchikage's former student, he knew that technique destroyed at a molecular level. If he was hit by that, there was no chance of surviving. Damn, that was a close call. Way too close for comfort. I think I really pissed off the old man this time, he didn't plan to stick around for long anyway. He just needed to buy some time for Sasori, Kakuzu and Haiden so they could finish capturing the Yanbi and Gobi. Thanks to the missing patrols usually guarding the Bijus, they were discovered only after they were halfway done with their fights, but they still needed just a small distraction to avoid any risk of anyone getting there in time to save the Jinchuriki or give chase once they got them. And that task had fallen onto Deidara, as he had the best mobility out of all of them, and was also the most slippery. He just needed to keep Anoki and the rest of IWA busy for a short while. But at least as long as he stayed in the skies, the rest of the IWA ninja couldn't do anything but defend themselves from his explosives. Anoki knew that Deidara was stalling for his comrades, but he couldn't leave Iwagakure unprotected to the assault of the crazy blonde. If he had to choose to save his village or his Jinchuriki, he would choose his village 1,000 times over. You'll regret ever showing your face here again. The next one won't miss. Deidara clicked his tongue in worry. If he kept running away he would eventually be caught, so it was time to start defending himself. Don't think you can't take me on so easily, you old bat. Let's see how you like a taste of the greatness of my art. The large dragon turned around and went straight for the old Kage. The clay creature started spitting small birds made of clay that started homing on the small man. Deidara also started making exploding birds made of clay, and soon a large flock of the small creatures started swarming Anoki until he couldn't keep dodging for long and few of them managed to reach him. Deidara made a single-hand seal and yelled, "Katsu," causing a large explosion. However, instead of the charred remains of Iwa's beloved leader, what fell was a rain of small pebbles. A rock clone. Where did he go? While looking around for any sign of the Tsuchikage, he caught sight of a bright light coming from down below. He widened his eyes and quickly did a barrel roll, but was just a bit too slow, and the next Jin-tun beam obliterated the left side of his dragon, along with his arm. The mad bomber started a free fall while yelling bloody murder due to his missing limb, but he quickly got his bearings and made a large bird of clay with his remaining arm holding onto it. He couldn't afford to get to the ground or he would get ganged up on by all the IWA forces. Screw this. This is long enough, I'm getting out of here. Deidara started gaining altitude for his next and final jutsu, pulling out a small clay statue that had an open mouth and wing-like arms wrapped around it. I'll make you pay for taking my arm, old man. Or rather, your precious village will. I have a special gift just for you. My C3 will make a burning crater out of IWA because art is an explosion. The Akatsuki member proceeded to drop the statue over the village, and as soon as he did, the statue became huge and extended its arms as it continued its free fall. Anoki looked in horror at the large figure. Fearing for the safety of his people, he used the Jinton once more and fired it at the statue, tearing a huge chunk of it. However, the rest of the statue detonated soon after and the inferno that enveloped the sky could be seen for kilometers. Once the explosion died off, the old Tsuchikage took to the air once more to evaluate the damage done. He managed to trigger the explosion high enough that the radius of it damaged only the taller buildings, but still the shockwave was so strong that most of the surrounding structures got big parts of them blown off, and adding the rest of the C1 bombs Deidara had been using, there was virtually no building in IWA that hadn't received some sort of damage. And speaking of the mad bomber, there were no signs of him anywhere. Obviously, he used the last jutsu as a distraction to cover his retreat. Anoki's ire was palpable. He had been unable to protect his Jinchuriki, his village, and his people. He continued to watch the damage done when one of his ANBU reached the roof of the building he was floating over. Tsuchikage-sama, we suffered heavy casualties in the center and west side of the village, and we still don't know the status of the Jinchuriki. Your order, sir? Asked the masked shinobi, anxious for the answer of his leader. Gather all the able shinobi you can find and look for wounded. Forget the Jinchuriki, we must have lost them by now. Attending the injuries of our people is more important at the moment, said the diminutive man in resigned anger, knowing that they lost and the enemy had gotten what they wanted. The hatred in the man's eyes could have chilled to the bone anyone that met his gaze. Akatsuki, I'll paint the streets red with the blood of your members, that I promise you. Sea of the land of lightning. The ocean was littered with the remains of what used to be a fishing boat, and there was the occasional IWA corpse here and there. Even the warship that IWA had used was in a poor condition by the ferocity of the skirmish. The only thing keeping the battle even was Jeriah's prowess and the sheer number of QB-enhanced clones that Naruto could make, and even then, the two Konoha shinobi were starting to be overwhelmed, having had more than a few close shaves. The situation was so critical that Naruto had been forced into his chakra cloak, which made him sport a bubbling red aura of chakra in the shape of a fox, had his canines and claws elongated, made his hair wilder, his whiskers thicker, and his eyes red and slitted. Kitsuchi was impressed. He knew of Jeriah's strength, but he never had the chance of fighting the man until now. Not even during the war did the occasion present itself, but he had never expected the Sannin to be this strong. The man had managed to repel almost everything they threw at them, and the sheer amount of shadow clones that the boy could make was insane, but he could notice that both of them wouldn't be able to keep this up for much longer. Even if the QB Jinchuriki seemed to have almost unlimited chakra, Jeriah did not. It was only a matter of time until he dried himself out. All of you, keep them on the defensive. They can barely hold on, victory is almost ours. All his troops reorganized themselves and started preparing another round of attacks. Jeriah noticed their attack pattern and knew what to expect, but he also knew that he and his pupil were in trouble if things kept going at this rate. There was no choice, he would have to use Sage Mode. Not only did Sage Mode improve all his abilities tremendously, but it also let him save his own chakra by using natural energy from the environment. Besides, having Shima and Fukusaku helping him would be a great asset. Naruto, I need you to cover me for a moment, use more of the Kyuubi's chakra if you can, but I need them off my back. Yelled the Sannin to the feral boy. You got it, Arrow Sennin. Naruto focused for a moment before a second tail of chakra materialized behind him. With the increase of the amount of chakra, Naruto could also feel the increase in the Kyuubi's influence over him. His demeanor became more savage, and after creating a dozen shadow clones they all gave a mighty roar. Due to the Kyuubi's chakra powering them, the clones' battle cries were so powerful that they caused small tidal waves that disoriented the IWA shinobi. Taking advantage of the chaos they made, the chakra-cloaked copies jumped towards their enemies with red spheres of compressed circulating chakra in their hands. Rasengan, spiraling sphere, most of the IWA shinobi managed to dodge the assault, but the few that didn't, met their end in a giant explosion of water that the attack leveled in the collision. The massive attack made the IWA ninja lose sight of their targets in the mist when they were forced to retreat a great distance to avoid it. They stopped for a moment trying to relocate the two Konoha ninja when out of nowhere a small stream of high-pressure water dismembered some of their ninjas, forcing the IWA shinobi once again to dodge to avoid being skewered. From the mist emerged Jeriah, but his appearance had quite a few changes. He was now sporting a goatee, a big warty nose, and webbed hands and feet. And aside from his change of appearance, he had two small old toads on his shoulders, one seemed to be a male and the other a female, and both were wearing small capes fitting for their size. The male toad was green and had a white mop of hair, large eyebrows, and a goatee. And the female toad was a lighter shade of green and had short wavy purple hair. The blonde boy was nowhere to be seen, most likely he fell back to avoid getting in his master's way. "I think I got a few of them, Jeriah-chan," said the male toad, now confirmed to have been the cause of the stream of water. "Seriously boy, why are you always summoning us in such annoying places? Salt water is bad for our skin, you know," said the female toad, annoyed at the sage. "I'm sorry Fukasaku-aji-san, Shimio-san. I'm in a bit of a pickle here, I can't fend these guys off and protect Naruto at the same time all by myself," said the sage, somewhat embarrassed at being scolded by the toad, but soon gave the IWA shinobi all his attention once more. "Now you bastards, I'll show you what happens when you mess with the great Jeriah," boasted the old pervert while making a dramatic pose, which earned him 2 punches to the face, courtesy of his amphibian friends. "Don't yell on our ears, you moron," chided the couple in unison. Some of the IWA shinobi took advantage of the distraction that the Sannin and his summons were making and started charging Jeriah head-on while doing hand seals for their jutsu, but in the blink of an eye the sage was upon them, wielding in one hand a giant blue ball of chakra like the one the Jinchuriki used moments ago, but this one was several times the size of its user. "Cho Otama Rasengan, ultra big ball spiraling sphere," yelled Jeriah while bringing down the enormous sphere of condensed chakra on the dozen IWA shinobi. The cries of agony of the men were soon muffled as their bodies started disintegrating in the giant orb until nothing was left of them. Kuratsuchi was in awe at the raw power that the Sannin was showing, she hadn't expected the man to be this powerful. Kuratsuchi, she was taken out of her stupor by Kitsuchi's call and she turned to look at her dad. When Kitsuchi knew that he had his daughter's full attention he proceeded to relay his order. "Take our remaining ANBU and go past Jeriah without being noticed, use the mist as your cover. I need you to apprehend the Jinchuriki and bring him to us. Once we have him in our grasp we will make a run for it. Jeriah has revealed his true power, to stay and fight him head-on would be suicide. Our only chance of success is to escape with our target. But be careful, a Biju's chakra is not to be underestimated, even if its user is not that much skilled by himself, that chakra is so strong that it makes the boy a threat," he told the girl with authority. Kuratsuchi looked at her father with determination and nodded. "I won't let you down, Dad." She called their remaining squad of ANBU, which was about a dozen, and went into the mist and out of sight, intending on hiding from the powerful sage as they tried to reach their objective. Jeriah, nevertheless suspected what they were trying to do, but he wasn't about to go looking blindly for ANBU-level shinobi, but he knew a way to easily find them. "They are hiding from us. I'm counting on you, Obasan," requested Tashima. The small summon looked at Jeriah knowingly and nodded. "On it, Jeriah-chan," she stuck out a bizarre-looking tongue. It was long and thick, with warts all over it, and seemed to have a face with small squinted eyes and a wide grin with sharp teeth. The weird creature-like tongue started sniffing the air, and after a moment, Shima detected a couple signatures, but she widened her eyes in surprise at what she was feeling. With haste, she started elongating her tongue in what appeared to be a random direction. Jeriah, Fukasaku, and even the rest of their IWA enemies got varied looks of surprise at the weird behavior. The appendage tried to wrap itself around something in the mist that no one could see, and the warts in the tongue started to release an acid substance while trying to catch whatever it had sensed. 2 figures came rapidly out into the middle of the battlefield after just avoiding being melted in the acidic shower. The figures revealed themselves to be 2 men. They were wearing black cloaks with red clouds, which gave them away as members of Akatsuki. Jeriah widened his eyes in worry at the identity of the newcomers, remembering the last time he met them. These 2 again. So this is why Shimio-san looked so worried. The situation just took a turn for the worse. One was a very tall man, with gray-blue skin, spiky blue hair, and had what appeared to be gills under his round black eyes. Aside from the standard Akatsuki cloak, he also had a big 2-handed sword wrapped in bandages, that at the moment he was resting it against his shoulder while he wielded it one-handed. "It seems that we have been found out, Itachi-san. Such a shame really, we were planning on killing whichever side was left standing and take the Jinchuriki for ourselves," said the man with a grin, exposing his sharp teeth. His partner was a pale-skinned man with jet black hair that he kept in a low ponytail, and his bangs framed his face. He was devoid of all expression, and he had an air of cold serenity about him. But what really stood out were his blood-red eyes with 3 tomo surrounding each pupil. "Careful, Kisame. Now that we have lost the element of surprise, our mission won't be so simple anymore," said the stoic man to his comrade. Silent killing was more Zabuza's style anyway. "I'm more of steamroll through the opposition kind of guy," said the blue-skinned man, seemingly excited at the prospect of a battle. Meanwhile, Kitsuchi was filled with dread at the turn of events. Not only did they have their hands full with Jeriah, but now 2 other monsters decided to appear with the apparent intent of killing everyone there save for the Jinchuriki. Jeriah was the first one to react. He puffed his chest and exhaled a huge quantity of ignited oil. Keton, Dai Enden, fire release, big flame bullet. The already big flame was made even bigger with both toads using wind jutsu to enhance the flames. The amount of fire starting to quickly cover the area made the Akatsuki members and the IWA shinobi jump to save themselves from burning alive. Kisame had a wide grin at the intense start to his battle and focused his sights on the Sannin. "I guess I'll go for the biggest prey first." He lunged at the sage, but before he could reach his intended target, a large fireball forced both him and Jeriah to split. Recognizing his partner's jutsu, he turned to Itachi with a puzzled look. "What's gotten into you, Itachi-san? That could have hit me, you know. Don't fight Jeriah in his current state, Kisame. He is filled with natural energy at the moment. If you try to absorb it with Samahata, you could end up dying. Only a sage can withstand the effects of natural energy," explained Itachi impassively. "Leave Jeriah to me, you go after the Kyuubi, he is our #1 priority," said Sannin, cursed under his breath in annoyance. Had Itachi not intervened, Kisame could have taken himself out. The shark-like man put on a face of disappointment at having to sit out the main brawl. "No fair, I always get the boring jobs. But I guess it can't be helped," he sighed before resigning himself to his task. "Fine, I'll leave these guys to you then. I hope that the Kyuubi puts a bit of a fight at least." He left so fast that only a blur could be seen when he took off. Both Kitsuchi and Jeriah looked worriedly in the direction the man had left, knowing that their daughter and godson respectively were over there. But as they were about to give chase to the swordsman, a large curtain of black flames blocked air path. They looked at the remaining Akatsuki member, knowing that he must have been the cause of such technique. "That's the same jutsu he used 3 years ago to escape my Gamaguchi Shirbari, toad mouth bind," remembered the old sage. At the time, he had been forced to seal those flames away as they didn't seem like they could be put out. "What is that? I have never seen a fire like that before. It's even burning on water," thought Kitsuchi in bewilderment. All the remaining IWA shinobi, Itachi, and Jeriah looked tensely at each other, and in an instant, all 3 factions started the skirmish once again in an effort to make an opening to go help their respective allies. When Kisame reached Naruto, the boy and his clones were already engaged in a fight with a squad of ANBU and a short-haired kunoichi. As soon as he arrived, everyone stopped fighting and turned to look at him in surprise. "Hello there. I'll be taking the Kyuubi now, but you are free to try to stop me, make it worth my while," the blue-skinned man told them with a predatory gaze. The ANBU looked extremely wary of the former Kiri ninja, while Kuratsuchi didn't know yet what to make of the odd-looking man. In contrast, Naruto seemed ready to tear apart the swordsman. While influenced by the Kyuubi, seeing someone that was part of the organization that made him live in worry of being hunted down was more than enough to make his blood boil. He remembered how easily the swordsman had subdued him 3 years ago, but he sure as hell wasn't going down without a fight. Naruto created even more shadow clones. And along with the ones that were fighting the ANBU a moment ago, they rushed at the monster of Kiri, Claws and Rasengan at the ready to tear him to shreds. Kisame's grin got even wider at the boy's aggression. He avoided their swipes with ease and dispelled them with a slash of his own soon after, and all while he parried the Rasengans with his sword, dissipating them as he absorbed the chakra powering them. Kuratsuchi took advantage of the blonde distracting the Akatsuki member and signaled her ANBU to capture the boy. "Now's our chance. Go for the Jinchuriki, . The shinobi complied and made their way to the chakra-cloaked boy. They split up into 2 groups. One group jumped into the air, preparing a water-based collaboration jutsu, while the one on the ground posed to strike with their blades to incapacitate their target. Naruto first focused his attention to the ANBU preparing to lunge at him with their swords. He gave a sharp turn of his body, smacking his attackers with his chakra tails, knocking them back as blood flew from their wounds. He then looked up as he heard the remaining ANBU finishing their jutsu. "Suetun, Mizurappa, water release, water trumpet," yelled the IWA shinobi as they launched a large jet of water from their mouths as they descended upon Naruto. The Jinchuriki took a deep breath and gave a loud roar, producing a large shockwave that neutralized the water technique and sent the users flying. He didn't get any respite, however, for as soon as he got rid of the ANBU, Kuratsuchi flanked him and started using her Kekkei Genkai abilities. Yotan, Sekigyo no Jutsu, Lava Release, Quicklime Congealing Technique. The girl spat a large ball of quicklime from her mouth at the orange-clad genin. Naruto attempted to sidestep the slimy substance, but he wasn't quick enough and one foot got encased in it. He momentarily tried to shake it off, but the quicklime started to harden like concrete at the contact with the water he was standing on, effectively trapping his leg and hindering his movement at having to carry the mass glued to him. Kuratsuchi saw that her ANBU were starting to come back, having finally recovered from the previous attacks. Feeling confident in having a backup, she pulled out her mother's sword and charged Naruto, intending of cutting his tendons to subdue him. But in an instant, Kisame appeared between her and the boy after finally finishing off the clones. He gave a powerful slash with Samahata that she just barely managed to block with her own sword, but still the force of the blow sent her flying and she crashed into the water and sank into the ocean at the brutal throw. The ANBU looked in worry at the quick dispatch of the Tsuchikige's granddaughter. Lady Kuratsuchi. They proceeded to surround the monster of Kiri, ready to get revenge for the girl. Kisame glanced around him in boredom at the IWA shinobi. You are annoying. This isn't fun anymore, you are all a bunch of weaklings. He wasn't smiling anymore. All in all, he seemed to be done playing around. After a moment, all the shinobi circling him attacked at the same time, stabbing their blades into the vital organs of the Akatsuki member, which coughed up blood and rolled his eyes into his skull. The ANBU gasped in surprise when the seemingly dead Kisame turned into water as they were holding him in place with their swords. Suetun, Daikoden no Jutsu, Water Release, Great Shark Bullet Technique. When they heard the technique they turned around too late to see a giant shark made out of water approaching them at high speed. They didn't have time to dodge as the giant water creature crushed them all in his jaws with a large chomp. All the ANBU were swallowed by the shark as it dived into the water, taking them along and leaving a stunned Naruto face to face with the Akatsuki member. He took them out as if it was nothing, thought Naruto in horror at the strength of the shark-like man. Now that I finally got rid of these pests, come with me like a good little Jinchuriki. If you resist you'll just make it harder on yourself. I have orders not to kill you, but no one said anything about maiming, said Kisame, having lost all interest in fighting an unworthy opponent. Naruto stared silently for a moment before recovering his determination. He wasn't gonna give up, even if the situation seemed hopeless. That was his ninja way. He jumped at the swordsman with a battle cry, in an effort to claw his face off. The tall man easily sidestepped every single swing that Naruto threw at him, and faster than the boy could follow he brought his bandaged sword down on the Jinchuriki's torso. In that single swipe, the sword absorbed all the demonic chakra that Naruto was expelling, leaving him back to his normal appearance, his red cloak completely gone. Naruto gasped and got on one knee, barely able to keep himself standing on the water surface. He always ended up tired when the fox's chakra ran out, but to have him forcefully taken left him completely exhausted. What is the deal with that sword? It took so much of my chakra I can barely move. Nevertheless, Kisame didn't give him a moment to catch his breath. He slashed Naruto one more time, wounding him and making him faint due to chakra exhaustion and the after effects from using the Kyuubi's power. As the boy started to sink into the sea, the man grabbed him by the arm and pulled him up to avoid letting him drown. Yotan, Sekigyo no Jutsu, Lava Release, Quicklime Congealing Technique. When the former Kiri shinobi sensed the attack coming, he quickly turned around, gave it a chop with Samahata, once again absorbing the energy powering the Quicklime Jutsu and leaving it useless. He searched for the user of the technique and found the same Kunoichi he had dealt with earlier. She looked annoyed at having been tossed so embarrassingly, and took out her own sword and clashed with Samahata, pressing against the man with all her might. You are out of your league, girlie. But you have spunk, I'll give you that, said the shark man with an amused grin. She clenched her teeth in rage, she hated being underestimated. Shut up, you piece of shit. You just came here to ruin my mission and kill my comrades. I'll make you pay for that. She tried to hold her ground, but she was being pushed back fast, and the worst part was that Kisame didn't even seem to be putting much effort into it, and all while carrying an unconscious Naruto on the other hand. That mouth of yours is gonna get you killed, girl. So much confidence without the skill to back it up. You should learn your place, said Kisame with his grin returning, finding pleasure in tearing down Kuratsuchi's ego. Faster than Kuratsuchi could follow, Kisame delivered a hard kick to her stomach, making her stumble and lowering her guard for a moment. The former Kiri shinobi exploited her momentary stunned state to swing his sword into her chest, wounding her and taking a large chunk of her chakra. The tomboy gave a cry of pain and brought a hand to hold her injury, staining her palm in blood. She started having trouble standing because of her chakra exhaustion. With her current reserves, in a few minutes, she wouldn't even be able to keep water walking. She looked to Kisame with dread. She hadn't felt this terrified in a long time. In a single attack, he weakened her enough to have her completely at his mercy. Whatever he threw at her next, she knew she wouldn't be able to avoid it. The man gave another swing of his massive sword with the intent of finishing her off. She lifted her mother's sword to block it, but she knew it was useless. With her current strength, the attack would go through her defense without a problem. However, before the blade reached her, Kitsuchi rapidly came out of the mist to parry Samehada with a kunai, just barely halting the attack. Soon after, a large golem made of rock pushed Kisame to the side, making him drop Naruto. Akatsuki appeared from the mist too, dissipating the golem he just used to hit the shark-like man. The plump boy turned to his friend in concern. "Are you okay, Kuratsuchi?" She looked in surprise and relief at her friend and father, not expecting their intervention. She nodded to Akatsuki, confirming her well-being. The wound wasn't life-threatening at the moment, but it would have to be patched up soon to avoid becoming so. Her father had her eyes peeled in watch for the missing Akatsuki member and quickly grabbed Naruto to keep him from sinking. He took a side glance to her daughter to relay her a new order. "Kuratsuchi, take the boy and go, quickly. The Uchiha and Jeriah will be here soon. The rest of our forces are keeping them occupied, but they won't last. Akatsuki and I will try to hold this one for as long as we can," he said while handing her the unconscious Jinchuriki. She took the boy and carried him with uncertainty, not liking the idea of leaving her father and best friend to face such a dangerous opponent by themselves. Suddenly, Kisame came rushing at them, sword at the ready to cleave them off. Akatsuki created another rock golem and intercepted the blade while Kitsuchi encased his first in stone with a jutsu, preparing himself to join the fight. "Go now, Kuratsuchi!" yelled her father in urgency. She didn't waste another moment and took off, not even looking back. She ran through the mist with Naruto on her back. She could barely keep a decent pace with her low chakra and the open wound on her chest, but she continued nonetheless. She kept on looking for any place she could hide and rest. After she had recovered enough, she would go looking for her father and what was left of their unit, but first, she needed time to heal properly. After a while of sprinting, she started to make out a figure in the mist, and after getting closer she noticed that it was huge. Soon she came to see a large island, larger than any island she had seen until now. It seemed to have a large forest with giant spiky trees that was more than big enough to lose any pursuers. She wondered how she hadn't seen it before. With its sheer size it should be hard to miss, even with the mist. But right now she didn't care about that. She was glad to have found a place to rest. Itachi was busy looking for his partner as he expertly dodged the jutsu his attackers were sending his way. After his battle with Jeriah of the Sannin and the IWA ninja went on for a while, his enemies reached the conclusion that Akatsuki was the main threat to take care about. Fighting Jeriah was difficult all on its own, but fighting the sage and the IWA shinobi at the same time was a dangerous business, so he had been forced to flee and attempt to regroup with his partner. When he found Kisame, he was fighting two other jounin from IWA, and by the looks of it, he was winning. Kisame looked as fresh as ever. Meanwhile, Kitsuchi had a couple gaping wounds on his leg and torso, while Akatsuki was on all fours barely clinging to the water surface due to a deep, bloody injury on his back. When the blue-skinned man noticed Itachi, he flashed his normal toothy grin, glad to be reunited with his comrade. "There you are, Itachi-san. I was wondering what was taking you so long to catch up. I feared that Jeriah had gotten the drop on you. We have to hurry. Jeriah and the rest of the IWA squad are trying to get us first before they kill each other." "Where is the QB?" asked Itachi impassively. Even tough he seemed to be in a hurry, he still acted calm and collected. Kisame put on a sheepish look at the question. "Oh well, you see, he kinda managed to get away. Some kunoichi took him and made a run for it. I couldn't follow her while I dealt with these guys." "I see." If Itachi was annoyed, he didn't show it. "We fall back then. Jeriah and the rest will be here shortly. If the Jinchuriki isn't here, there is no point to keep fighting. Like I'm letting you bastards get away again." Jeriah and the two toads finally arrived, closely followed by the rest of the IWA ninja. Shima and Fukasaku were already preparing their next jutsu, Senpo, Gomen, Sage Art, Gomen. After taking a deep breath, Jeriah and his two summons spat a combined solution of oil, fire and wind, creating a sea of burning toad oil that threatened to boil the two men alive. Kisame quickly made some hand seals and spat a great amount of water from his mouth in an effort to counter Jeriah's technique. Suetun, Bakusui Shoha, water release, exploding water colliding wave. The large amount of water coming from the former Kiri ninja became a gigantic wave as it added the water from the ocean to its already massive volume. The two jutsu clashed with great force, making the sea shift violently as a large quantity of steam rose from the crash. Jeriah and the IWA shinobi waited a moment for the steam to clear. The conflict had lasted so long that the sun was already up and the mist had started to dissipate too. When the view was clear again, they managed to see both Akatsuki members riding two sharks made of water. The creatures were incredibly fast in the ocean water, and in moments the two men vanished into the horizon, leaving Jeriah and the IWA platoon in the middle of the sea. The Sannin and the remaining IWA ninja stared warily at each other, waiting for their battle to resume. But before such a thing could happen, Kitsuchi stepped forward with a limp and started talking to the Toad Sage. The Jinchuriki was lost in the chaos. We don't know where he is. We could keep fighting until we are all dead, but right now is pointless to continue. We are willing to back off if you are. Kitsuchi knew that it wasn't completely true. While they didn't know exactly where the boy was, he knew that he was still in Kuratsuchi's care. But their first priority was finding his daughter and the Jinchuriki. Fighting Jeriah was too dangerous and would be an unnecessary waste of time. He didn't think they could win against the Sannin either. So all in all, avoiding further confrontation was in their best interests. Jeriah was enraged at the audacity of asking for a truce when they were the cause of this mess in the first place. You are the ones that attacked us. You are responsible for separating me from my student and gave the Akatsuki the perfect opportunity to attack. So no, you aren't getting off the hook that easily. The livid Sannin looked ready to slaughter them all. Jiraiya-chan, I agree with them. We should focus on finding your pupil instead, intervened Fukasaku before his summoner started the fight anew. Pa is right, boy, we have no more reason to keep fighting. And besides, finding young Naruto is more important right now. Shima tried to reason, thinking the same thing as her husband. Kitsuchi and his men were tensely waiting for an answer from the Sannin, ready to defend themselves should he not desist. Jeriah meanwhile was grinding his teeth in ire. He wanted to get payback for all the trouble the IWA bastards had caused, but he knew that logically the small toads were right. Finding Naruto was of utmost importance. It had way more priority than getting revenge on his attackers. After a bit of internal conflict, he decided to withdraw. Fine. But don't think this is over. The Hokage will be hearing from this, and she will bring dire consequences to you all, spat Jeriah with venom in his voice before banishing in a body flicker. Kitsuchi and the rest of the remaining shinobi let out a sigh they didn't know they had been holding, relieved at being alive. However, Kitsuchi soon called out with authority once more. No time to rest just yet. We have to find Kuratsuchi and the Jinchuriki before Jeriah does, so move it. At their commander's order, all the men scrambled to look for the missing girl. But despite looking for hours they couldn't find a thing. They didn't even know where she could have possibly gotten herself into. There was sea as far as the eye could see, so hiding places weren't even nearby. It was as if she and the boy had just disappeared. Chapter 5, Stranded. Island on the Land of Lightning. The first thing Naruto noticed when he woke up was the foliage of the tall trees towering above him with the sunlight coming through them. The second thing he noted was a splitting headache he had and was only made worse with the glare of the sun coming through the leaves. But the third and most important thing he noticed was that he was gagged and bound. He widened his eyes in panic as the events of the day before rushed into his mind. He remembered being attacked by IWA and then the Akatsuki showed up, and then he lost consciousness fighting one of them. How he ended up in this place was a mystery to him. He attempted to stand and yell for help from his sensei, but to no avail. He squirmed some more while his groans were muffled by the rag in his mouth when he noticed a girl coming into the clearing. He recognized her. She was one of the IWA bastards that got him into this mess. The pink-eyed girl grimaced when she saw that Naruto had woken up. She had left him alone after she woke up still feeling sore from her wound and left for a moment to patch herself up with some bandages she had sealed on a scroll, and to look for food and water. She had discarded her ruined flak jacket and one could see the bandages through the blood-stained hole on her red uniform. So, you are finally awake, Konoha scum. She continued to approach him until she was right beside him and crouched to get a better look at him. She wanted to torment the boy for the trouble they went to capture him since a lot of her comrades died for the mission. You really were a handful to catch, you can thank your master for that. But now that we got you we can take you back to IWA and give the Kyuubi to someone worthier of that power. She could see the rage in his eyes as he started shouting at her, or at least trying to. She put a hand close to her ear in mockery at the attempt of her captive. What was that? Sorry, I couldn't hear you. Naruto got even angrier at being ridiculed, but even using all his strength he couldn't break free from his binds. Suddenly, his stomach growled, which caught both of their attention, and he got embarrassed at showing any further vulnerability to his enemy. She put on a condescending grin at his predicament. "Oh? You hungry, Konoha dog? Well, you are in luck. I found a river a little while ago and left some traps to catch a fish or two. Also I brought some water," she said while pulling a canteen from her pouch and started gulping the contents down. Naruto stared at her with a craving look. He was pretty thirsty too. He hadn't had anything to drink or eat in almost a day. Kuratsuchi noticed the look that the young Jinchuriki was giving her, and after giving a satisfied sigh at her quenched thirst, she regarded him once more. "Sorry, how inconsiderate of me. Here, have some." She then proceeded to spill the liquid on the blonde's face, making him close his eyes and groan in protest. "Oops, Butterfingers. You didn't even drop it, you bitch," thought Naruto, hoping that somehow his glare would cause her to drop dead. "Ah, such a shame, it's empty now, so I guess you are out of luck," said Kuratsuchi with fake remorse, before returning to her more cheerful attitude. "Oh well, nothing to be done about it. I heard that Jinchuriki can survive for a while longer than most people thanks to their tenants, so I'm sure you'll be alright. Now that I think about it, I guess there is no need to feed you after all." She then went to the edge of the clearing, just about to re-enter the forest, and glanced at Naruto one last time. "I'm gonna see if I caught anything to eat. Don't go anywhere while I'm gone." She mocked him one last time and departed, leaving Naruto fuming and alone for a few hours. Naruto was laying on the ground beside his crazy captor and a bonfire. Night had already fallen, and most of the fish were already eaten by the IWA Kunoichi. She didn't even let him have any. His rage hadn't completely died down, but now his most troubling thought was that he was trapped in God knew where, and his only companion was the crazy girl that abducted him. Thinking that he may never get to see his friends and home again crushed his spirit. There were so many things he still wanted to do. He still needed to save Sasuke, he still wasn't Hokage, and he still had yet to get a date from Sakura, or any girl for that matter. He refused to let this be the end, but he couldn't think of a way out right now. Kuratsuchi was sitting just a few feet away and was currently cleaning her sword. She took great care of her mother's blade, and the battle from the previous day had left it quite dirty. She took a side glance to her captive. He had stopped squirming a while ago, and she wanted to confirm that he was still behaving and not trying anything sneaky. When she confirmed that he wasn't up to anything, she went back to her weapon. Her usual confidence was gone, and she had a look of worry instead. She wondered if her father and Akatsuki were all right. Last she saw them, they were fighting one of the strongest shinobi she had ever seen, and they had two more monsters of his level on their tails. She couldn't bear to think about losing them, but she had to have faith that they managed to get out of that situation. They must have, they were strong. She also wished with all her being that was the case. And even if they were fine, she didn't have a way to know where they were, or where she was for that matter. She had scouted the island earlier in the day, and she was surprised by what she found. She managed to see what appeared to be a tail and legs attached to the island, so it had to mean that it wasn't just an island, it was a living creature, big enough to have a large-sized forest on its back. It even had its own ecosystem and everything. She massaged her temple, wondering how she even got into such a complicated situation. The burning embers of the bonfire were the only things that could be heard as both of them pondered on their respective problems. Neither of them could sleep that night with such troubling thoughts plaguing their minds. Land of Lightning. Kitsuchi, Akatsuki, and most of the survivors of the IWA force were resting in a small camp that they had set on the seashore. After their failed assault, they looked for any signs of Kuratsuchi and the Jinchuriki until they decided that with their wounds they weren't in any condition to be looking around, and begrudgingly they decided to go back to shore to rest and tend to their injuries before they could continue. It had almost been a day now since they got separated from the girl. Right now the few shinobi that hadn't been severely hurt were continuing the search, which left Kitsuchi and the rest to wait for any update on their progress. Kitsuchi currently was sitting on a small log that he was using as a makeshift chair. He was heavily bandaged and in a bad mood. He turned to see the rest of his men, and most of them looked just as somber as he was. Losing so many comrades in such a short time left them feeling depressed. He saw Akatsuki, and the boy had a gloomy look rarely seen on the happy-go-looking young man. He was obviously sad about their losses and worried over his missing friend. And along with his entire torso bandaged, he looked pretty miserable overall. Kitsuchi couldn't blame the boy, he was worried sick about Kuratsuchi too. She was injured, alone in foreign lands, and was responsible for taking care of the objective of an S-ranked mission that also happened to be the Jinchuriki of the strongest Biju in existence. He put his head in his hands, wondering how did they end up in such a mess. This mission is a disaster, thought Kitsuchi with a heavy sigh. When they started the mission they had close to 100 ninja, give or take, and now they were down to 30 or so, and that was without taking into account his missing daughter. Could this get any worse? Captain Kitsuchi. He heard one of the men he sent to continue the search call out to him. He was approaching fast and seemed to be in a panic. Kitsuchi stood up fast, dreading to hear any bad news about his daughter. What is it? Did you find my daughter? He hoped that she was all right. He couldn't bear to lose her too like her mother. The young Tokubetsu Jounin halted before his leading commander and shook his head with urgency. We haven't found her yet, sir, but we just got a messenger bird from the village, and it's an emergency, said the shinobi holding up a letter. Kitsuchi snatched the letter rapidly and starting reading its contents. As he continued, his face got paler and paler until he finally clenched his fist around the piece of paper in anger. We got played, yelled Kitsuchi with fury. He turned swiftly to his subordinates who seemed disturbed at his sudden outburst. We have to go back to the village at once. We were attacked by the Akatsuki. The news got looks of shock and anger on the faces of the remaining IWA shinobi, but then quickly got to pack their tools and tents as fast as they could. While the camp was hastily being packed, Kitsuchi was trembling with rage. He now understood that the Akatsuki were waiting for them to leave to attack the village. The timing was just too perfect, which it also had to mean that the bastards somehow managed to set up this whole thing. I knew this mission was a bad idea. He turned to the Tokubetsu Jounin once more to give him a new order. You and the rest of the search team stay here to continue looking for Kuratsuchi, the rest will come back with me to IWA. The lower-ranked shinobi nodded in understanding and left in a hurry to get to the rest of the search party. Kitsuchi felt terrible for leaving without finding Kuratsuchi first, but they were shinobi, and they had to do what was best for the village, and right now returning to IWA and helping with whatever they could was the right thing to do, even if as a father it killed him inside. He just hoped that his village and daughter would be fine. Merchant Island in the Land of Lightning. Jeriah was resting on the same inn he and Naruto had previously stayed at, and he was tired as hell. He had been looking for any signs of Naruto for a whole day, and for the life of him, he just couldn't find even a trace. He was already exhausted to begin with because of his long battle with IWA and the Akatsuki, and spending several more hours searching fruitlessly just added to his fatigue. And on top of that, he had to pay the wrecked ship that he had borrowed, and he still got an earful for that. He heard a knock on his window and turned to look at a small red toad banging the glass from outside. He got up in a hurry and let the little amphibian enter the room. The small animal found himself a nice comfortable spot on the bed and looked at Jeriah. The toad was red with blue markings around his eyes, and had the kanji for gold on his back. He was also wearing green goggles. I have been keeping an eye on the IWA squad just as you asked me to, old man. They didn't even notice me hiding nearby. What did you find, Kosuke? Did they know anything at all about Naruto? Asked Jeriah anxiously. He was not in the most patient of moods, not with the current issues. The toad gave his report. They really seem to not know anything about the boy. However, it appears that they have lost one of their own too, and not only that, but it seems that both Naruto and the Kunoichi were lost together. Jeriah was troubled by that information. He didn't like the blonde to be stranded along with one of their enemies. And while he knew Naruto could handle himself against a single enemy, even a skilled one, he didn't know the situation he was in. The boy could be injured, or captured, or worse. The point was that he could be in an unfavorable position and he had no way to know or help him at the moment, and that made him feel impotent. However, the toad wasn't done talking. There was something else. They got a message from IWA, and apparently their village was attacked by the Akatsuki, so they went back to Iwagakure, leaving only a small search party here. Jeriah widened his eyes in surprise at hearing about the attack on Iwagakure. Now a realization hit him, so that was how IWA found out about Naruto. The Akatsuki probably found a way to put the boy on Iwa's radar to make them commit some of their elite forces and leave the village undefended, which in turn gave them a window of opportunity to invade them. If he had to guess, they used that chance to get Iwa's Jinchuriki and planned to get Naruto too once the Sannin and the IWA platoon were too weak from their fight to put much resistance. Jeriah felt like a fool. He had miscalculated. He didn't expect the Akatsuki to make such a daring move so soon. They still had a couple more months to train, but he should have known better than to drop his guard. Now not only was Naruto officially out of time, and earlier than expected to boot, but the boy was out there, lost in Kumo's ocean with an enemy Kunoichi and a search party out for his head. If only he could make Shima or Fukasaku reverse summon the boy, but it wasn't as simple as a regular summon. For a reverse summon, the user had to know the chakra signature of the person they are trying to summon, and the couple of elder toads had never met the boy personally. They couldn't know someone's chakra signature if they had never seen the person before. Yes, they had been in the battle helping against IWA just as Naruto had been, but Naruto had been using the Kyuubi's chakra at the time, so even if they picked up a feeling for the blonde's chakra, it would do them no good if it was the Kyuubi's. So that only left to find a toad that knew Naruto and also knew how to use the jutsu, but as far as he knew only Fukasaku and Shima knew how to do it. With all things considered, he was running out of options and he needed to make a choice now. There was no time to rest. I'm going back to Konoha to get a proper tracker team to help. Kosuke, you continue keeping watch on the IWA team searching for Naruto. If they find him first, tell me immediately, said the sage, going for the door with the intent of leaving as soon as he could. The red toad gave a salute in obedience. Leave those guys to me, and I wish you good luck. But you better hurry, we don't know how much time we can spare. You don't need to tell me that, I know. I'll be back soon, good luck to you too. Jeriah finally left the inn. He would get to Konoha in a couple of days if he traveled at full speed. He just wished that Naruto could hold on until then. Jeriah would never forgive himself if something were to happen to his godson. Island on the Land of Lightning. Kuratsuchi was coming back to her improvised camp where she left the blonde idiot. She had come to the conclusion that they needed to change locations as fast as they could. After having been up all night, she decided to look for food once more, and in her little expedition, she encountered gigantic insects and larger than normal tigers, enormous bears, and a lot of other kinds of abnormal predators. She couldn't afford to keep leaving the Jinchuriki at the mercy of the bizarre beasts, or she risked getting the moron killed and fail her mission. So she needed to find a more secure location to set up her camp. In fact, she was surprised that they had lasted as long as they had without being attacked by one of those animals. When she arrived at the clearing, she saw the orange-clad idiot still struggling to free himself, but to no avail. She approached him with the same disdain as always and gave him a kick to the ribs to make him stop moving. Hey bastard, stop making a fuss, will ya? We are changing location, so stay still and don't give me any trouble. Naruto glared at her in defiance. He didn't care for his vulnerable position, he just wanted to free himself from his bindings, and if he couldn't, then he at least hoped to give the kunoichi as much trouble as possible just to show her that he wasn't just gonna give up without a fight. Along with his death glare, he started spewing insults at her, but of course, since his mouth was covered, only angry groans could be heard. Kuratsuchi put on the same condescending look that she gave earlier and stared down at the boy with eyes that promised nothing but pain. What did you say? I think I heard, please Kuratsuchi-sama, beat my ass senseless until I can no longer move because I'm so retarded that I can't follow simple instructions. Well, since you asked nicely, then I guess you earned it. She cracked her knuckles and got on one knee and pulled him up by his jacket, ready to punch him in the skull. But Naruto was quick enough that when she grabbed his jacket, he gave her a headbutt to her face. She dropped him in surprise at the unexpected hit and brought a hand to her lip, and inspected her fingers to see blood. The idiot had busted her lip. She snarled in fury and looked at the Jinchuriki with hatred. Now you are really in for it now. She lifted her arm, ready to deliver a crushing blow to the blonde when she felt something wet touch her forearm. She stopped the delivery of her punch at the sensation, and realized that the liquid substance was dropping from above, so she looked up and paled at what she saw. Above them were countless spiders staring at them with their fangs bared and salivating, which explained the dripping liquid. The arachnids were the size of small dogs and were black in color with red stripes, which meant that they were probably venomous. This is exactly why I didn't want to stay here anymore, thought the kunoichi in panic. Naruto wondered why the girl stopped her assault, so he too glanced up, and joined his captor in her shock as the army of small red eyes of the spiders made their stomachs turn. After staying still for a moment, the spiders leaped from the trees and started to descend fast towards them. The aggression of the arachnids made Kuratsuchi prepare her weapons to fend the creatures off, and Naruto started his squirming once more. Kuratsuchi rapidly started throwing kunai and shuriken at the foul creatures, making them fall dead before they could even reach their targets. As for the ones that did manage to reach her, she slew them with her sword in fluid motions, hacking and slashing left and right. Naruto for his part was desperately trying once again to free himself, as he wasn't particularly fond of being defenseless as an army of deadly animals were trying to kill him. His blood froze when he felt one of the spiders start crawling over him until he was face to face with the damn thing. He attempted to scream when the creature bared its fangs, ready to inject its venom into his body, when a kunai planted itself in the arachnid's head, courtesy of the crazy kunoichi, and the animal fell lifeless to the side. Relief washed over the blonde at the demise of his predator. But he soon perked up when he noticed that the kunai that killed the spider was still embedded in its body and was within his reach, and started crawling towards the corpse of the animal. Once Naruto closed the distance, he turned his body and used his hands to search the corpse over, and ignoring his goosebumps at touching such a repulsive creature, he continued touching the body until he grasped the handle of the kunai. After a moment of pulling the weapon, he finally felt the kunai detach itself from the dead body, and without wasting another second he started cutting the ropes in his hands. Luckily his captor was too busy fending off the rest of the spiders to notice his actions. Meanwhile, Kuratsuchi was still slashing relentlessly the swarm of arachnids. It was difficult to keep both the idiot and herself out of harm's way that she didn't get a single moment to catch her breath. After a few minutes of non-stop cutting, she finally finished off the remainder of the spiders. She gave a sigh of relief, glad to be done dealing with such disgusting things. Some of them touched me. I hate spiders, the thought made her queasy, but at least it was over. Suddenly, she heard the distinctive sound of metal cutting through the air. She got a cut on her cheek as she barely managed to dodge a kunai aimed for her head. She turned around and saw that the Konoha moron had somehow freed himself, and he looked pissed. She narrowed her eyes at the new threat and unsheathed her sword once more. So, you used the distraction that the spiders provided to your advantage, clever. But I'm done being nice. Next time I'm gonna cut off your limbs and cauterize the wounds, maybe that will keep you still. Naruto's face showed nothing but ire for the kunoichi. He knew he wasn't in the best state to be fighting. He hadn't eaten in 2 days, neither did he have anything to drink, and on top of that he didn't even get any sleep the last night. All thanks to the IWA bitch. But right now he didn't care about that, he was resolute to get her back for all that she put him through, tenfold. He joined his hands and made a hand seal. Kagebunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Technique. 10 copies of the blonde appeared around Kuratsuchi. She clicked her tongue in annoyance at seeing the technique once more. Is that jutsu the only thing you can do? You really are a one-trick pony, aren't you? She readied herself as the shadow clones rushed at her with an enraged yell. Her dexterity allowed her to evade the attacks and countered with slashes of her sword, dispelling them one by one. The young Jinchuriki responded by making double the previous amount of clones, and once again the small army of clones rushed at the kunoichi, ready to beat her to a pulp. Give me a break, I hate that jutsu, thought Kuratsuchi with exasperation at the repeated use of the annoying technique. She quickly made some hand seals of her own and put her palms on the ground. Doton, Doryusu. Earth release, earth flow spears. In an instant, countless spikes made of stone starting extending from the ground, impaling and dispelling the rampaging clones. However, she noted that all the blondes had disappeared, which meant that the original wasn't among them. Where did that idiot go? She thought while looking around attentively for any kind of sign that gave the boy's location away. Rasengan. Spiraling sphere. She looked up in surprise and saw the Konoha shinobi with a ball of blue chakra in his hand coming directly at her. As the attack closed in, she barely managed to erect a small dome made of rock around her. But the earth structure couldn't stop the attack completely and she was sent sailing through it, but she righted herself and managed to land while standing. She had at least weakened the sphere of condensed chakra enough that it didn't hurt her too much. As soon as Naruto saw the kunoichi smash through the stone shelter, he quickly grabbed one of the kunai still laying around and rushed at the pink-eyed girl. Said girl saw him coming and pulled out her sword to parry the kunai stabs. The sound of steel meeting steel resonated in the clearing as both fighters attempted to get the upper hand. Finally, their weapons stopped as they clashed against each other and both users glared daggers at the other. While both shinobi pushed trying to overpower their enemy, Naruto remembered the bandages in the girl's torso. So he took his chance and kicked in place to the kunoichi's midriff. Kuratsuchi gave a loud cry as the kick connected with her stomach and momentarily stumbled at the sharp pain from her still healing injury. Naruto rushed to continue pressing the attack, but she once again parried the kunai and used her other hand to deliver a solid punch to his face. The force of the blow was reinforced by her newly reignited anger and sent him a few meters away from the girl. The irate kunoichi took the moment of respite to examine her wound with her hand, and her rage increased at seeing her blood-stained palm. Her wound had reopened. To hell with the mission, I'm gonna fucking kill him. She glanced at the blonde that had started to stand again and yelled at the top of her lungs. I'm gonna kill you, moron. You hear me? You are fucking dead. She gripped her sword tightly and charged at Naruto before he could fully pick himself up, and poised her sword to pierce his heart. But before she could close the distance, a bolt of lightning struck the earth between her and the blonde and stopped her dead in her tracks. Both of you, drop your weapons and stand down. Both Naruto and Kuratsuchi looked around them to find at least a couple dozen of Kumo shinobi surrounding them. You could tell they were from Kumo by their dark gray uniforms with white flak jacket and forehead protectors. One of the Kumo ninjas took a step forward. He had spiky brown hair and had a green line on the length of his nose. Aside from the standard Kumo uniform, he also wore a gray scarf. Drop your weapons and stand down, I won't repeat myself again. As he said that, the rest of the Kumo ninja drew their weapons, ready to put them down if they made a move to attack. Naruto was still surprised by the turn of events but complied nonetheless. He dropped the kunai before standing up completely. Kuratsuchi was still furious and sore, so she hesitated for a moment. but after thinking it over she finally gave a resigned huff and threw her sword and took off her weapon pouch, letting it fall off to the floor too. When the Kumo shinobi saw their cooperation, they relaxed a bit, but they were still on guard. What is the meaning of this? Why are a Konoha and IWA shinobi trespassing in Kumo's territory? You better answer truthfully if you know what's good for you, continued to ask the same shinobi with the green stripe on his nose. Naruto was the first to speak. This crazy bitch is trying to kill me, that's what happens. She and her IWA friends attacked me and my sensei. And somehow I ended up here after that, he said pointing at the girl accusingly. Shut up, Konoha scum, said Kuratsuchi snarling at Naruto with hatred, before addressing the Kumo shinobi. This guy is a target of my village. Kumo and IWA are on good terms, aren't we? Well, you would be doing IWA a great service if you help me apprehend this son of a bitch. Wait a minute. Konoha and Kumo are neutral too. You can't just let this hag do as she wishes, said a nervous Naruto, worried at the possibility that they would listen to her. No one wants your opinion, trash. And what do you mean, hag? You don't look that much younger than me, replied the pink-eyed girl with indignation. Well, you could have fooled me. You are so ugly you don't even look like a girl, retaliated Naruto, with as much venom in his voice as the girl. Kuratsuchi narrowed her eyes in contempt at the blonde. Keep digging your grave deeper, you piece of shit. Just wait until I get my hands on you dash. Silence, the thundering yell of the brown-haired man made Naruto and Kuratsuchi halt their argument and return their startled looks to him. I won't tolerate you fighting within our borders. And despite what you say, there is no evidence to say that you are not spies. People aren't supposed to be able to find this place easily after all. This caused both teenagers to get equal looks of disbelief. Spies? I would rather die than work alongside this asshole. No way we would be spying together, said Kuratsuchi, trying rid herself of any suspicion. That's right, you got it all wrong. There is no way I would work with this crazy bitch, agreed Naruto with the girl. However, the Kumo ninja remained firm in his conviction. It's true that it would be extremely unlikely for IWA and Konoha to work together. But be as it may, we can't just trust your word. So I'm afraid that we will have to put you both into custody until we think what to do with you. If you resist we will use lethal force, he signaled the rest of his shinobi to arrest both Naruto and Kuratsuchi. Both the blonde and the girl didn't put any resistance. As things were right now, they were in no position to be fighting a squad of shinobi, not with their injuries, and starvation in Naruto's case. So they begrudgingly refrained themselves from starting a fight as the Kumo shinobi started tying them up. Turtle Island prison cells. Naruto and Kuratsuchi were kept in separate but adjacent cells, just in front of each other on opposite sides, and they both could see each other through the metal bars. The room and cells were small, so it was obvious that the island wasn't meant to hold prisoners and the cells were just temporary solutions should the need arise. The ropes binding them had their legs completely wrapped and they couldn't move their hands at all, with another set of ropes tightly adjusted to keep their wrists behind their backs. And even if they somehow could find a way to set themselves free, a couple of Kumo ninja were guarding the only exit outside. Naruto was especially miffed. He had just managed to free himself from the IWA Banshee just to end up as someone else's prisoner. And they still didn't even let him eat anything. Konoha scum, this is all your fault. The Jinchuriki turned to glare at his cell companion, but the girl continued her rant anyway. If you had just obeyed when I told you to, we could have avoided the spiders and we wouldn't be here right now. The boy got angry in indignation at the girl's accusations. Oh, so now is my fault? If you and the rest of the IWA bastards hadn't bothered me, we wouldn't be in this mess in the first place. So I think it's pretty obvious who are the biggest assholes here. And stop calling me that, I have a name, it's Naruto. I don't give a rat's ass what you are called. She yelled at the boy, not caring at all for what he had to say. And they even took away the sword my mother gave me. If I don't get it back I will make you pay for that with your head. Naruto was dumbfounded that she would care about such a thing at the moment. Who cares about a stupid sword? We have bigger problems than a lost weapon. Have your mom give you another one or something for fuck's sake? Naruto didn't think it was possible for the girl's gaze to become any colder, but somehow it did. She stopped her outburst and looked at him darkly. My mother is dead. She was killed by Konoha trash like you. The malice in her voice could have frozen anyone's blood. That made Naruto's eyes widen. He remembered what Jeriah had said about the bitterness that the war left between IWA and Konoha, but the girl was young, so he hadn't expected her to have lost someone too. Even with recent events, he couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for the brash kunoichi. As someone who grew without a family, he could sympathize. The empty feeling of longing for the love of a parent was something that Naruto knew all too well. She noticed the blonde's surprised face, so she continued her tirade. Such a shame that we weren't allowed to kill you. It goes against my principles to spare any of you, murderers. If it was up to me, I would see you and your kind dead at my feet. Naruto's pity vanished as fast as it had come. He couldn't tolerate his home and comrades being labeled murderers by the ignorant girl. Not all of us are like that. You don't even know me or my friends. Tell that to the families of all the people that Konoha assholes like you have killed. Threw the kunoichi back at him. That was a long time ago. It's precisely because you idiots can't pull your heads out of your ass to live in the present instead of the past, that this enmity still exists. If you guys were reasonable we could have peace, said Naruto, grinding his teeth in frustration. She gave a laugh filled with ridicule. Ha, you really are a moron if you think such a thing is possible. You can't know that. In fact, when I become Hokage I will try to fix the relations between our villages. Living with bitterness is not the answer, said Naruto with determination. Kuratsuchi looked baffled at the Jinchuriki. Wow, your stupidity never ceases to amaze me. You Hokage? Peace? You are just a brat living in your own little pink-colored world filled with unicorns and rainbows. Wake up, this the real world. If anyone is gonna become a Kage is me. And let me tell you, once I become Tsuchikage the first thing I'll do is crush your pathetic village. Naruto had already lost all his patience at her close-mindedness. You are such a detestable girl, you know that? Your sight is so clouded with hatred that you can't see anything else. And you are a delusional moron that thinks he can change the world if he wishes hard enough. You are ridiculous, said the girl just as pissed off as her fellow prisoner. They stared hotly at each other, breathing heavily with anger, until they both gave a huff and turned their heads away, not bearing to look at the other right now. They stayed silent after that. Having spent all their remaining energy yelling at each other left them a bit more mellow. After a considerable amount of time had passed, Naruto realized something concerning his cell partner. Hey, he called to the girl on the other side of the room. She was resting her head against the wall. When she heard the idiot talk she turned her pink eyes to him, not bothering to move her head. What do you want, dipshit? I didn't catch your name, asked Naruto with a serious face. She gave him a look of utter disbelief. Is this guy for real? They had tried to kill each other just a couple hours ago, and now he wanted to make small talk? My name is not your business. And why the fuck do you care anyway? Naruto gave a shrug and squinted his eyes. Well, we don't know how long we will be here having to put up with each other, and calling you by your name seems a better option than IWA bitch. Besides, I already told you mine. She just continued to stare at him with incredulity. Don't call me anything. Don't even talk to me at all. Period. She then proceeded to continue staring at the wall, ignoring the look of annoyance of the blonde at her dismissal. After a moment, she closed her eyes and sighed. If she had to tolerate the moron for who knew how long, she supposed that it was preferable to have him call her by her name than with undesirable nicknames. And he didn't seem like the type to keep quiet, so she might as well make the best of the situation, as hard as it may be. Kuratsuchi. Naruto looked at her, puzzled. He hadn't expected her to say anything anymore. Huh? My name is Kuratsuchi. There, you happy? Now stop bothering me, said the young prodigy in exasperation at the boy's lack of attentiveness. She then turned her head to the side to avoid looking at the idiot anymore. Naruto was starting to get peeved again at her insufferable attitude. Fine. It's not like talking to you is enjoyable anyway. He finally decided to stop concerning himself with the troublesome girl. She was acting so obnoxious that it wasn't even worth it to try to have a civilized conversation. And he had bigger things to worry about anyway. For instance, he didn't know what happened to the Arrow Sennin, but he had faith that the old pervert was all right. He knew the sage was strong, even if his quirks didn't reflect that. He guessed that Jeriah had to be looking for him at the moment. He could only hope that he managed to find him soon. Kuratsuchi's anger had mostly died down by now and was replaced instead with fear. She worried about what would happen to her. She didn't want to die so far away from home, and it wouldn't even be a glorious death on top of it. She didn't even care for her mission right now, she just wanted to return home with her friends and family. And so both teenagers found themselves lost in their thoughts. Knowing that the only thing they could do now was to wait for the Kumo ninja to decide their fate. They just hoped that they could get out in one piece. Chapter 6, The Verdict. Konohagakure no Sato. Konohagakure was one of the great 5 shinobi villages, and its size and population sure showed it. The village was huge and was surrounded by a thick green forest that gave the place an air of calmness. The village was at the base of a mountain that had the faces of all the previous Hokage sculpted to honor the beloved leaders. The buildings ranged from small to big, but by far the tallest was the Hokage Tower. Right now Tsunade, the Godame Hokage, was going through several stacks of paperwork and was none too happy about it. She was a blonde woman with long straight hair that framed her face that she kept in 2 loose ponytails. She was light-skinned with brown eyes and had a small violet mark in a diamond-like shape on her forehead. Her attire consisted of a gray kimono that showed her rather generous cleavage, dark blue pants and a green haori with the kanji for gamble in the back. Does this ever end? I have been doing this all day and I swear that the stacks aren't getting any smaller, complained the blonde-haired beauty and gave a frustrated sigh. At that moment, her apprentice, Shizune, entered the office carrying an extra stack of papers, which made Tsunade drop her head against the desk in frustration at having yet even more work. Come on Tsunade-sama, it's not so bad. Only a few hours left and you are done for the day, said Shizune. The Hokage's apprentice was a young woman with straight shoulder-length black hair and dark eyes. She was wearing a black kimono and like her master, she used high-heeled sandals. If it's no big deal why don't you do the paperwork, Shizune? Said the busty blonde, still face down on the desk. Well, you see, I'm more useful tending to other tasks around here. I have my fair share of work too, you know. Yes, that's it, responded the raven-haired girl with a nervous grin and a hand behind her head, which gave away her excuse. That's what I thought, said Tsunade, eyeing the young girl with a deadpan look. Tsunade, both women gave a jump of surprise at the noise, and not a moment later Jeriah appeared in the office, entering through the window. The sage was almost out of breath, his clothes were ragged and one could see spots of blood here and there. His unusual appearance put the women on edge. Jeriah? God, what happened to you? And where is Naruto? You guys were supposed to arrive a month from now, asked a worried Tsunade. Something bad had to have happened to the pervert and Naruto for Jeriah to be in this state. There is no time to lose, Haim. We were attacked by a squad from IWA and members of Akatsuki. I lost Naruto in the chaos and I haven't managed to find him. I need a tracker team to help find him and I need it now, said Jeriah with urgency. He was in such a hurry that he didn't even have the time to catch up with his old teammate. After hearing that her surrogate godson was in trouble, Tsunade didn't waste another second and turned to her apprentice. Shizune. Fetch me teammate at once, along with Kakashi and Sakura. Move it, shouted the healer with authority to the raven-haired woman. Yes, Tsunade-sama, responded Shizune, sprinting for the exit. She was just as worried as her master and Jeriah, as Naruto was like a little brother to her. As soon as Shizune left, Tsunade looked once more to her former teammate with a stern face, showing she was serious now. Jeriah, while we wait for them to get here, you are gonna tell me exactly what happened and you better not leave any details out. Jeriah gulped. He knew that whenever Tsunade got like this it usually meant extreme bodily harm for him, but he started detailing everything to the full extent anyway, knowing that whatever punishment the Hokage gave him would be worth taking if it meant saving Naruto. Unknown location. Itachi and Kisame were in a cave, standing in a circle along with 7 other figures that seemed to be some type of holograms. Well done. Our efforts in capturing the Yonbi and Gobi have been successful. We will soon begin the transfer to the Ghetto Mazo, said the silhouette of a tall man with spiky hair, but his eyes were the feature that really stood out, as they were completely purple with a circular ripple-like pattern. I hope I was worth it, Pain-sama. I lost my arm for that, said another figure with the voice of Deidara. Good thing we didn't lose anything important then, replied another of the shadowy silhouettes, laughing at his own joke. Shut up, Haiden. I'll make you regret being immortal when I blow you up in a million pieces with my art, yelled Deidara, enraged at his comrade. I'd like to see you try with only one arm, mocked the figure now known as Haiden. Enough, both of you, said the purple-eyed man, and as soon as he reprimanded them they both stopped their dispute. When everything went silent again, the man resumed speaking. Speaking of which, we need to do something about that missing arm. We are going to go after the Ichibi soon. Suna's desert is vast. When we capture the Ichibi there will be no place to hide from Suna's reinforcements. Deidara can grab the Jinchuriki and get him out fast, so we will need him in top form. That's why I need Kakuzu to find a suitable body and attach its arm to Deidara, said Pain to another figure with pupilless green eyes and red scara. Fine. But I'll charge him for that, said the figure now identified as Kakuzu. Hey, what happened to being a good comrade, huh? Complained Deidara in indignation to the greedy man. All that matters in this world is money. Camaraderie has no place in business, said Kakuzu sternly. You bastard, said the bomber shaking a fist at the man. Be grateful that you are getting it back at all. You shouldn't have been so careless to lose it in the first place, idiot, spoke a hunched figure that couldn't have been anyone else but Sasori. Not you too, Sasori no Dana. That's enough of that. Just see to it that it gets done, said Pain, putting an end to the topic. He instead turned to Itachi and Kisame and looked at them with emotionless purple eyes. And what about the QB? This time, it was Itachi who replied. We are sorry to inform that the Jinchuriki was lost in the commotion of the battle. A lone kunoichi managed to snatch the kyubi and ran off with our target. Their current whereabouts are unknown. But the good news is that not even their allies seem to know where they are, which means that he is still out there and even more vulnerable than before, said Kisame, trying to put a positive spin on their failure. He wasn't proud to be the one who lost the boy, especially when he had him in his hands. We made sure of it. We returned to look for the kyubi once again. And after hunting down the measly search party that IWA left behind, I was able to torture out of them all they knew about it. Before I killed them, that is, finished the man with a wicked grin. Then we should be on the lookout should the Jinchuriki reappear. Even if the kyubi must be the last biju to be sealed into the ghetto mazo, we can always confine him until we are ready for the extraction. Right now he is an easy catch, and we should not let the opportunity go to waste, said Pain before turning to the rest of the members once more. Just one more thing. As soon as we find the kyubi, I shall send whichever team is the closest to him. So I need you all to be ready at a moment's notice. That will be all for now. This meeting is dismissed, said Pain with finality. After the leader put an end to the gathering, all the holograms vanished, leaving Itachi and Kisame alone in the cave. Well, there is that. I was so sure Leader Sama was gonna get mad at us for letting the kyubi get away. I guess we are pretty lucky, Itachi-san, said the swordsman to his partner with a cocky grin. Indeed. Come, Kisame. We too have to continue our tasks, said Itachi impassively as he turned to leave. Right behind you, Itachi-san, replied the tall man before following after the Uchiha. And so, both members left the cave to continue their duties. Turtle Island. Darui stepped on the island and stretched his arms over his head, glad to finally reach his destination. He was tall, had dark skin and shaggy white hair that was just long enough to cover his left eye. He used the standard clothes used by Kumo ninja, but his was missing the sleeves. On his right shoulder was tattooed the kanji for water, and on his left had the kanji for lightning. He also carried a cleaver-like sword strapped to his back. He had been on a mission close to the coast when he got a message from the Reikage telling him that they had a situation in the Genbu, Turtle Island. Apparently, a couple of foreign shinobi had somehow found the elusive island. That would usually mean that they were spies, but the fact that the two were from nations that hated each other made for a weird situation. So as the right hand of the Reikage, it was only appropriate for him to deal with the issue personally. But Darui guessed that the real reason was that he was simply closer to the island and it was easier and more effective to send him to evaluate the situation himself. He didn't wait long until the same Chunin with the green stripe on his nose showed himself to the dark-skinned man. Glad that you could come, Darui-san. How was your trip? Asked the man in greeting to the respected shinobi. You know how it is, Motoi-san. This place is always a pain to find, even with our intel on its predicted path. But other than that, the trip was uneventful, responded Darui in the calm and aloof manner that he usually displayed. Good to hear. Wish we could say the same, though. None of us has ever dealt with this situation, said Motoi with a sigh and putting his hands on his waist. It's been such a long time since anyone besides our own men managed to reach this place. Have they given you any trouble? Inquired Darui. He needed to know of anything suspicious they might have tried if he was to make a decision on what to do with them. Aside from when they were trying to tear each other apart when we first found them, no. They usually remain calm and silent in their cells, but once in a while, they start arguing among themselves. They are pretty loud when that happens, it drives the guards insane, informed the lower-ranked ninja to his superior. Darui nodded in understanding. He didn't expect anything different. Having a Konoha and IWA shinobi together was like having cats and dogs together, so having them yell at each other was a given. I see. So you don't think they were spying together, then? Motoi paused for a moment, thinking over the behavior he had witnessed from the two until now. To be frank, no, I don't think they are working together. Not only are they from enemy villages, but they really seem to not stand the other. But still, we can never be too careful. Can you take me to them? I want to make my own opinion on the prisoners before I decide what to do with them, said Darui a little more serious now. Motoi nodded and signaled Darui to follow him as he led the way. Turtle Island cells. The growls from Naruto's stomach resonated in the cell room. He and Kuratsuchi had been there for a day and a half. The Kumo ninjas had yet to talk to them to let them know their verdict. They only came from time to check on them and make sure everything was in order. And on top of that, Naruto still had yet to eat. The orange-clad genin was sitting in his cell complaining due to his hunger. And the pink-eyed girl was leaning against the stone wall with her eyes closed, trying to ignore the loud Konoha shinobi. What I wouldn't give for a bowl of ramen right now. I'm starving, lamented the Jinchuriki while daydreaming with the marvelous food of Ichiraku ramen. How he missed his home. The longing of his favorite restaurant made his mouth water, much to the disdain of the IWA kunoichi. The sight of his drooling mouth made his cell partner grimace. I heard you the first 20 times, shut up already, berated Kuratsuchi. Her patience was running thin. She had been tolerating the boy's noise, from both the blonde himself and his stomach, 4 hours now, and she was sick of it. I'm hungry too, and you don't see me bitching about it nonstop. And wipe your drool off, you are so disgusting. You have no right to be telling me that. You are the reason I have been going for so long without food, said Naruto, turning to look at the girl with an accusatory look. The IWA prodigy rolled her eyes uncaringly. At least they gave us water a couple hours back. That's more than you deserve. Also, I think I'm gonna start smashing my head against the wall if I hear you talk about ramen one more time. And what's wrong with ramen? After all, nothing beats ramen when it comes to taste, Databeo, said Naruto with assurance. Ramen is decent I suppose, but is not that great, not nearly as much as you praise it anyway. Besides, it's unhealthy. I much rather have barbecue any day over ramen, said Kuratsuchi as if she were explaining it to a child. Naruto was in shock. For him, that affirmation was practically blasphemy. There is no way barbecue is better than ramen. Barbecue is only meat. Ramen can have meat too, but it can also have a lot of other stuff in it. There is simply no comparison. The kunoichi was getting upset again. The obsession of the blonde for his precious ramen was ridiculous. You Konoha idiots must not know how to cook meat then, because in IWA we at least. Wait, why are we even talking about this? We are imprisoned, for fuck's sake. You are the one who complained about me worrying about my sword, and here you are daydreaming about junk food. At least I'm trying to think about something else. We can't do much more than wait anyway, replied Naruto, attempting to calm the hysteric girl. We were trespassing, we could die for that, you moron. At least show some concern for your sorry ass, reminded him the short-haired prodigy. I know that, but... Whatever the boy wanted to say was interrupted when they both heard the door of the room open. They saw the guy with the green line enter the building, closely followed by a white-haired man that they had never seen before and the 2 guards that usually guarded their small prison. They eyed the newcomer as he made his way to them. He calmly walked across the room and stopped in front of them, just between their cells. Darui just stood there, looking back and forth between the 2 prisoners, evaluating them. Finally, after a moment of awkwardly staring at each other, the Kumo Jounin spoke. So, you are the troublemakers. I'm surprised. I was expecting seasoned ninja, but you are just kids. How dull. They both seemed to take offense and frowned at Darui's comment on their age, thinking that it was a jab to their skills. Said man noticed the looks they were giving him. Regardless, he continued talking. Sorry. I meant no disrespect. When I heard about this commotion I didn't expect the ones responsible to be so young. But anyway, that's not important right now. What is important, however, is that you both tell me what are you doing here. And don't even think about lying to me. I consider myself a good judge of character and I'm pretty good at reading people. Even with his laid-back tone, the way he said it made Naruto and Kuratsuchi think that it wasn't a good idea to piss him off, not with their necks on the chopping block. However, before any of them could start talking, Darui widened his eyes when he took a good look to their female prisoner. Wait a minute. I recognize you. You are the Tsuchikige's granddaughter, are you not? Asked the Jounin in surprise. Motoi and the 2 guards gasped at hearing her identity and started whispering among them. No one of them expected to have in custody someone so important. A direct relative of a Kage is almost considered royalty in their respective villages. Kuratsuchi mirrored Darui's expression of shock. She didn't think she would be identified so easily by the man. How do you know who I am? Asked the girl, warily. Darui's surprise didn't last long, and he soon returned to his relaxed demeanor. You have been a recent entry on the bingo books. If I recall correctly, you were added because of your exceptional talent despite being so young. There have even been some rumors about you being a possible candidate for Tsuchikage in the future. As the boss's assistant, I always try to memorize individuals that stand out. Like you, explained the man in an apparent calm, but knew that this made the situation even more problematic. If they were to kill the girl, it could cause an international incident. In fact, open war was a very real possibility, so he had to handle this carefully. Naruto meanwhile, stared at the tomboy with something akin to awe. He hadn't really believed her when she said she would become Tsuchikage. He thought that she was simply making fun of his own dream of becoming Hokage. He couldn't help but feel a bit envious and competitive. He couldn't accept that such an unpleasant girl could be beating him in his goal, even to the point of being recognized in foreign nations. He turned away from Kuratsuchi and instead got Darui's attention. Hey, excuse me, mister. Said man turned to Naruto and blinked slowly in curiosity at the unexpected interruption. What is it? Do you by any chance know about me? Asked Naruto excitedly, curious to know if he was strong enough to be known in other villages. Jeriah tilted his head and stared impassively at the boy's face for a minute as Naruto waited expectantly. "I'm sorry. Your face doesn't ring any bells," said the white-haired man, putting a hand behind his head in an apologetic manner. Naruto dropped his head in disappointment as Akatsuki smirked triumphantly. "That's right. I forgot to introduce myself. Sorry about that. The name's Jeriah." "Nice to meet you, despite the circumstances," said the dark-skinned man jovially. The man's carefree behavior made Naruto feel more at ease. "Glad to meet you, Mr. Jeriah. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, future Hokage," proclaimed Naruto with a grin. Jeriah and the rest of the Kumo ninja had an unreadable expression and a sweat drop at the blonde's bold declaration, while Akatsuki stared at the boy with a deadpan look. She thought he had to be the biggest moron on the planet to be acting so cheerful in the face of their captors. Okay. Well, Mr. Future Hokage, can you tell me what were you both doing here in the Genbu? This Turtle Island is not something that can be found just like that. So is natural that you seem suspicious, asked Jeriah to the blonde, returning to the topic at hand. Naruto widened his eyes in realization. He didn't know that this whole time he had been on the island he and the Arrow Sennin had been looking for. But soon shook off his surprise when he realized that he still needed to explain himself. So he became serious once more and started retelling his story. "Oh right. You see, I was on a training trip with my pervert of a sensei. And when we were sailing the ocean looking for a place to train, this crazy chick and an army of IWA assholes attacked us. He conveniently left out that he and Jeriah were looking for the island." Naruto wasn't the sharpest shinobi there was, but he wasn't going to admit that he really intended to infiltrate the place. He was in enough trouble as it is. To his credit, he didn't know that the place was off limits, but he doubted that the Kumo ninja would care about his ignorance. So, anyway. After we were halfway through our battle with the bastards we got separated, but after we did, someone else appeared, a guy named Hoshigaki Kisame. Maybe you have heard of him. Once again, Jeriah was intrigued. Of course, he knew of Hoshigaki. He used to be the most powerful of the 7 swordsmen of Kiri, and now was known as one of the most dangerous missing nin there was. Hearing that they were attacked by such a guy made him wonder just how the heck did these kids survive. "Yes, I have heard of him." "Please go on," said the Jounin with a nod. "Well, there is not much after that. I fought him and he knocked me out. And when I woke up I was already in this place, restrained and gagged by her," said the boy as he looked at the kunoichi with a glare, which she replied to with one of her own and stuck out her tongue childishly. "Anyway, after we were attacked by a freaking swarm of spiders I managed to escape in the chaos. After that, we fought and that's when you guys found us," finished Naruto. Jeriah looked suspicious, and after hearing the boy's version of the story he turned to the girl. "Is what he said true? Anything else you wish to add?" asked the man. Akatsuki frowned. She found strange that suddenly the man had started getting suspicious. It was obvious that he was wary of something, but she couldn't think of what. "That's pretty much what happened. We basically just attacked him and Jeriah, then Hoshigaki shows up and dash." "Wait, did you say Jeriah? As in, Jeriah of the Sannin?" asked a shocked Jeriah. Motoi and the other Kumo shinobi were also startled. Akatsuki gave a nod to the white-haired man. "The same," confirmed the girl to the stunned men. Just when Jeriah swore that they couldn't give him any more surprises, he realized what it had to mean. "The apprentice of Jeriah?" thought the Jounin in astonishment when he remembered that the boy mentioned that he was traveling with his sensei. After that, he turned to Naruto once again. "Is it true? You are the student of Jeriah?" The Toad Sannin was one of the most respected and powerful shinobi of Konoha. Having his apprentice captive just made things more complicated. As if having the Tsuchikige's granddaughter hadn't been enough. The blonde put on a confused expression. He didn't know what the big deal was. The Sannin was strong, sure, but he was also a huge pervert that liked to peep on women at any given chance. And the old man was stingy as hell on top of that. With all the money he made from his dirty books he had to be loaded, and despite that he still liked to spend Naruto's money instead of his own. Yeah, that old pervert is my sensei? This is unbelievable, thought Jeriah in amazement while his companions started whispering once more. What was the chance that both of their prisoners were directly linked to such influential men? However, he still needed to focus on the task. He shouldn't let this revelation distract him. "Boy, you said you were attacked by an army, right? How many were the IWA shinobi that attacked?" Naruto squinted in thought, trying to recall the huge platoon of ninja. "I dunno. There were a lot of them, I think 100 or something like that." "Why do you ask?" questioned Naruto, not knowing why that was important. Akatsuki, on her part, was starting to pale with worry. She realized too late what Jeriah was getting at. Her suspicions were confirmed when Jeriah focused his whole attention on her once again. I find strange that you just happen to have such a big force when you engaged them, so that means that you came with the sole intention to assault them. But that raises another question, why did you need to attack them? Asked the white-haired man with a stern face. Kuratsuchi was sweating bullets. The last thing she wanted right now, besides being executed of course, was for Kumo to realize that the idiot was a Jinchuriki. If they took the biju for themselves, then all her struggles would have been in vain. Isn't it obvious? We wanted to destroy potential threats to IWA, and we knew that Jeriah wouldn't be easy to take out, and if we eliminated his student while at it, all the better. She knew that she was screwed. That excuse was weak and she knew it, but with her nerves, she couldn't come up with a better one on the spot. Both teenagers, and even Motoi and the guards, gave a small jerk in panic when Darui unsheathed his sword, and the sound of metal meeting stone echoed when the tip of the blade touched the floor as Darui wielded it. The Jounin glared coldly at the now bleached face of the girl. I warned you to not lie to me. If what you said truly was the case, then you wouldn't have bothered to keep the boy alive. I have been very lenient to both of you so far, but I can't take the risk of knowing that you may be hiding something dangerous to us. Such a kid's granddaughter or not, I'm not just gonna let you make a fool of us. Naruto had a concerned look as he watched the girl tremble in fear at Darui's threat. He knew that he probably should feel glad that the girl was getting tormented for once, considering that she tried to make his life miserable, but he just didn't enjoy watching another person in need, especially when they were helpless. That was just the kind of person he was. The startled Motoi tried to reason with the Jounin. Wait a moment, Darui-san. We should think this through first. Killing someone related to a Kage is not to be taken lightly. Darui ignored the protests of his fellow Kumo ninja, inserting his cleaver-like sword between the bars of the cell and lifted Kuratsuchi's head with the flat side of the blade to force her to look him in the eye. Now, tell me, what were your true reasons? By your reaction, I can guess it's something big, and I need to know every detail for you being here, especially if it's important. Last chance to tell me, or else. He left the threat hanging in the air to let it sink into the girl. Kuratsuchi had lost all her bravado by now. Her face was frozen in terror as she trembled in fear. She didn't want everything to end, not like this. She didn't want to dishonor her village, but she didn't want to lose her life over the mission either. She decided that it was best to lose her pride than her head. She started to open her mouth to give a reply but was interrupted before she could. I'm the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, said Naruto, intervening in their conversation. That confession made everyone go silent and turn to look at the boy in shock, unsure if they heard him right. Motoi and the guards were agape. Darui was staring wide-eyed at the blonde, and Kuratsuchi was surprised and confused that the idiot had revealed something so delicate to save her neck. That can't be, mumbled Motoi, still speechless. A Jinchuriki was the ultimate weapon of their respective villages. Having one of them captive was a serious matter. That fact alone was enough reason to cause an international incident. You can check if you want. The seal is in my belly, said Naruto with a serious face to the dumbfounded Kumo ninja. Darui withdrew his blade from Kuratsuchi, to which the girl gave a sigh of relief at having the focus diverted from her, and signaled the Chunin to inspect the boy's claims. Motoi and the two guards hastily entered Naruto's cell. The brown-haired Chunin knelt down to lift the boy's jacket, exposing his stomach. After Naruto channeled some chakra, a collective intake of breath was heard in the room as the spiral pattern of the 8-trigram seal manifested itself in the blonde's skin. It's true. He is a Jinchuriki. What do we do, Darui-san? Asked Motoi at a loss of what to do about this development. Darui had almost dropped his blade when he saw the seal, and he couldn't take away his eyes from the ink pattern. He had seen enough. Now he knew that the situation was a lot more complicated than he could have ever thought it would be when he was first called here. He was now just starting to understand the magnitude of the issue. IWA had sent an entire battalion, among them the Tsuchikide's granddaughter, to try to kill Jeriah of the Sannin and capture Konoha's Jinchuriki, which was the student of said Sannin on top of that. And now both nations probably thought that both the Jinchuriki and the girl were dead or captured by the enemy. This was the kind of stuff that could start wars, and Darui didn't want Kumo to be anywhere close if the shit hit the fan. Oh, he knew that the Raikage wouldn't concern himself with the possibility of pissing off the other nations. I wasn't a man that backed out from a fight, but he had sent Darui to handle the matter himself. And personally, the right hand of the Raikage didn't want to involve Kumo in the mess that was sure to come, not if he could help it. So there was only one thing to do: wash his nation's hands from all of this. Motoi and the two other Kumo shinobi were waiting impatiently for Darui's answer, while Naruto and Kuratsuchi looked at the man with sweat running down their faces in anticipation for whatever his decision might be. Finally, Darui spoke. Motoi-san, please gather some of our men from the island and make a team for me. I'm gonna escort these two to the border. The order surprised everyone, especially Naruto and Kuratsuchi. Wait a minute. Are you really gonna let us go just like that? Asked the girl, incredulously. Really? Heck, yeah. I knew you seemed like a nice guy, mister. Exclaimed the blonde in gratitude. Are you sure about this, Darui-san? They found the Genbu, after all, said Motoi, uncertain if this was the right idea. Everything points that they really found this place by mere chance. I don't think they could find this place again even if they tried. Right now I just don't want to involve ourselves with whatever problem IWA and Konoha have among them. So please Motoi-san, just find the team I asked for, said Darui with resolution. As you wish, Darui-san, finished Motoi with a salute and swiftly left to start his endeavor. As the Chunin left, Darui turned to the two guards. Please, let these two out of there, and release them from their bindings. I have faith that they will behave. Isn't that right? He said as he turned to give a look of warning to the two teenagers. Of course, responded Naruto and Kuratsuchi in unison. The dark-skinned man nodded in approval and the two men started opening the cells to free the captives. Good to hear. It would be dull to get into trouble with your nations if I ended up killing you, so don't force me to. I don't like to brag, but I'm not the boss's right hand for nothing. I can carry myself pretty well in a fight. Kuratsuchi rubbed her wrists as she stood up, glad to finally be able to move her limbs. She had been immobile for more than a day, so it was natural to feel sore. She couldn't wait to get out of there and stretch her legs. Hey, called Darui to the girl. The pink-eyed prodigy turned to look at the Jounin with wariness. She was still shaken up from before. The man gave her an apologetic look and put a hand on his neck. I'm sorry about before. I wasn't really gonna kill you. I just wanted to make you talk and thought that was the most effective way to do it. I hope you are not angry. Of course not. Why would I be angry? Said the kunoichi through clenched teeth and with a nervous tick. You put a blade to my neck, threatened me, and humiliated me. Of course I'm angry, thought the girl while trying to keep herself calm. Ah. Feels good to be able to move freely again. Said Naruto with a grin while stretching his arms over his head. Thanks a lot, Mr. Darui. When can we go? We will be on our way as soon as Motoi comes back. It shouldn't be long. But I must warn you, I don't want you fighting each other on the way. I don't care if you want to rip each other's guts, just don't do it while you are on the land of lightning, explained Darui calmly to the teenagers. Kuratsuchi looked at Naruto with disdain and narrowed her eyes. Fine by me. Just don't let him get close to me. I can't stand the idiot. Same here. Like I would want to be anywhere close to someone like you. Replied Naruto hotly. Darui was already dreading the trip. Not even seconds after telling them to behave they were throwing insults at each other. Mr. Darui. Called Naruto cheerfully to the man. What is it? Asked the Jounin, turning to look at the blonde. Can I make a request before we go? Begged the boy with his hands clapped together. Go ahead, replied Darui with curiosity. Can we eat something first? I'm starving. Said Naruto with a hand in his stomach for emphasis. Kuratsuchi groaned in exasperation at once again hearing the blonde complain about his hunger. Sure I guess, said the white-haired man, taken back by the blonde's carefree and cheerful disposition. All right, yelled Naruto and giving a jump in victory. Why can't you stay quiet for even a minute, dumbass? Reprimanded the kunoichi, ready to restart their argument. Darui gave a sigh at the turn of events. This isn't exactly how I expected my day to go. Chapter 7, Pressing Worries. Land of Lightning. Naruto, Darui, Kuratsuchi, and 5 Kumo Chunin had been traveling for a whole day to the border of the Land of Lightning and the Land of Frost. So far the journey had been uneventful, which Darui was grateful for, and with the current speed of their sprint, they shouldn't take longer than a few hours to reach their destination. Surprisingly, both the Konoha Jinchuriki and the Tsuchikige's granddaughter had kept their end of the deal and managed to keep things civilized, if only because they made a point to not even address each other at all. But the white-haired Jounin couldn't complain. As long as things were calm while they were in the Land of Lightning, he didn't care if they were waiting for the first chance to kill each other when they arrived at their destination. In fact, things had been rather tranquil. The girl had barely said a word since they left, and the Jinchuriki only spoke from time to time to ask questions and make small talk. It won't be long before we reach the Land of Frost. Once we get there, just get on your way to your respective nations, said Darui to his travel companions. Just so we are clear on this. We get there, you leave, and then the idiot and I stay there to our own devices? Asked the kunoichi, surprising Darui as she was breaking her silence for the first time since they started their travel. Yeah. That's about right, confirmed the dark-skinned man. Naruto frowned at that. He wasn't sure that he could trust Kuratsuchi to not try anything once their Kumo escort left them by themselves. He at least hoped that the girl had some sense of honor and remembered that he helped her back in the island by revealing his status as a Jinchuriki. It wasn't like he was afraid of fighting her or anything, but he much preferred not waste time in a pointless fight and reunite with his perverted sensei as soon as he had the chance. Kuratsuchi for her part was just itching to finally be rid of the Kumo shinobi to get the chance to tear the blonde idiot a new one. These complications aside, she was still on a mission and she intended to finish it. So she still had to subdue and capture the Jinchuriki once again. She smirked at the thought that she may be able to pull off an S-ranked mission without further help. It would certainly look good on her record. Darui glanced at the Konoha and IWA teenagers and based on their looks he could get a pretty good idea of what their concerns were. They didn't make an effort to mask it in the first place. He sighed in resignation at that, as he knew it wasn't his place to be mediating their issues. His task was to get them out of the land of lightning and that was it. It was a shame that they would most likely end up killing each other. He kinda liked the brash kids. And so, with different levels of anticipation, their travel continued like that for the next few hours. Iwagakure no Sato, Kitsuchi, Akatsuki, and the remaining IWA platoon stared in horror at the ruined gates of Iwagakure. They had returned as fast as they could as soon as they heard that Deidara, now a member of Akatsuki, had attacked their village and had done quite a number on it too, but they never expected the damage to be this extensive. As far as they could see, most of the buildings had suffered some form of damage. Some were about to crumble down, others barely had a dent, but it seemed that the vast majority had at least something. Kitsuchi made an effort to try and stay calm and collected even with his initial shock and proceeded to relay new orders to his men. I'll go looking for the Tsuchikage to give my report of our mission. Meanwhile, all of you, make yourself useful and see what can you do to help the village. Go! Kitsuchi's squad took a moment to snap themselves from their bewildered state but they still complied, and soon all of them scrambled to different parts of the village with the intent of following their commander's orders, and not just for professionalism, but also because they were genuinely worried about their people. On his way to meet his father, Kitsuchi couldn't help himself from glancing around with worry at the ruined buildings in addition to the injured people being treated by the medic Nin. It was a horrible sight. He could see some corpses laying around along with the rubble, a few dead pets here and there, paths that were inaccessible to the common person with the kind of damage sustained, and on top of that he had to see all of that while listening to the occasional cry of agony caused by injuries or by mourning loved ones. He truly hadn't seen a scene such as this since the last war. After wandering around for several minutes, the experienced Jounin finally found a small building that was being used as the temporary office for the Tsuchikage. He started to make his way through the crowded place to the small man's desk. With recent events, it was to be expected that their leader would be even more buried in work than usual. "Dad," called Kitsuchi to the old man as he pushed civilians and shinobi aside to open his path. "Is that you, Kitsuchi? All of you, move out the way." At their leader's command, the crowd made space for the Tsuchikage's son. Soon Kitsuchi was face to face with his father and he could see the bags under his eyes, evidently caused by lack of sleep. He guessed the old man hadn't had a moment to rest since the attack. "I didn't know you were back already," said the Tsuchikage to the Jounin with weariness. He hoped that at least his son had good news. After how terrible things had gone lately he really needed to hear something positive for a change. "I just got back. Dad, I need to speak with you." "In private," said Kitsuchi, emphasizing the last part with urgency. Anoki got serious and gave a nod. He then proceeded to signal the ANBU keeping guard on either side of him to take everyone out. The ANBU were quick to obey and hastily started getting the people out of there. Kitsuchi and Anoki stayed staring at each other as people started emptying the room despite their protests. Finally, after everyone and even the ANBU left the building, father and son were left alone. "So? Give me your report already," Kitsuchi said the Tsuchikage impatiently. "It was a complete disaster," replied the Jounin with a downed look on his features, to which the old man scowled. "Jeriah was much stronger than we predicted. Most of our unit was taken out by him and the Jinchuriki, and that was before the Akatsuki showed up." Anoki bared his teeth in rage when he heard that the Akatsuki were involved. "Those bastards. They must have planned this from the beginning. I swear this will not stand. As soon as I get the chance I will have their heads on a pike." He didn't think that the situation was going to get this bad when he decided to hunt down the Kyubi. And he dreaded to think what was coming next, because as horrible as things were going lately, they still had Konoha's retaliation to think about. With the way things were, they wouldn't be strong enough to fight a war right now. Not when they just lost both their Jinchuriki and a great amount of their ninja had been injured or killed. But he still had another concern. And what happened to the Yellow Flash's son? Did the Akatsuki get him? Asked the short man, sternly. Kitsuchi lowered his head and had a sad look in his eyes. He gave a sigh before retelling the events of their failed task. Kuratsuchi managed to snag the Jinchuriki in the chaos. But we lost her along with the boy. We don't know where she is. I left a search party looking for her and the Jinchuriki before returning as fast as I could, but there is no word on them yet, finished the man, solemnly. Anoki widened his eyes in worry at hearing about the fate of his granddaughter. No way, we lost Kuratsuchi. Things just kept getting worse by the minute. Despite the fact that he and the girl clashed constantly, she was still his family and he cared about her. And she was their best kunoichi currently. Even if he would never admit it out loud, he knew that she did have a decent shot at becoming a candidate for Tsuchikage. If they were to lose her, it would be a low blow not only for them but for the village as well. I told you this was a bad idea from the start, but you didn't listen. Kitsuchi was starting to lose his cool. He had managed to somewhat keep calm until now, but bringing up his daughter, and along with the state the IWA was in, was finally starting to wear him down. And all of that in just a few days. Just for trying to kill a single boy we lost our Jinchuriki, the village is in ruins, our people are wounded, a lot of my comrades were taken out, and Kuratsuchi is out there alone, probably dead too, said Kitsuchi while progressively raising his tone until he was almost shouting. Don't test me right now, Kitsuchi. I'm not in the mood to be tolerating your disrespect to your Tsuchikage, said Anoki in warning and narrowing his eyes. Besides, we don't know where Kuratsuchi is right now. We can't say for sure she is dead. Let's not kid ourselves here. You know very well that shinobi missing in action rarely come back alive, shouted Kitsuchi at his father in anger. Your obsession with getting revenge on Konoha might take us to war with them when we can least afford it. And it also may have cost your granddaughter her life. My daughter's life. That's enough, yelled Anoki as he smashed his hands on his desk to stand up and glare at his son. You forget that I'm still your leader, so show some restraint. If you can't do that, then I suggest you get out of here. Go and help in the village or something. Kitsuchi was about to give a rebuttal, but he managed to keep himself from escalating the argument, so he settled for just turning and started to walk towards the door. Fine. I can't bear to be close to you right now, answered the man before opening the door and smashing it as he left. Anoki sat down again on his chair and started massaging his temple, still fuming. He knew that Kitsuchi was right, he had screwed up. But what was done and there was nothing that he could do to undo the damage. So all that was left to do was to try to damage control the situation as much as he could. But still, his worries had just been made even bigger. They had failed to get the boy, so all this mess had been for nothing, and it had come with a great price for them. Now he had to worry about what Konoha would do once they got word of the attempt on their Jinchuriki. But the thing that ate at his conscience the most was the well-being of Kuratsuchi. If something were to happen to her, he knew that Kitsuchi would never forgive him, heck, even Anoki wouldn't forgive himself. And what made all of this worse was that he could do nothing for the girl right now. He could just cling to the small hope that she was all right and manage to find her way home. Somewhere in the land of fire. Jeriah, along with Sakura, Kakashi, and Team 8 rapidly traveled jumping from tree to tree, with their destination being the land of lightning in hopes of finding Naruto. Team 8 was a team specialized in tracking, and considering that they were Naruto's friends it was the logical conclusion to send them for the blonde. Sakura and Kakashi had come too, as they were the Jinchuriki's teammates and deserved to participate in the search, not to mention that they were pretty skilled in their own right and could definitely make a difference, especially Kakashi. As if Naruto being lost wasn't bad enough, before leaving Konoha Jeriah got a message from Kosuke informing him that he found the IWA search party dead, most likely the handiwork of the Akatsuki, which had to mean that they were still lurking around those parts looking for Naruto. So now both Teams 7 and 8 were in a hurry to get to Naruto before the organization of S-rank criminals got to him first. Sakura was a girl with shoulder-length bright pink hair, large green eyes, and a broad forehead. She was wearing a sleeveless red top, pink elbow protectors, black gloves, matching black calf-high boots and black shorts underneath a pink apron skirt. She used her red-clothed forehead protector in a tiara-like style. I hope Naruto is okay. How long until we get to the land of lightning, Jiraiya-sama? Asked the pinkette to the Sannin with worry in her green eyes, stressing over the safety of her loudmouthed teammate. A few more, gasp, hours until, gasp, we reach the border, said the white-haired man with ragged breath. He was completely exhausted and then some. He had fought an entire IWA battalion, along with 2 members of Akatsuki, went back to Konoha in haste, then headed back to searching, all with little to no rest. It was truly a testament to Jiraiya's strength how he even managed to keep going. And even then we still have to go to the sea in the same location that Jiraiya-sama and Naruto were at, said Kakashi. He was a tall man with spiky silver hair, he had a lone visible dark eye as his other eye was covered by his forehead protector. He was wearing the standard Konoha shinobi uniform, which consisted of a green flak jacket over a dark blue shirt with long sleeves, fingerless gloves, and dark blue pants. And he used a face mask that covered the lower half of his face, starting at the nose. Despite the situation, he managed to keep himself collected, even if he truly was worried over Naruto, but precisely because he was worried is why he needed to keep himself focused. He couldn't afford to make mistakes when his student's life was at risk. Even more of a reason to hurry. The longer we take, the most his scent will dissipate. If we take too long, even me and Akamaru won't be able to track him down. The fact that we have to track him on water is even worse, said Kiba, to which Akamaru replied with a bark of confirmation. Kiba was a member of Team 8, and being a member of the Inuzuka clan he had a wild appearance. He had messy brown hair, black eyes with slitted pupils, and elongated canines. He also had the distinctive red fang markings on his cheek that was customary of the Inuzuka. He wore a black leather jacket and black pants, and the cloth of his forehead protector was also black. Akamaru was Kiba's dog partner, and was big for a dog, so much that one could ride on him. He had squinted eyes and his fur was almost completely white, save for his ears which were a brown color. Luckily my insects can cover a wide area, even in water. But I do agree that we should hurry, replied Shino. He was also a member of Team 8 and was from the Aburame clan. And as it was common of the Aburame, he was a mysterious individual. He had a black high-collared shirt that covered the lower half of his face, and over the shirt, he wore a green jacket with a hood that covered his head, which only left his eyes as the only visible part of his body, and even then his eyes were also covered with round dark glasses. And he also had a satchel strapped to his back. We can't get discouraged. We absolutely have to help Naruto-kun, said Hinata with resolution, which was uncommon for the normally shy and meek girl, but when it came to Naruto she always gave it her all. She was the last member of Team 8. She was a girl with dark blue hair, pale skin, and white pupilless eyes that gave her away as a member of the Hyuga clan. She wore a cream and violet-colored jacket, blue pants, and used her forehead protector around her neck. She had been waiting anxiously to see Naruto again after these few years without him, so when she heard that her crush was in trouble she promised to herself that she wouldn't fail the boy that had inspired her so much. I promise I won't let you down, Naruto-kun, thought the girl with determination. Everyone save for Jeriah stared at the Hyuga heiress in curiosity. She had refrained from speaking for most of the trip, even less than Shino, which was a feat in itself, and to see the timid blue-haired girl be so resolute was an anomaly. But they guessed it was to be expected, this involved Naruto after all. Hinata's affections for Naruto was probably the worst-kept secret in Konoha, out of all their acquaintances the only one oblivious enough to not notice it was the blonde knucklehead himself. Anyway, Hinata is right. We have to give it our all. If Naruto was in our place he would do the same, said Kakashi to the young ninjas. Of course, you don't have to tell me twice, Roger, responded Sakura, Kiba, and Shino at the same time, just as resolute as Hinata had been. So, trying to put their worries aside, all went to focus on their task to rescue their fellow shinobi and friend, and continued on their way as fast as they could, for the Land of Lightning was waiting. Land of Frost. Naruto stared at the ice-covered land with not a lot of enthusiasm. He wasn't looking forward to traveling through there. Having lived all his life in the warm weather of Konoha he wasn't used to the harsh cold tundra. He glanced to his side and found a similar expression on Kuratsuchi, realizing that she had probably the same reservations than him. This is it, then, said Darui to the two teenagers. This is where we part ways. We are finally out of the Land of Lightning and I recommend that you not come back for a while. Nothing personal, but if you were to show up back so soon it would look suspicious for you and hopefully, save me another headache, thought the dark-skinned man. Wait a minute. You aren't planning on leaving us in this place without proper equipment for the cold, are you? Replied Kuratsuchi incredulously. She had thought that they would at least put them in a boat to the land of hot water or something, not just leaving them to freeze to death in this icebox. The crazy girl is right, what the hell, Mr. Darui? Said Naruto with the same concerns as the tomboy. Said man just stared at them impassively, however. I'm sorry, but you are still technically our prisoners. I have already done more than I needed to when I decided to bring you both here. Despite saying that, he couldn't help but feel sorry for them when he saw their worried faces, so he quickly added something more. Come on, don't look so down. The Land of Frost is pretty small, you shouldn't take more than a day to cross it. So as long as a storm doesn't start you'll be fine. Besides, I have something for you that should help you. As he said it, he signaled one of the Chunin accompanying them and this stepped forward. Both teenagers looked with curiosity to the Chunin when the man pulled out two scrolls and threw the contents to both of them as he unsealed them. My weapons pouch? Asked Naruto in surprise. He had thought it had been lost. Yeah, we found it sealed in a scroll inside the girl's own pouch. She must have taken it when she captured you, explained Darui to the blonde. My sword. I didn't expect to see it again, yelled Kuratsuchi in joy at seeing her mother's blade again along with her weapon's pouch. She was almost hugging the thing. She barely even glanced at her pouch now that she had her favorite weapon back. Wow, thanks again Mr. Darui, said Naruto to the man with a grateful grin. By the way, how did you know this one was mine? I found some change of clothes sealed in a scroll in there. You really like orange, replied the jounin with a deadpan look, and Naruto scratched his head sheepishly. With that out of the way, the Kumo shinobi were ready to leave. Well, I can't say it has been fun, but I do hope to meet you guys again. You seem like nice kids. I just hope we do so in different circumstances, said Darui to the teenagers with a side glance as he turned to return to the land of lightning along with the 5 chunin. I hope so too. Thanks for everything Mr. Darui, I'll definitely never forget it, Databeo, said Naruto cheerfully in farewell to the man. Kuratsuchi just stared expressionlessly at the Kumo ninja. Unlike Naruto, she didn't feel any gratitude to the man, as she knew that he didn't do this for their sake, he just did what he felt was best for him and his nation. She couldn't blame him, she would have done the same, but that didn't mean she didn't resent almost dying at the hands of the Kumo shinobi. And with a lazy wave, Darui and the rest of the Kumo ninja disappeared in a body flicker technique, leaving Naruto and the pink-eyed girl alone. Naruto stared for a moment at the spot that the Kumo ninja had been, before turning to the girl. So, what do you propose we? He was interrupted when he was forced to jump to the side to avoid a slash from the girl's sword. What the fuck, you bitch? Now that they are gone I can finally get back to my mission again. Such a drag since I had already caught you, but that can't be helped, said the girl as she readied her mother's blade again, ready to retry her attack. You are still going on about that? I helped you back there in the island. I had to disclose that I'm a Jinchuriki just so you could keep your stupid head, shouted the blonde to the girl, shaking a fist in anger. Even if Darui admitted that he wasn't really going to kill the girl, they hadn't known that at the time. It's not my fault that you are such a moron to help your enemy. So as far as I'm concerned I don't owe you shit, said the IWA girl coldly to the orange-clad genin. And what's the big idea now then, eh? You wanna fight right here and now in this cold? Even if you win, then what? You are just gonna travel through the entire land of frost carrying me, all while you are wounded and low on chakra after battling? You are just gonna get us both killed, yelled Naruto to the tomboy as he stepped back to put more distance between them in case the girl decided to not listen to reason. Kuratsuchi frowned in thought. That was the most sense the moron had made since she met him. It was true that it would be deadly to try and travel the land of frost if she was wounded and not properly equipped for the cold, and carrying the heavy blonde wouldn't do her any favors. She got a bit angry that for once the moron had had more hindsight than her. Shut up. And what do you propose, a truce? Maybe, answered Naruto dumbly and squinting his eyes. As if. Keep dreaming, said the girl in a mocking manner. Like hell she would let the idiot get away. I don't know about you, but I just want to go home. I'm just proposing we just stop fighting and go our separate ways, tried to reason Naruto. Right now he just cared more about finding his sensei than keep this quarrel with the crazy chick. Not happening, said Kuratsuchi plainly and with finality, not relenting at all. Fine. Tell you what, I will fight you if you want, but not here. Let's first get out of this cold place and then I will kick your ass, yelled Naruto in exasperation. If the stubborn girl wanted a fight so badly, then so be it. But he wasn't gonna fight here if he could help it. Kuratsuchi thought long and hard about her answer before finally giving an answer. You better not back down when we do get out of here. I wouldn't put it past a Konoha ninja to chicken out of a battle, said the girl with an edge in her voice, warning the blonde to not try anything. I scared of you. You wish. I just don't want to fight here, the harsh weather could end up killing us both, replied the blonde hotly, offended to be considered a coward. Kuratsuchi stared at the blonde's blue eyes to try and see if she could see any sign that he was lying. When she found none she gave a sigh. Okay, I'll go along with this for the moment. But I'm warning you, as soon as we get out of this freezer I will tear you a new one. So don't think for a moment that this makes us buddies. You don't have to remind me, I know, said Naruto somewhat glad that the girl seemed to listen for once. Then what are we waiting for? Let's get going already, said the tomboy impatiently as she sheathed her sword. The sooner they got out of the land of frost the sooner they would settle their dispute once and for all, and getting away from the unbearable cold would be nice too. And so the IWA Kunoichi and the Konoha Jinchuriki turned around and continued their trip, careful to keep their distance in case any of them tried to take the other out with a cheap shot. Even if their journey through this frosty wasteland wasn't supposed to be long, they knew that having to worry about the other attacking was gonna make it seem longer than a day. Chapter 8, A Common Goal. Land of Frost. Naruto and Kuratsuchi were still trying to find their way out of the snowy nation, and currently, they were bracing themselves and shivering in the cold as a raging blizzard descended on them. Kuratsuchi cursed their rotten luck. Of course, the exact thing that they didn't want to happen just had to happen. Don't worry, as long as a SST storm doesn't start UW will be fine. Fucking asshole, complained the girl with chattering teeth as she repeated what Jeriah told them earlier. Naruto turned his head slowly to the girl, shivering just as bad as she was. It's not like me Mr. Jeriah knew this W was gonna happen, said the boy in an effort to calm the girl down. The tomboy rolled her eyes uncaringly at the blonde's comment. I instead of kissing why your boyfriend's ass, help me look for shelter, responded the prodigy, squinting her eyes while glancing around to the distance in an effort to catch sight of anything that could be used to protect themselves from the blizzard. Naruto did just that. Even if he didn't appreciate to be insulted, the cold didn't leave any energy to be looking for a fight right now. After glancing around for a few minutes, he perked up when he finally saw something in the nearest mountain that could be of use. Look! There is a cave there! He shouted while pointing at said cave. His joy was such that he didn't even stutter from the cold. The pink-eyed girl looked to where the blonde was pointing at, and she could, in fact, see a cave. WLD done, moron. It seems that even you have your uses, said the girl with snide. Naruto frowned at the girl's usual contemptuous attitude but refrained from commenting. He just wanted to get there as fast as he could and see if it was fit to stay there until the storm passed them by. A few minutes later they arrived at the cave. And after checking that there were no bears or any other predator living there, they found comfortable spots in the walls opposite from one another and sat down to inspect their supplies. Luckily for them, there were plenty of twigs inside the cave, so they just needed to find a way to light them and make a bonfire. TCH, I can't find my tinderbox, complained the girl out loud. At least inside the cave the cold was a bit more bearable and her teeth weren't chattering anymore. Hey idiot, use a fire jutsu or something, will ya? Be useful for once, said Kuratsuchi as she glanced to the blonde, who was going through his supplies too. I kinda don't know any, replied the Jinchuriki with a hand behind his head, a bit ashamed to admit that he didn't know a fire jutsu. Kuratsuchi looked dumbfounded at that. What do you mean you don't know a fire jutsu? You are from Konoha, aren't you? You know, the land of fucking fire? What kind of Konoha shinobi doesn't know a fire jutsu? Shut up! Shouted a flustered Naruto. I have never needed it. I'm awesome enough already as I am. And why do I have to do it? If you are such a great kunoichi then why don't you do it? Pointed out the blonde. She frowned at the boy's accusations. She wasn't about to tolerate the idiot judging her skills. I know plenty of jutsu, unlike you. But mostly just my earth-based jutsu and the ones from my Kekii Genkai. I just don't know a fire-based one yet, but at least I haven't been sitting on my but relying only on a clone technique and a demon's chakra. She didn't mention that her Kekii Genkai, the Yotan, lava release, was a combination of fire and earth affinities, so she did, in fact, have a fire affinity, but she wasn't going to admit out loud that she didn't know a fire jutsu even despite the fact that she did have an affinity for it. I know other techniques too. I can use Rasengan and summon toads. I doubt you have anything as cool as that, claimed Naruto competitively. She shrugged uncaringly, not impressed. Whatever you say. Like that will help us right now, we still have to find a way to start a fire, said the prodigy as she continued to look inside her pouch. Got it. Naruto's cry of victory caught Kuratsuchi's attention and she lifted her head to see the blonde holding a box of matches that he must have had in his own pouch. Then what are you waiting for? Start a bonfire already. Demanded the girl with urgency. You don't have to be so bitchy all the time, you know? Replied the Jinchuriki and started to gather some of the twigs scattered in the cave. After a few minutes, they had a decently sized bonfire that illuminated the cave and acted as a great source of heat. It still wasn't enough to completely keep them warm, but it made the cold much more bearable than before. Much better, said the girl with a content sigh. She was still trembling but the cold wasn't so bad now, but it was still pretty chilly, though. She heard the clatter of steel against a rock and turned in curiosity to see what the moron was up to. And she saw the boy unsealing a pot and a kettle from a scroll. What are you doing now? Asked the girl with a raised eyebrow. Preparing myself something to eat, of course, responded the genin as he unsealed some cups of instant ramen from another scroll. I should have guessed as much, said Kuratsuchi with a blank look. It wasn't long until Naruto had few steaming cups of ramen ready to be eaten. It wasn't much but it was something, and with the weather the way it was, a hot meal was very desirable. Naruto was happily enjoying his noodles when he took notice that Kuratsuchi was still trembling terribly. Now that her previous adrenaline of desperately looking for shelter had faded off, the cold was starting to affect her more. It was to be expected, honestly. Out of the two of them, she was the one with the least unsuited attire for traveling in the snow. She had discarded her flak jacket when it got ruined in the fight with Kisame. She was wearing a skirt, and her shirt was missing one of the sleeves. All in all, she was very ill-fitted to be withstanding the harsh cold. At least Naruto's jacket was pretty warm. Naruto couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for the girl, even if she was a pain in the ass that hated his guts. He realized that having such a bleeding heart, even for his enemies, could be very bad for him and could potentially be dangerous, but he couldn't help it. When he saw someone in need that he could help, he simply didn't feel comfortable if he didn't at least try to do something. So with resolve, he grabbed one of the still hot cups of soup and extended his arm in an offering. Here. Have some. The cave was small enough that just extending his arm as he leaned was enough to close the distance with the girl halfway. Kuratsuchi was taken aback when the boy addressed her, offering food. She was so tempted to just throw the steaming liquid in the blonde's face, but to tell the truth she was really hungry. And despite her earlier criticisms of ramen, she didn't dislike it, and a warm serving of soup looked very appealing at the moment. She gave a suspicious look before addressing the Jinchuriki once more. How do I know you didn't poison it or something? Naruto looked offended that she even suggested that he would use such a cheap tactic like poison. What? Of course it's not poisoned. You saw that I was about to eat it a moment ago, why would I poison it? He continued to look with indignation at the girl, expecting to hear her answer. After staring at the blonde for any sign of untruthfulness, she closed her eyes and gave a resigned sigh. I guess I'm giving you way too much credit. You can't possibly be clever enough to think about it. Naruto's eye was twitching, trying to barely keep his cool. He was trying to help her and she was still finding ways to mock him. You are gonna take it or not? He was seriously starting to regret offering her any food. Such a good ramen wasted on an ungrateful banshee. She better take it soon before he changed his mind. She pretended to think it over, all the while with a cocky smile plastered on her face. Tell you what. I'm going to humor you this once, so I guess I will accept it. She finally reached for the cup and took it in her gloved hand. Don't expect thanks for this, though. I still hate you. She then proceeded to bring the cup to her lips and took a small sip, being careful to not burn herself. You are welcome, said Naruto with sarcasm and with a face that left clear that he wasn't amused by the girl's thankless behavior. However, he just brushed it off and went back to eating his own. This is not as good as Ichiraku's ramen, but it will have to do. Yeah, it can't replace a good serving of barbecue, but beggars can't be choosers, I guess, replied the girl and took another sip of her cup shortly afterward. I remember you mentioning something like that before. Is Iwa's barbecue really that good? Asked Naruto, truly curious to know. Oh, you haven't lived until you taste it. But why do you ask, dumbass? Said Kuratsuchi, raising her eyebrow once again. It's just that, even though I have gone to a lot of different small villages, I have never traveled to any of the big ones, you know? Like Suna or Kumo or Kiri, none of those, including IWA. So I'm curious to know more about them. To see how different they are from my home, said Naruto, placing the ramen cup beside him to put both hands behind his head. You think I'm stupid? I'm not about to be disclosing information of my village to an enemy, said the pink-eyed girl with an accusatory stare. Are you always like this? I just want to talk, that's all. Nothing much we can do right now besides trying to not freeze to death, said the blonde with exasperation. This girl was truly grating on his nerves. Kuratsuchi tilted her head in thought. She guessed talking wasn't that bad if only to distract herself from the terrible cold. But was it all right to be having a conversation with the idiot? And about her village no less. But, she supposed that just a tiny bit of, non-compromising, information couldn't hurt, right? She gave a huff of resignation. Okay, if you are just dying to know, I guess I can tell you a little bit. Naruto perked up at finally having the closest to a civilized conversation with the girl since he met her. Seeing that she got the blonde's attention, Kuratsuchi continued. We have all our buildings on top of small mountains, and we have to use bridges to go from place to place. And not only that, but the village itself is surrounded by mountains much taller than the ones we used to live in. One thing I love is seeing the setting sun when it can just barely be seen above the hills, explained the girl with a longing face. Naruto had his face in wonder. He guessed it had to be a sight to behold. Sounds amazing. Do you have anything like our Hokage mountain? In Konoha we have all the faces of our Hokage carved into a mountain. For IWA it should be easy to do with how many mountains you have. The girl widened her eyes at the information. The Kage's face is carved in a mountain? That sounded so cool. But she would rather eat her own foot before giving Konoha credit for anything. Bah! Who needs a Kage monument? That's way too pretentious if you ask me, said Kuratsuchi with a wave of her hand in an effort to play it down. You know what's awesome? Waterfalls. We have tons of waterfalls and they look amazing. There are times in the day when they shine like diamonds when the daylight is just right. IWA sounds like a cool place. I wish I could see it someday, said Naruto with a thoughtful look. Well, you could always let me capture you and you'll be able to see it, responded the tomboy with a mischievous smile. Naruto went alarmed at that. Like hell. I didn't mean it like that. I meant like visit the place or something. Explained the boy, exalted. You can try if you want. But my people would kill you the instant they landed their eyes on you, said the girl in all seriousness. Naruto put on a sad expression and dropped his head at the reminder of their village's enmity. It's such a shame really. I wish there was a way for our villages to be friends, he heard Kuratsuchi snort at his comment, but he continued nonetheless. We don't have to keep fighting each other. Come on, you can't honestly say that you prefer to be in a never-ending conflict, can you? He asked the girl with the most serious face he had used until now. She stared back at him just as intensely, and after a minute, she responded, I don't care about peace, I just want you assholes to get what's coming to you for all you have done to us. She saw the blonde's face morph into one of incredulity. You can't possibly mean it. Who in their right mind wouldn't want peace over conflict? Shouted Naruto in a rhetoric manner. Kuratsuchi groaned in irritation. Please don't you start with your peace bullshit again. If you want to believe in fairy tales, go ahead, but shut up about it. I'm tired of hearing you say stupid shit. I, for one, don't give a damn. Naruto frowned, getting frustrated once again with the girl. Well, I rather believe in fairy tales than being a bitter person like you. Honestly, since I met you I think I haven't heard you say anything positive at all, declared the Jinchuriki. She turned angrily at the blonde and met his blue eyes with her angry pink ones. What's there to be positive about? I'm stuck with the biggest moron on the planet as I'm slowly turning into a popsicle. Not to mention I was captured by Kumo Ninja and I'm alive just by mere chance. Yeah, I have so many reasons to be a ray of sunshine, said Kuratsuchi sarcastically. Naruto felt like pulling at his hair. This girl is so freaking difficult. Thought the genin with a grimace. Sometimes I can't stand you. Why do all our conversations end up like this? You are probably the hardest person to have a simple conversation with that I have met. If talking to me is so bad, then stop doing it. Do us both a favor and stop bothering me. Shouted back the girl with ire. Maybe I'll do that, replied Naruto equally as angry. Fine by me. Fine. And with that, both teenagers ended their discussion and turned away from the other. Now with the mood much more tense, they started trying to ignore each other as much as they could. So with their tempers still blazing they sat in silence for the rest of the day waiting for the storm to pass. They ended up waiting all night, as the storm just died out in the next morning. That would usually mean that they had time to have a good night's rest, but given the fact that they had to worry about the other slitting each other's throats in their sleep, it made it impossible to relax, much less sleep. They were now once again on their way through the snowy terrain. Even without the blizzard the weather was still terribly cold, but at least it was much less dangerous now. After their dispute the day before they refrained from speaking between them, barely acknowledging the other. Naruto wasn't particularly cheery at the moment. He couldn't understand his traveling companion for the life of him. She was just so unbearably bitter and bitchy, and despite his best efforts to keep things as amicably as he could, she always ended up blowing up at him. The fact that at the moment he was forced to stick around her was tiresome. Hey dumbass, look, a village! Shouted Kuratsuchi in excitement with a finger pointing to the distance. Her sudden outburst snapped Naruto out of his inner rambling and focused his attention to where she was pointing at, and the girl was right, he could see a small village in the distance. At least that served to lift his spirits. We may be able to find some proper clothing for the cold in there, along with some food while we are at it, declared the girl with a grin. What are we waiting for? Let's go, Databeo, said Naruto, joining the girl in her excitement. After a few minutes of full-speed sprinting it didn't take long for the two shinobi to reach the small village. The village wasn't big by any stretch. There were maybe around 30 wooden buildings total, which was pretty small in comparison to what the teenagers were used to. However, not even a couple minutes in, the two young ninjas noticed something wasn't right. As they walked the street they saw that it was pretty desolated for the time of the day, even for a small village. And the few people that they did see on the street had faces that reflected hopelessness if their dead eyes were any indication to go by. The teenagers kept walking slowly and glancing around. The villagers barely looked back at them, seemingly not even caring about the strangers in their home. Kuratsuchi looked at Naruto with a side glance. Hey, idiot. Did you notice? Asked the girl to the blonde. Yeah. These people are acting pretty weird. There are not many of them and they have this strange look on their face, answered Naruto, not stopping inspecting the village even as he talked. I'm starting to think these people may need more help than we do, concluded the pink-eyed girl. Naruto nodded at that, in agreement with the girl. Is something going on here? It wasn't long until they spotted a small shop. It was the kind of shop that usually sold cheap quality products at low price, which suited them just fine since they only needed a couple cloaks that they would probably discard as soon as they got out of the land of frost. Good day, called a middle-aged man to them in greeting as they came into the store. He was plain-looking, he was of medium height, had a short goatee, and black messy hair. But he still had a sad look just like most people in the village. Hi, answered both Naruto and Kuratsuchi at the same time. What can I do for you? Asked the man cordially. This time, Kuratsuchi stepped towards the man. We are looking for some traveling cloaks for the winter. We aren't from around here and we need to pass through the land of frost, told the tomboy to the man. The man nodded and pointed to the side of the store. Of course, young lady. I have some winter cloaks over there, it's not much but I think they do the job well enough, said the man gently. The pair of ninja walked to where the cloaks were and they found them to be just what they were looking for. They were large white fur cloaks. As expected, they weren't of the finest work, but they would do. They promptly paid for their new pieces of clothing and rapidly put them on to try them. They were rather comfy and warm, which was just perfect. Ah, these feel nice, purred Naruto in delight, glad to finally have something decent to cover the cold with. Yeah, the cloaks are good, despite being cheap, agreed Kuratsuchi. The man had a small grin on his face at the praise for his merchandise. Glad you youngster like them. To tell the truth, sales have dropped drastically lately. People right now don't feel like going out of their homes, said the man with a sad look that soon replaced his previous grin. That got both teenagers' curiosity, and Naruto couldn't help but ask. Speaking of which, old man, is something going on around here? People are acting strangely. Kuratsuchi normally disliked the blonde's nosy attitude, but this time she was glad that he asked. She too was curious to know what the deal with the village was. The man's expression got even sadder, but he started speaking anyway. You see, we have a crisis in town, actually. People have started going missing for a while now, explained the man somberly. Going missing, you say? How does it happen? Asked Kuratsuchi with her head tilted to the side, puzzled. The man closed his eyes in remembrance. We are not sure. Since about a month ago. People go to the mountains to either hunt or gather supplies and sometimes they never return, explained the man. We have accidents from time to time, so it's not as uncommon for people go missing. But most of the time they return after a while if they get lost or the occasional storm traps them. After all, in the wilderness, a lot of things can happen. But this is different, the number of missing people is too high. Most people here have lost someone already. Now almost everyone stays in their homes, either from fear of going missing too or to mourn their lost loved ones. By the end of the explanation, Naruto, and even Kuratsuchi had looks of pity. They had guessed something was up in the village, but not quite like this. Whatever was happening had to be something big. Daddy, who are they? A small voice interrupted them before they could ask anything else. All of the room occupants turned their heads to look at the source of the voice. They saw a small girl, probably no older than 7 years or so. She had dark hair that she kept in 2 pigtails and was wearing a small winter jacket and pants. She seemed wary and looked sad. They are just a pair of customers, sweetie, said the man to the girl with a warm smile. The girl approached them as Naruto and Kuratsuchi watched in curiosity. After getting close enough that she had to look up to meet their eyes, she said, "You are ninja, right?" asked the child innocently to the teenagers as she looked to their forehead protectors. Oh, yeah we are, replied Kuratsuchi, not sure how to address the small girl. In an instant, she had a hopeful look and her face brightened. Really? Then, can you help my mommy? She hasn't come home since forever. I just want her to be with me. Please, pleaded the girl to the shinobi. Naruto and Kuratsuchi both looked stunned. They never expected the girl to make such a request and were at a loss for words. They didn't know if they could help, but they surely didn't want to break the heart of a little girl. Please Yuna, can you go play in another room? We are busy here. When we are finished you can come talk to them, all right? Said the man to the child. The little girl pouted but still obeyed. Okay daddy, said the girl before leaving through a door behind the man as Naruto and Kuratsuchi looked on silently. Said man just gave a sigh before turning to the IWA at Konoha shinobi. That was my daughter Yuna. She is usually very reserved and doesn't talk to strangers, but she has been getting restless lately. He brought his palm to his forehead before continuing. I didn't mention this before, but my wife is also one of the missing people. Naruto widened his eyes at hearing that, while Kuratsuchi just narrowed her eyes, already having guessed as much by the way the man and the girl were acting. What? How did it happen? Asked a worried Naruto. It was just like him to worry for the well-being of others. The man once again gave a sigh, much more melancholic this time. It was soon after the first disappearances happened. At the time, we didn't think it had been more than a terrible tragedy, an accident or something, and we ignored that this was going to become a trend. Naruto and Kuratsuchi listened intently to the man's story, curious to know more. Anyway, one night my wife and I went to the woods to gather some firewood. We knew that at this time of the year storms are very common, and they can last for days, so we needed to stockpile as many resources as we could. But when we split up to gather on our own, she never came back. I waited for her for hours that day, until I finally decided that something terrible had to have happened. For days, I would go back into the woods to keep looking, but I found nothing. I haven't seen my wife since, finished the man at the verge of tearing up. Naruto clenched his hands, feeling the need to do something. He couldn't forgive himself if he could do something, anything, to help these people and not even try. Is really not my business, but, if this problem has been so persistent, then why don't you guys ask for the help of Shimagakure? I mean, they are the hidden village of the region, suggested Kuratsuchi. The man just shook his head solemnly. They only accept the jobs that pay the most out of the bunch. They aren't a big hidden village, so they can't afford to waste manpower but on the most well-paying jobs they can find. We are a small village, we couldn't possibly gather enough money to warrant their help, even less so now that we are short on people, and we become less and less as the weeks go by. But how can they just do nothing? Said Naruto in anger. He could understand that Shimo would not have enough shinobi to accept all mission requests, but these people were suffering, and they might be dying from who knew what. He knew that if he was Hokage he would never allow the people of his region to suffer if he had any say in it. I'm sorry, I'm going to go out soon and I have to close the store. I think I have taken enough of your time. Thanks for stopping by and I wish you good luck on your travels, said the man as he started preparing to close shop. It was a peculiar hour to be closing, since it was early still, so they assumed that he was probably going to go out to keep searching for his wife. The teenagers excused themselves and thanked the man for the items before they left. However, as they exited they saw the little girl from earlier waiting for them just around the corner of the shop. They guessed that she must have sneaked out of the store from a back door or something. Naruto waved at the girl and walked towards her. Hi there. Yuna-chan, right? What are you doing here all by yourself? Asked the blonde to the child. Kuratsuchi also approached the girl in curiosity, and she was taken aback when the girl took out a small piggy bank from her cloak and held it before them in an offering. Please, Mr. and Miss Shinobi. Please, bring back my mommy. This is all the money I have, so please, bring her back to me. Pleaded the girl with tears streaming down her face and shaking with her sobs. Kuratsuchi widened her eyes at the unexpected request from the girl. The girl's affection for her mother was obviously strong, and she could see herself in the child. She had lost her mother too when she was too young to even walk. Now another small child was begging her to save her from a similar fate. The situation tore at even Kuratsuchi's heart. Yuna-chan, mumbled Naruto, unsure of how to respond to the girl's actions. Kuratsuchi got the blonde's attention when she started walking towards the girl. Kuratsuchi? Asked the confused blonde. The tomboy stopped just before the girl and got on one knee to meet the child's gaze with her own. The little girl stared back at Kuratsuchi, confused and with a puffy face but still showing determination. Kuratsuchi put a hand on the piggy bank and gently pushed it to the child's chest, which made the little girl stare at it not knowing what was the older girl doing. Keep it, it's yours, said Kuratsuchi in a low voice, almost a whisper in an effort to be gentle. You should go back to your dad. If he finds out you aren't there he is gonna get worried. You don't want that, do you? But my mom, replied the child, and one could tell she was about to cry. She wouldn't want you making your dad worry about you and giving your hard-earned money to strangers. So just go back inside. Wait there for your mom, said Kuratsuchi to the girl. She really wasn't good with kids and this was one time she wished that she had inherited her mother's nurturing nature. The small girl looked terribly disappointed and heartbroken at having her request dismissed. And while still shaking with repressed sobs she went back to her family store. With a heavy soul, Naruto watched the little girl walk back inside the building and he clenched his fists with impotence. He could just not let the suffering of this people continue. He and his traveling companion stayed at the side of the building for a few minutes, going over these recent events in their heads. After a while Naruto made up his mind and decided that he was going to help these people, with or without Kuratsuchi. So if she was going to berate him for chickening out of their fight, then so be it. He opened his mouth to tell the girl what was on his mind but was interrupted before he could. I'm gonna help them, said Kuratsuchi plainly, which left Naruto agape. He wasn't sure if he heard right. The tomboy hadn't shown him anything even remotely resembling compassion since he met her, so he wasn't even sure if she was even capable of displaying it. Replied Naruto dumbly at a loss for words. I said I'm gonna help them, repeated Kuratsuchi, now fully facing the blonde. You can come if you want. Or stay here, or go to the land of fire, or whatever the fuck you want. But I'm gonna help these people. Naruto quickly snapped out of his surprise to respond to the girl. Wait a minute. I'm gonna help too. I can't just leave these people to suffer. Kuratsuchi took a deep breath, and after much hesitation, she extended a hand to the Jinchuriki. Naruto stared at her hand, not fully realizing what she was proposing. Let's work together just this once. But keep in mind, this alliance is only while we deal with whatever this is. I still hate your dumbass, Kuratsuchi reminded him. She was making a great sacrifice by swallowing her pride to set aside her differences with the Konoha bastard if it meant saving an entire village, especially a little girl that was in a pain that she could relate so well to. Naruto grinned despite the fact that the pink-eyed girl still despised him, but he was glad that at least they finally saw eye to eye on something. Then we have a deal, said Naruto before shaking her hand firmly. And so, for the first time, even if only temporarily, they weren't enemies, they were partners. Chapter 9, Into the Lair. Somewhere in the land of frost. Naruto was currently waiting on the edge of a snow-covered forest, bracing himself against the cold that even his new cloak could not completely protect him from. He had sent about a dozen shadow clones earlier to search for anything that may give him a clue of the recent disappearances. Also, he had yet to hear anything from Kuratsuchi's side of the investigation. They had come to the agreement that she would ask around the town for any information about this phenomenon, while he looked around the proximity of the village, as he could cover more ground with his clones. He was starting to wonder for how long was he supposed to be there enduring the harsh climate, waiting for either one of his clones or the IWA Kunoichi. Then a sudden noise caught his attention, and speaking of the devil, said IWA Kunoichi was just arriving with a look of disappointment on her face. That's not a good sign, thought the blonde. He watched her approach for one moment before saying anything, and even though the answer was obvious he still needed to ask. So, how did it go? The pink-eyed girl gave a sigh before addressing the Jinchuriki. Well, I hope you have something of use, dummy, because my inquiries were a waste of time. That bad, eh? Naruto asked solemnly. The girl nodded and once again gave a sigh. Everyone keeps saying the same thing. They all were snatched when they ventured the surrounding forest and they always vanished without anyone seeing anything. So we have no witnesses or clues other than the fact that we know the problem has to come from this forest. Now Naruto too shared her down mood. He put both his hands on his waist as he pondered on the situation. That's not very much to go on at all. Then I guess the only thing left to do is to wait until one of my clones comes back with some info. She frowned in thought before agreeing with him. Fine, I think that we should wait for a bit and try to think of some new strategy while we're at it. She then put up her hands in a single hand seal and 2 rocks rose from the ground to act as makeshift chairs. Well, that's handy, said the blonde as he sat down on the rock. Of course it's handy, everything I do is handy. You should know that by now. Kuratsuchi responded with a proud and cocky grin as she also took a seat. Right, said Naruto with a deadpan look, not even bothering to argue with her. They continued to wait in silence for a while, and Naruto noticed the girl deep in thought, and looked a bit sad as well. You all right? Asked the blonde with a bit of reservation, not sure if he should be making it his business to ask. The girl didn't react at all, and for a second the blonde wondered if she heard him, but before he could ask again she answered. We have to help them. We can't fail, the girl said with determination, but also somberly. He could understand her. He was worried about the people living in the village too, but it was clear that the girl was especially concerned. It was still weird for the Jinchuriki to see a more caring side of the young prodigy, as she was usually cold and full of herself, so he was still getting used to it. You were thinking about Yuna-chan, right? Asked the blonde with sympathy and a serious face. The girl gave an annoyed growl and was quick to respond. So what if I am? You have a problem with that? The girl snapped defensively. She rarely showed a softer side, so she was ready to give the blonde a beating if he dared making fun of her for doing it. What? No, not at all. Naruto got worried to had inadvertently pissed her off, and he started waving his hands in appeasement. I'm worried about her too, you know. And I agree with you. We can't let whatever this is get away with it. Humph, you better. Said the girl, eyeing him with skepticism. After an hour of waiting for any sign of the clones, they were starting to lose their patience, but in an instant Naruto abruptly bolted in surprise from his seat. His sudden movement startled the kunoichi and hastily got into a combat stance. After quickly scanning her surroundings she couldn't see any threat in the immediate area. The blonde's apparently random action just served to get her annoyed. What are you doing, moron? You scared me. However, Naruto just kept looking around in surprise. One of my clones just got destroyed by something. Said the Jinchuriki. The pink-eyed girl looked puzzled at that. How can you even tell? That actually seemed to make the blonde stop and think about it. He shrugged, now just as confused as the girl. I don't know. I was just sitting and suddenly I just knew what my clone was doing after he got dispelled. Kuratsuchi stared silently at the blonde, thinking about this new piece of information. Wait, so you know everything your clones did when they were dispelled? And you're just learning about this? Asked the girl in disbelief. Naruto put a hand behind his head sheepishly. Even if he was still surprised about this new discovery, he was still ashamed that he hadn't noticed until now. Kuratsuchi couldn't for the life of her know how someone so dumb had lasted so long as a ninja. She could understand someone not knowing how the clones worked if they only used them sparingly, as most people did, because not everyone could afford to waste so much chakra on shadow clones, but the guy used them for practically everything, and he did a ton of them. One would think that he would have known all the ins and outs of the technique by now. Naruto stammered for a bit, trying to say a convincing excuse for his oversight of the jutsu, but was quickly brushed off by the kunoichi. You know what? Just forget it. I should really be used to your stupidity by now. Instead, just lead the way to where your clone was destroyed. Can you do that? Said Kuratsuchi eagerly. Naruto was a bit offended by the girl's usual downplay of his intelligence, but just nodded instead of continuing the pointless argument. I guess I can. This way. Then he turned around and started sprinting and jumping from tree to tree with the girl hot on his heels. After a few minutes of non-stop jumping from snowy tree to snowy tree, Naruto noticed that they were close. It was about here, I think. At last, it shouldn't be long before off. He couldn't finish his sentence as Kuratsuchi rushed just barely past him and held him in place with an arm blocking his path, but his sudden run-in with her appendage made him lose his breath. What the hell? What are you doing all of a sudden? Complained the blonde to the IWA kunoichi. She just gave him a berating look as she kept her position and continued to stop him from going further. You should be more careful and not rush in, you dumbass. There could be traps around here. Your clone didn't pop himself, did he? So that means that whatever it was must be around here. So it could have been a hostel, or the place is all booby-trapped. Oh, right. Thanks, Kuratsuchi. I didn't think about that. Said Naruto with wide eyes at the realization and started looking around warily, suspecting anything in the environment that looked even slightly out of place. Don't mention it, idiot. Answered Kuratsuchi. We just have to be careful and look around to see if we can find any traps, said the girl while glancing everywhere and joining the blonde in his search for said traps. On it. Kagebunshin no Jutsu. Shadow clone technique. Naruto was quick to get to work and rapidly summoned a dozen clones before scattering them around the area. And sure enough, not long after that, they could see some of the copies get dispelled as they triggered several traps. Some fell into deadly pits, others tripped over some wire that caused them to get skewered by a rain of kunai, and others were squashed under some tree trunks that came crashing down on them when they stepped on some sort of mechanism. Naruto, Kuratsuchi, and the few remaining clones looked on attentively at their confirmed suspicions. Wow, you were right about the traps, Kuratsuchi. Thanks again for the heads up, said Naruto with gratitude to the IWA shinobi. She rolled her eyes while waving him off. I told you to not mention it. Besides, this is no time to be fooling around. The fact that there are booby traps around here is a good sign for us. It means that there is something around here that someone wants to keep hidden. Naruto nodded in understanding, having already figured as much. Quickly the blonde Jinchuriki once again made a dozen clones and sent them to look for, or trigger more traps, and to see if they could find anything that could be hidden around the area. After a long while of clones being constantly destroyed by traps left and right, one of the clones' memories tipped Naruto to something that was worthy of note. One of my clones found something that we should check out. This way, he then proceeded to lead the way and Kuratsuchi followed close behind. They didn't take long to find what had caught Naruto's attention in the first place. In front of them, they could see a stone stairway that went to what appeared to be an underground facility. The entrance looked like a small shrine that was below ground level. The stone was a plain gray color and the dark entrance was just barely illuminated by a couple of candles. All in all, the place gave off an eerie vibe that made the teenagers get goosebumps. Is it just me, or this place looks extremely spooky? Asked Naruto with a side glance at the girl. It's not just you. Something about the place gives me the creeps, said the girl with unease. Nevertheless, we have to check it out. It being creepy is just more of a reason to be suspicious about it. We have to see if this is what we are looking for. Then she started walking down the steps, carefully making sure to not step into any traps that may possibly still around. As reluctant as Naruto was to enter the place, he knew that he could not go without first seeing if the missing people were there, so he also went down the steps. Inside the building things weren't much better. The place was underground, so that meant that even if it was daytime, the corridors were very dark and were just barely illuminated in thin light by rows of candles that were hanged on the walls. The place was devoid of any furniture or ornaments. The only things that one could see in the maze-like hallways were countless doors that one couldn't even tell what the difference between them was. How can anyone find their way in this place? There are only doors and I can barely see in this light, said Kuratsuchi in a whisper. Could be another form of defense, so you know, only people familiar enough with the place don't get lost, suggested the blonde, also in a whisper. Yeah, could be. Wouldn't surprise me really. Whoever built this place already had the surrounding area littered with traps, so a tactic to confuse enemies would be right up their alley, agreed the kunoichi. Then they suddenly came to a stop when they heard footsteps down the hall. They couldn't see the person since the candlelight didn't reach far enough. But still they went to hide themselves around a corner and waited for the stranger to pass them by. They didn't have to wait long when a man emerged from the shadows walking slowly. His head was covered by a hoodie and only his eyes could be seen. He was probably someone either patrolling or on his way to do some task or another. It didn't matter. As soon as he got close enough, Kuratsuchi dashed towards the person, and despite alerting her target, she was too quick for the stranger to do anything before she had him in a choke hold. Naruto was momentarily startled by the girl's sudden move, but he was still quick to act and unsheathed a kunai and got himself in front of the man, ready to attack if he was hostile. Even if he didn't feel good in attacking someone that they didn't even know if it was an enemy, they just couldn't take the chance to lower their guard. Ugh, let go of me, said the man, struggling to even utter words as the pink-eyed girl kept choking him to keep him from moving. She just barely left him able to speak to interrogate him. If you cooperate with me, I just might let you live. Now, tell me what this place is, demanded the girl, still keeping her grip strong. I'm telling you, Jack's hit, replied the man spitefully in defiance. Why, you little, said Kuratsuchi threateningly, ready to put more pressure on his neck. It was at this moment that Naruto finally took a good look at the forehead protector of the man, and he could recognize the symbol of a single note of sound, which only meant one thing, Otogekure. He widened his eyes in realization and pointed accusingly at the man. You are an Oto ninja. His shock was such that he forgot to keep his voice down. Shut the fuck up, you idiot. You want the entire base to come looking for us? Whispered Kuratsuchi angrily at the blonde. This guy is one of Orochimaru's lackeys. If that bastard is involved, then there is nothing good about this place. Said the blonde now in a much quieter tone, but still with the same severity. Orochimaru? You mean one of the legendary Sannin like your sensei? The one that deserted? That Orochimaru? Questioned the girl, astounded. She would have never guessed someone like that could be in charge of this place. If that was the case, then this situation was more dangerous than she thought. Yeah, and I could bet anything that he is responsible for the disappearances. Believe me, if something bad is going around when that bastard is close by, then he is sure to have something to do with it, said Naruto, glaring at the man they had subdued. Kuratsuchi then addressed the man once again. Is this true? Does your beloved master has something to do with that? Asked the kunoichi with an edge on her voice. Like, I would tell you about Orochimaru-sama's plans, responded the man, still struggling to speak. You better tell me by your own accord, pal. You don't want to make me get it out of you the hard way, threatened the girl once again. Anything you might do to me is nothing in comparison to what Orochimaru-sama will do if I talk, replied the man. You sure about that? Because I can be pretty creative with my methods, said the prodigy darkly. Go to hell, said the man with finality. You're useless, concluded Kuratsuchi, and as much as she would like to make good on her threat, she knew that this was neither the time nor the place for that, so she just settled for snapping his neck. And with a quick motion of her arms, a sickening sound was heard as the man's neck was twisted to the side and his body fell limply to the floor with a thud. Hey, why did you do that? Asked Naruto in shock, not expecting in the least for the girl to murder the man in such cold blood. What's the big deal? He was an enemy, so I just disposed of him. What? You wanted me to knock him out and risk him waking up and alerting his friends? Not a chance I'm taking that risk, said Kuratsuchi nonchalantly. We could have tied him up or something, you didn't have to outright kill him. Insisted Naruto, still upset. His obstination finally got on the girl's nerves. What the fuck is your problem, idiot? We're shinobi, killing is in our job description. You can't tell me you have never killed before. In fact, I saw you skewer several of my comrades if I remember correctly, so don't act like you are some sort of saint. That was different, you guys were attacking me, I didn't have a choice. I'm not a murderer, I always refrain from killing unless there isn't another way. Truthfully, Naruto didn't have a large body count, as he preferred to incapacitate his enemies instead of killing them. In fact, most of his kills were the IWA shinobi he was forced to fight when they ambushed him. Aside from them, he could count on one hand the number of people he had been forced to put down for good and still have fingers to spare. She rolled her eyes mockingly and had a hard time believing that they were discussing for something like this. Oh, boo-hoo. Cry me a river. Besides, now that I remember, this sacks of shit invaded your home and manipulated Suna into double-crossing you, didn't they? How many of your people did they kill, huh? I don't think they had any mercy on their part, so they don't deserve yours either, she reminded the blonde. Naruto quieted down somberly at the reminder, but his conviction was still firm. It's true that they killed a lot of my comrades in the past, but if I acted like them, then I would be a scumbag too. Kuratsuchi felt like tearing her hair in irritation. Look, what's done is done. Instead of preaching me how much of a goody two-shoes you are, help me hide the body. Even though Naruto was still miffed about this entire ordeal, he still knew that they had to cover their tracks or this entire operation could crumble down, so he complied with the IWA kunoichi and stepped close to one of the many doors of the hallway. He carefully opened the door and scanned the inside of the room to see if anybody was in there. Thankfully no one was around, so he motioned for the pink-eyed girl to enter. Kuratsuchi rapidly grabbed the corpse by the legs and dragged him into the room. Once inside, both teenagers looked around the room to see it filled with book stands and cabinets, and quickly stuffed the dead man into one of the large cabinets. Humph, now that's one thing taken care of, said the girl now that she was free to explore the room. We should have quick look through some of this files, see if we can find any good info. Naruto nodded in agreement and once again made a dozen copies of himself to help them with intel gathering. After a couple of minutes of going from archive to archive, they started to feel even more uneasy about this place as all they could find were documents regarding body modification and preparation of strange serums. All of the stuff was way too complicated for even Kuratsuchi to understand, but they at least got the gist of what they were about. Gee, these people are sick in the head, murmured the kunoichi to her blonde partner as she continued to read the papers. Told you that you can't expect anything good when it comes to Orochimaru, replied the Jinchuriki, also invested in the archives. Well, no sense to keep this up. We can't even fully understand all this anyway, said the girl while putting down a book she was holding. Naruto couldn't agree more. He didn't enjoy looking through all this bizarre crap anyway, and besides, they still had a job to do. However, just before leaving he saw another door in a corner of the room, so he approached the new door to check it before leaving to continue their search. Kuratsuchi noticed the Jinchuriki's piqued interest and couldn't help but follow suit. They found out that behind the door was an armory if the numerous weapons hanging from the walls were any indication. There were also lab uniforms hanging from the opposite wall. Okay, might as well check if there is anything of use in this place, added the kunoichi. Naruto nodded at the suggestion and together with his temporary partner he took a quick look through the weapons. It didn't take long for something to catch his eye and he extended his arm to pick up a kanabo. It was nothing special, just a 3-foot-long, 15-pound club made entirely from iron, with iron studs on one end, with a thick heavy end tapering towards a slender handle and with round shaft, and experimentally swung it a few times to get a feel for it. Afterward, he nodded and slung it over his shoulder, apparently satisfied. What do you want with that thing? Kuratsuchi asked. While smashing things isn't how I prefer to fight, having an extra weapon on hand never hurts if you need it. Besides, if I can bash someone on the wrist hard enough to break bones, not only will they be too hurt to defend themselves right, but they won't be able to bust out jutsu either. Not to mention, I can use it as a non-lethal way to incapacitate someone if I just aim for the limbs or something. Naruto explained with a shrug and a satisfied grin before getting back to continue searching through the weapons again. The pink-eyed young woman blinked at the simple reasoning. Then she shook her head with a hapless grin. Weird and simple worked. Especially with this guy. She was starting to realize that. Then again, weird and simple weren't necessarily bad things in the lifestyle of a ninja. Weird meant throwing an enemy off balance, and simple meant less confusion when you were working with someone. Both were good qualities in the field. As much as she couldn't stand him, Kuratsuchi would be a poor excuse for a jonin, young and green to the rank as she was, if she didn't recognize the perks of those qualities and knew how to best utilize them to her advantage. Now that she thought about it, she didn't even know what was the complete extent of the blonde's abilities. Yes, she was briefed for a bit of his abilities when she was given her mission to capture him and all that, and even if she could see that he wasn't the most skilled ninja, he had some kind of talent to get himself out of sticky situations. As they raided the supplies, the IWA protege turned to her current ally. I've been wondering, if all you've got are 3 jutsu outside of the academy basics and a demon's chakra, how were you good enough to get a sannin as a sensei? What's your rank anyway? Chunin or something? At that, Naruto looked away and muttered something inaudible under his breath, and he tried to conceal his red face of embarrassment. "What did you say, Konoha?" Kuratsuchi asked. Oh, hey, here," Naruto said, catching her attention to distract her from the current topic as he picked something out of the supplies and tossed it to Kuratsuchi. She caught it and looked at what it was. A whetstone for honing edge tools. She looked at him, confused. "For the sword of your mom," he said as he internally gave a sigh of relief at having avoided the topic of his rank. He wasn't about to give her any more ammo to ridicule him if he could help it. Kuratsuchi blinked. Then tightened her grip on the whetstone with a small smile and slipped it into her supply pouch. She wouldn't be caught dead neglecting to care for the sword her mother left behind. It was actually kind of sweet that he was thoughtful of that. After that little incident and having found nothing more of use in the armory, they continued creeping from corridor to corridor, expecting rooms whenever possible and using them as hiding spots if any other sound shinobi appeared. The rooms themselves weren't much different from the very first one. A lot of them were also littered with documents and the occasional small lab if the numerous flasks and serums were anything to go by. They continued like this for a while until Naruto tried another door, but this time, this particular room caught his attention. He stopped dead in its tracks with the door ajar and looked behind him to call over the IWA Kunoichi. "Hey, Kuratsuchi. You have to see this." Said girl looked curiously to the door the blonde was opening, and a second later they both entered the new room. Now that both teenagers had a good look at the inside of the room, they were speechless at what they saw. Lined up on one of the walls were around 30 huge test tubes made of glass, and inside them were people of all genders and ages. The people were missing their clothes and were submerged in some kind of green liquid. They were unconscious and were probably being kept alive by the strange green substance. "What the fuck?" was the only thing that Kuratsuchi was able to say at the sight of the bizarre ensemble. "You know, I knew that bastard Orochimaru is always doing all this kind of sick experiments, but to actually witness it," said Naruto just as stunned as the girl. "Yeah, I get what you mean. There's hardly any word to describe this madness," muttered the Kunoichi in disgust. Well, look what we have here." The two whipped around to see a teenager with a pair of black-rimmed circular glasses. He had onyx eyes and ash-gray hair, which was kept in a ponytail that extended to his upper back, with his bangs framing either side of his forehead. He wore a dark purple shirt with a high collar, a white undershirt, dark purple fingerless gloves with armored plates on the back of the hand, a white cloth waistband worn at an angle, dark purple pants, blue sandals, and a shuriken holster on his right leg. "You!" Naruto snarled, his expression going dark and getting himself into a combat position, ready to attack at a moment's notice. "Who's this guy?" Kuratsuchi asked, following the blonde's example and preparing herself to attack at the slightest sign of aggression. Yakushi Kabuto, accomplished medical ninja, master spy, and Orochimaru's right-hand man and living bed sheet, the Jinchuriki spat, causing Kuratsuchi to stare in caution at facing such a high-ranked member of Orochimaru's forces. "Okay, that bed sheet crack is false, uncalled for, and revolting," Kabuto said, his fingers twitching dangerously. "That's Sasuke's job." At the mention of the Uchiha's name, Naruto gave a growl of rage and his eyes turned purple, clearly on the verge of fully becoming red and letting his tenant boost his energy with the demonic chakra. Kuratsuchi could tell that this Kabuto guy was trying to rile Naruto up. An angry opponent was an opponent more prone to make mistakes after all. So she could appreciate the strategy. And besides, two could play this game. "Oh, is that jealousy I sense there? What? Are you disappointed that you're not your master's play-tooie but his errand boy instead? Humph, I guess Orochimaru's not so tough after all if he's so scared of us that he sent such a pushover to deal with us in his place," taunted back the IWA Kunoichi. Kabuto gave a cold smirk at the girl's remark. "Such a sharp tongue you have there, I think I'll tear it off. For you information, I'm more than enough to deal with the likes of you, and actually, Orochimaru-sama is not here. This whole operation is my idea. A side project, actually," the young man said, leaning casually against one of the test tanks. "You see, while he won't admit it, the failed Tsunodo joint invasion of Konoha, as well as the loss of the Sound 4 and Kimimaro, left Orochimaru-sama's forces dangerously reduced in terms of high-caliber shinobi. Can't have that, so I've been experimenting. After all, everyone has chakra, it's all just a question of if they were trained to use it or not. So I figured trying to force it out would be productive. Rebuild Orochimaru-sama's forces. Picked an out-of-the-way spot full of those who wouldn't be missed even if their disappearances were noticed to harvest for this project, and well, here we are." "You," the two teenagers said, suddenly outraged as they remembered Yuna, her asking them to find her mother for her, even offering her piggy bank as a mission payment, and how utterly heartbroken she'd been when they wouldn't accept taking it from her, thinking they wouldn't help bring her mom back. Now they realized that Yuna's mom had to be inside one of the test tanks, and it was pretty much confirmed by this point that the rest of the missing people had to be the same test subjects. It was impossible to tell which of them was the more furious. Kabuto looked over the duo, ignoring their killer intent aimed at him. You two certainly are an odd couple. I'm surprised to see a Konoha and IWA shinobi on the same side. Tell me, Naruto, I knew you weren't always the sharpest kunai of the bunch, but working with someone from the village of betrayers? Just how nasty were the circumstances that lead to this team-up? Everyone knows you can't trust IWA. They'll use you as much as they can, then stab you in the back without a second thought as soon as they get what they want from you. Kuratsuchi winced at IWA being called the village of betrayers. As much as her pride made her outraged at him saying that about her home, she couldn't deny that she was taught by her grandfather that it was the duty and purpose of a ninja to lie, cheat, steal, and betray, doing whatever the hell it took to get the job done and ensure that you and your village came out on top. In fact, IWA was actually notorious for using underhanded tactics to ensure prosperity for their village, even against allies and in times of peace. Because of this, the other villages frowned upon Iwagakure and its shinobi, and its actions had earned them the moniker Village of the Backstabbing Stone, the same way Kirigakure's old graduation test of forcing the students wishing to graduate to fight to the death had given it the nickname of the Village of the Bloody Mist. Funny hearing that from a spy. Naruto snapped, eyes narrowing. Kabuto chuckled, holding up his hands as he shrugged at that. Granted, I both deserve and walked right into that, the glasses-wearing medic confessed, actually amused. But I suspect you working with her isn't actually by choice, and she'd been going out of her way to be as spiteful as she can and attack you at every chance she gets, and all because you're from Konoha, am I right? That's just how IWA is, rocks for brains and hearts of stone. At that, the kunoichi couldn't help but remember how she'd acted towards the blonde back on that Genbu in the Land of Lightning, and when she'd attacked the moron she was currently partnered with as soon as those Kumo ninjas that had escorted them to the Land of Frost's border had left them alone. Kuratsuchi felt her guts turn over and tie themselves into knots at the shameful fact that this sicko was right. I see what you're up to, me and her can't stand one another, and you're trying to play us against each other for your own gain. If we waste time with focusing on our dislike, the mutual enemy will be the only one to benefit from us cutting one another's throats. Naruto snarled. Both of the other two ninjas, IWA and Oto, stared at him, stunned. How in the... Naruto was supposed to be stupid. Brilliant deduction, but how does that help? Plan to talk me to death? The silver-haired man mocked, shaking off his surprise. Nope. The point is you're wasting your time. I'm not Sasuke, so I don't bother with grudges. And as for Kuratsuchi here, Naruto smirked, unlike what you think, IWA and the people from there are like mountains, solid, sturdy, and well-grounded. Do you honestly think that any of them would fall for such a stupidly cheap, obvious trick? He said. Kuratsuchi jerked in surprise at that, looking at the moron. Then she grinned in satisfaction. She knew that he'd said it just to tell off this Yakushi guy, but it was still a compliment to her, her village, and Iwagakure's way of life. Kabuto scoffed, as naive as ever, I see. At that, the tomboy glared at Orochimaru's right-hand man again. So it was naive to praise her home, huh? When she got hold of this son of a... Well, not like it mattered, she was going to try her damn hardest to kill this twisted bastard for what he was doing to the people of the Land of Frost, anyways. Naruto, while still struggling to keep himself from using the fox's chakra, pulled out the kanabo he'd swiped from the armory section of the base they were in and lifted his arm, readying the metal club, and from the look on his face, was currently imagining using it to splatter the head of a certain Oto ninja like an overly ripe melon. Even if he didn't like killing, he couldn't deny that he loathed the treacherous silver-haired medic. Hey, Kuratsuchi! The girl scowled at him, not taking her eyes off Kabuto. What? Whoever kills this twisted bastard gets to blow this sick place to hell after we rescue his victims and rig this base with explosives? Grinning darkly at that, the kunoichi drew her mother's blade. Agreed. Having sensed that the time for screwing around was over, Kabuto quickly got serious and went on the offensive. He rushed towards the teens and extended his arm to his side, ready to use his now chakra-coated hand as a sharp scalpel as he wielded a kunai in his other hand. Both teenagers reacted fast and dodged the first swipe of the scalpel before Kuratsuchi parried the kunai in Kabuto's other hand. This gave Naruto a chance to counterattack, so he raised his weapon and smashed it into the silver-haired Otonin chest. But instead of the sound of bone crushing, they heard the mushy sound of mud as the clone came apart with the blow. Both Naruto and Kuratsuchi widened their eyes and jumped away from their spot just as Kabuto emerged from the ground ready to skewer them with his scalpel-like hands. Kuratsuchi was quick to try and slash the spy again with her blade only to meet the steel of his kunai once again. As both of them were struggling against each other, Kabuto ducked just in time to barely avoid the swing of Naruto's club aimed for the medic Nin's head but wasn't able to dodge a clone that landed a kick on his side that sent him rolling away from the girl. However, Kabuto quickly used the momentum from the blow to right himself up and get back into a combat stance. They're better than I thought. I can't take them lightly at all, evaluated the medic. It was clear that they had an advantage against the silver-haired man in a 2 versus 1 match, but that was about to change when all the ruckus from the fight alerted several of the sound ninjas in the base and they came rushing through the door. 20 men entered the room and stood stunned beside Kabuto, not expecting at all to have intruders in their base. "Kabuto-sama, are you all right?" "We weren't aware of any trespassers," said one of the men as they all readied themselves to fight. "Hump, clearly. Such incompetence," said Kabuto in irritation. Just like his master, he wasn't tolerant of these kinds of oversights by his subordinates. "About time you did something about them. You're lucky I'm not Orochimaru-sama or your punishment would be worse than death itself. But they're in an upside for you. I might just let this one slide if you idiots help me get rid of this pests," added Kabuto regarding the teenagers, which made the rest of his men now put all of their focus on the intruders. Naruto and Kuratsuchi were on edge. The silver-haired bastard was already crafty enough by himself, now things were going to get much harder with reinforcements. "Naruto, you handle these guys while I deal with Four Eyes," murmured the girl as she saw the sound shinobi starting to surround them and taking position to strike in unison. "If we all focus on these morons, the silver-haired bastard is just going to pick us off as soon as he sees an opening while fighting these guys." Naruto looked at her in worry, unsure if it was prudent to let her fight Kabuto by herself. He was confident that he could handle the rest with his clones, but Kabuto was a top jounin, good enough to be the right hand of Orochimaru. He knew that he wasn't going to be easy. "Are you sure about this?" "Kabuto's not someone to take lightly," said the blonde to his partner. Kuratsuchi nodded. "That's precisely why we can't leave him room to do whatever he wants." "Just do what I say, I know what I'm doing," replied the girl with finality. Naruto begrudgingly agreed and made a hand seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Shadow clone technique. More copies of the Jinchuriki started manifesting themselves in puffs of smoke around them until the number of blondes matched the ones from the sound ninja. Not a moment later the orange-clad genin and his doppelgangers rushed their enemies. Said Oto ninja were momentarily startled at the sudden appearance of such a high number of shadow clones, but despite that they were quick to attack too and they clashed against the blondes. As Naruto took care of the squad of sound ninja, Kuratsuchi turned to Kabuto and made some hand seals. Doton, Doryusu. Earth release, earth flow spears. She then put her palms on the ground and a row of spikes emerged from the ground towards the medic Nin and injured some of the other ninjas that were too busy fighting Naruto's clones to properly avoid it, but despite her effort, the silver-haired man easily jumped over the jutsu. It also didn't help that she had to restrain herself from putting too much strength in the technique or she risked hurting the hostages or her blonde companion. Kabuto noted her reluctance to go all out due to her concern for the villagers' safety and smirked, knowing that he had the upper hand in this scenario. He decided to return the favor with a jutsu of his own and promptly made the hand seals. Suetun, Suedan no Jutsu. Water release, water bullet technique. Kuratsuchi managed to avoid the stream of high-pressure water by dashing to the side. She clicked her tongue knowing that in such a close-quarters space sooner or later she was going to lose in the jutsu exchange, as Kabuto didn't care at all who got caught in his techniques. That made her the on with the handicap, so the best course of action left was to get up close and personal and hope to skewer the man alive as soon as possible. Kabuto suspected her intentions and just like Naruto, he made 2 clones and proceeded to start a relentless assault to overwhelm the IWA Kunoichi and a deadly dance of steel against steel ensued. Kuratsuchi tried to keep parrying the kunai slashes from Kabuto and his copies but was quickly losing ground and getting shallow cuts here and there from attacks she couldn't completely cover. In a normal situation she wouldn't have that much of a trouble dealing with clones, heck she could dispatch several of Naruto's clones fast enough, but having to fight in such an enclosed space was getting to be very difficult for the girl. Add to that the fact that her best jutsu for crowd control was out of the question or she risked harming the villagers. Finally, she slipped and one of the copies managed to touch one of her arms with his scalpel. This caused Kuratsuchi to cry a yelp of pain and drop her blade, but at least she used the proximity to her advantage and delivered a roundhouse kick to the head of the clone and dispelled it. But now she found herself cornered against a wall before Kabuto and his remaining clone, all while unarmed and unable to use jutsu without the use of her arm. Kabuto regarded her with a smug look on his face, knowing full well that this was most likely the end of the line for the girl. Well, this was fun, but I'm afraid I have to end our game here. Oh, how I would love to use you as a new guinea pig for a couple of experiments I have in mind. They would certainly befit a brat like you, said Kabuto tauntingly and lifted his chakra-encased hand, ready to finish the battle, and his clone mimicked his action. Kuratsuchi was contemplating a way to turn things around when out of nowhere Naruto appeared beside the silver-haired man and brought his metal club on the doppelganger's head, effectively dispelling it. Naruto cursed under his breath. He had been meaning to hit the real one, but he hadn't known which one was, and immediately attempted to swing the club again to the remaining medic. The now stunned Kabuto barely dodged the strike of the blonde. He hadn't expected Naruto to come to the girl's aid so soon. After a moment the answer became clear to him, just as he was having the advantage against the pink-eyed girl when he overwhelmed her with sheer numbers in an enclosed space. The same applied to Naruto and his clones. While she had been fighting him, the blonde made quick work of his subordinates by exploiting the fact that they couldn't run away from the shadow clones in this place. Meanwhile, Kuratsuchi took advantage of the distraction and rapidly sprinted for her blade at Kabuto's feet, and after taking it she slashed at the spy in an attempt to bisect him. Kabuto noticed too late the movement of the kunoichi and couldn't completely avoid the slash, which resulted in him getting a nasty deep cut on his stomach. He grunted in pain and jumped backwards to put more distance between him and the teenagers, all while keeping a glowing green hand on his wound to try and heal it as much as he could. Naruto glared at Kabuto from across the room before looking at Kuratsuchi with a frown in concern. "Hey, are you alright?" asked the blonde. The girl just shrugged off the matter like it was not a big deal. "Is nothing. I got careless and he got my arm, don't worry about it." She wasn't proud of that, but at least they now had the bastard right where they wanted him. "Just give up, Kabuto. It's over," said the blonde sternly with an angry kunoichi behind him ready to end the medic's life should he continue pressing the fight. Kabuto knew that he had been beaten. His wound was too deep, he wasn't going to heal it in time to an acceptable level in order to fight properly. But losing didn't mean that he had to fall. He glanced to the motionless bodies of his subordinates who had obviously been knocked out by the Kyubi Jinchuriki, and he smirked when he realized that he still had a trick up his sleeve. "I hate to admit it, but you got me good this time. However, don't think that bringing me down will be so simple." He then made a hand seal and the bodies of the unconscious sound ninjas started convulsing violently. Naruto and Kuratsuchi looked around confused at the men, and after a few moments, the unconscious Oto ninjas stopped moving. Naruto raised an eyebrow, not knowing what that was all about, but Kuratsuchi could note that the bodies had stopped breathing, which only served to confuse her more. "What the fuck? He killed his own men. What purpose does that serve?" was the only thing that really concerned the girl. Her question was soon answered as the bodies once again started moving, but this time, they raised slowly, but the men weren't quite acting normally. She realized that their eyes were glazed and their movements were erratic, and the most bizarre thing was that they weren't breathing still. What is going on? Why are they acting like that?" asked Naruto as he and Kuratsuchi continued to watch the corpses rise. "This is my Shurkan no Jutsu, dead soul technique," explained Kabuto in a matter-of-fact way. "I had already put seals on their bodies to let me control their vitals should the occasion arise that they would serve me better dead than alive. The seals also made my jutsu work instantly without much setup beforehand. After all, I always say that one should be prepared for everything," ended Kabuto with a dark chuckle, not caring in the least about the fate of his undead men. "You are one sick motherfucker," said Kuratsuchi plainly with disgust. Doing something like this to a comrade was something she considered unfathomable. "They should keep you busy for a while. I hope we meet again so I can get you back for ruining this side project. Until next time," finished the silver-haired man before sinking into the ground and out of sight. "Damn it, that bastard got away," yelled Naruto in anger at letting one of his worst enemies escape. "Worry about that later. We still have to deal with these freaks," said Kuratsuchi as she slashed a couple of the undead shinobi with her blade, and she realized that she needed to cut them into pieces or cut off their head, otherwise they didn't seem to stay down. Naruto put his attention to the remaining enemies and used them to vent his frustration. The corpses posed little threat to them as long as they were paying attention to their movements, they only served as an annoyance really. And after several minutes of fending them off, the corpses just suddenly stopped moving altogether, which most likely meant that the jutsu had finally run out. "Well, I'm glad that's over," said Kuratsuchi with a grateful sigh. "At least that should be all of them. But I can't believe I let that bastard get away. He doesn't deserve to run free, and he may have known where Sasuke is," replied Naruto mortified. "It is a shame that we couldn't get Four Eyes, but what can we do now? Besides, now we can finally free these people from those things," said the girl pointing with her thumb to the still trapped villagers. Naruto widened his eyes in realization. He had forgotten about that for a moment. Oh, that's right. We still have to save them. He felt ashamed to have forgotten his original purpose, even if only momentarily. After that, both teenagers approached again the test tubes and stared at them clueless. So, how do you think we get them out of there? Asked the pink-eyed Kunoichi. She didn't exactly know how to operate this kind of machine. Naruto had a thoughtful frown as he stared back and forth between the glass and his club. Oh no, you can't possibly be thinking of just smashing the glass, right? We could hurt them, asked Kuratsuchi, alarmed after she picked up on what the blonde was planning. We might, but I think it's more likely that we end up hurting them more if we start tinkering with the machine. We aren't sure what Kabuto was doing, maybe this is a delicate process. So I think it's best if we just get them out of there bluntly, Naruto explained his reasoning. As much as Kuratsuchi wanted to argue with the boy, she couldn't. He was right, they didn't know if they could make the machine do something bad to the poor people being used as guinea pigs. So even if it wasn't ideal, maybe breaking the glass was their best bet. Okay, fine. But do it quickly, said the girl with resignation. Naruto nodded warily before preparing his club to smash a hole right through the tube. Stand back, said the blonde plainly before swinging the weapon and shattering the glass with a loud crack. As soon as the glass broke, a great quantity of the green liquid came gushing from the giant tube and left the woman trapped inside laying on the floor as she coughed the sickly liquid. I think she isn't fully awake yet. Help me get her up, ordered the prodigy to the Jinchuriki. Naruto complied and did just that, and after getting the brown-haired woman into a sitting position he took off his cloak and wrapped it around her to cover her lack of clothing. The woman continued to cough the liquid until she finally started opening her eyes numbly before going into a panic. Get away from me, you sickos! Attempted the girl to struggle and free herself from the teenagers. Hey, calm down, lady! Yelled Naruto while trying to keep her from running away from them and getting herself hurt in her confusion. The idiot is right, you have nothing to fear anymore. We are here to help you, added Kuratsuchi, joining in the effort to keep her calm. For a moment, it seemed like the woman wasn't gonna listen, but she stopped herself for a single moment to take a better look at the youngsters. You don't look like them, realized the confused woman. That's what we are trying to tell you, we are your friends, said Naruto with a comforting grin. Do why you mean it? This isn't a trick? Asked the woman in disbelief. However, she still seemed hopeful. Both teens nodded at her question and Kuratsuchi elaborated. Everyone in your village is worried about you. We came to find you and take you back, said the IWA Kunoichi while putting her hand on the woman's shoulder. Said woman stared at them wide-eyed for a moment before breaking into tears and enveloping Kuratsuchi in a hug. Thank all heavens. You have no idea how terrible this place is, said the woman between sobs. Kuratsuchi was stunned in the woman's embrace, clearly not expecting the action. Not knowing what to do, she just settled for lamely patting the back of the older girl to try and calm her down. She then turned to look at Naruto to send him a threatening look in warning to make him refrain from making fun of her, but she just found the blonde smiling warmly at the scene and clearly glad that things were fine, so she couldn't help but smile herself. I felt so bad for my darling and Yuna. They must be so worried about me, added the woman before continuing to stain Kuratsuchi's clothes with her tears. Now that statement made both teenagers look at each other with a surprised look. Now they could rest easy knowing that their mission was over. But first, they still had to free everyone else. Kuratsuchi signaled Naruto to do just that as she continued to support the crying woman. Naruto nodded and proceeded to smash the rest of the water tanks. After having woken up everyone and trying to calm the villagers to keep them in order, which was hard enough and the room full of dead Otonin didn't help, they went back to the armory and grabbed the clothes that they previously saw and outfitted all the prisoners with them. They obviously weren't fond of wearing the same uniforms as their captors, but they couldn't complain right now. Then they exited the hideout and Naruto made a shadow clone for every villager to carry them, as they wouldn't last long in this cold if they traveled slowly, especially because the clothes they found for them weren't suited for the climate. They all traveled to the village at record speed, and as soon as the town was close enough, the villagers in the backs of the clones couldn't help but cry out in happiness at seeing their home. We are back, everyone. We managed to come back. That nightmare is finally over. I can't wait to see my family again. Similar thoughts were voiced loudly among the group, which caused some of the town inhabitants to notice the large group approaching them. They quickly recognized their friends and family members and cried in joy at seeing their loved ones safe and sound. The commotion made the rest of the people realize what was going on, and soon all the inhabitants of the village gathered in the outskirts to cheer and celebrate the return of their friends and family. All that made Naruto and Kuratsuchi find themselves being greeted by a large number of people laughing and cheering joyfully when they arrived, a stark contrast of how they first found the little town. As soon as they arrived, their passengers didn't waste any time from getting off of the backs of the blonde's clones to rush and meet with their people as they embraced each other with joyful tears in their eyes. Both teens smiled warmly at seeing the people happy at last and internally congratulated themselves for a work well done. But before leaving they still wanted to check on someone. They didn't take long to find her when they heard the voice of Yuna. "Mommy." They turned around to see the little girl run to the first woman they saved and wrapped her little arms around the woman's waist before bursting into tears at seeing her precious mother alive and well. "Yuna-chan. Sweetie, I'm so sorry for making you and your dad worry about me," replied the woman, also with tears in her eyes and returning her child's embrace. The little girl shook her head while she was still burying herself in her mother's lap. "I'm just glad that you are fine, Mommy. I promise I won't give you trouble anymore, just please don't go again." "I promise I won't, sweetheart. I promise I won't," said the mother trying to comfort the girl, but failed as she also cried harder. "Honey, you are back," said the same man that the teens met before at the store as he approached them in a sprint. "I am, darling. I'm sorry for making you worry. I'm not leaving you two ever again," said the woman as the man joined his family in their hug. "We'll talk later, honey. Right now I'm just happy to have my precious family together again," responded the man as he held the two girls tightly as if he was going to lose them if he let go of them. Naruto and Kuratsuchi smiled at the heartwarming reunion before looking at each other with satisfied grins and a thumbs up. "I think we should leave. Let these folks enjoy their time together, you know," Naruto whispered to Kuratsuchi, to which the girl nodded. "Yeah, I think we are done here. Besides, there doesn't seem to be storms coming anytime soon. So I guess it's safe to continue our trip," said the girl in agreement. They both turned to leave when they were interrupted by a voice. "Hey, wait, where are you going?" They turned around and found Yuna running towards them with a frown before stopping in front of them. "You are the ninja that brought Mommy back, right? Why are you going already?" Kuratsuchi smiled down at the girl and put a hand on her head. "We have somewhere we need to go, but don't worry, we'll be back someday," responded the IWA girl. "Yuna is right. We really would love for you to stay a while longer. However, if you really need to go, we can understand that." Naruto and Kuratsuchi saw Yuna's father approach them too, and behind him were most of the town's inhabitants. "Though even if you have important stuff to do, is a shame that you can't stay," continued the man. "But we don't even know your names." "I'm sure everyone here would like to know the name of our heroes," said Yuna's father, and the rest of the villagers agreed in unison. Both shinobi got a bit red in embarrassment at being called heroes. Naruto put a hand behind his head with a smile and Kuratsuchi scratched her shoulder in an effort to downplay her action. "I'm Uzumaki Naruto, future Hokage. And I just did what I thought was right, so don't worry about it," replied the Jinchuriki with a thumbs up as Kuratsuchi rolled her eyes at his self-proclamation of becoming future Hokage. "I'm Kuratsuchi, the best kunoichi in IWA. Like Naruto said, I just did what felt was the good thing to do," said the girl, trying to not sound too cocky, but considering her nature it was a bit hard. "Then, big brother Naruto, big sister Kuratsuchi, I'll be waiting for you, please return soon," said the little girl with glee. "Of course we will. I always keep my promises, Databeo," replied Naruto cheerfully. "Will do, kiddo. Keep your mom and dad safe, okay?" added Kuratsuchi with a smile. "I'll try to become strong like you. Next time you see me I'll be able to defend my mom, and no one will bother us again," said Yuna with determination. "I'm sure you will," finished the pink-eyed girl, giving a pat on the head to the small girl. "Okay Naruto, I think it's time to get going," said Kuratsuchi, turning her head to the Jinchuriki. "Yeah, I think you are right," answered Naruto before turning again to the crowd. "See you guys, I hope to see everyone soon," replied the blonde with a wave to the grateful people. "Come back soon and stay safe on your travels. Bye big brother and sister. Farewell. Thank you again for everything." Both teens turned away as they heard the cheers from the people they just helped, and once again they felt good about their deed. Now they proceeded to resume their trip back home. However, as their silhouettes started getting smaller and smaller from the village, the black and white figure of Zetsu saw the whole thing from atop a nearby hill. "Found them at last. Let's inform Toby and Pain," said both halves of the strange plant-like man before once again sinking into the ground and vanishing any trace of them. Chapter 10, Track Down. Somewhere in the land of Frost, Jeriah, along with Team 8 and what remained of Team 7, entered yet another town of the snowy country in an effort to find more intel on Naruto's whereabouts. They had had to stay in Shimagakure for a few days due to the raging storms in the area and had been left with no choice but to wait there until the storm died out. After that, they had been visiting every village they had passed to do a quick research on anything that could help them find their blonde teammate, as they were now close enough to the land of lightning that it was feasible to expect to find info in these places. Although on the plus side their forced break had helped Jeriah to recover from his fatigue. "Aw man, I'm getting tired of this place. Akamaru and I aren't exactly suited for this kind of weather," Kiba complained loudly, and Akamaru gave a bark of agreement. "Will you shut up, Kiba? Complaining about the cold won't make it go away," yelled Sakura to the feral boy with a raised fist, a habit that she hadn't grown out of yet. "You should take a note from Hinata and Shino, they don't bitch about it at all." Even if Naruto was missing, Kiba was close enough replacement and more than enough to keep getting on her nerves. "Okay, calm down you two. A team isn't supposed to fight," said Kakashi serenely in an effort to keep the peace. It was natural to be on edge when a comrade was in trouble and his well-being depended on you, but they were shinobi and were supposed to keep a clear head. It's imperative that we don't waste the few chances to go along the way to find information. Our efforts would be better spent on that endeavor instead of discussing, added Shino in his ever matter-of-fact attitude. "I know that. I just think that we have wasted enough time in this place, that's all. He went missing in the land of lightning and we should go there as quickly as possible instead of wandering in this freezer," explained Kiba, still annoyed. "And what would you have us do exactly, dog boy?" said Jeriah, glancing back to look at the Chunin with a stern look. "If we had rushed by a few days earlier we could have gotten trapped in a storm. Only a moron would travel in that situation." Kiba got nervous at being scolded by one of the legendary Sannin and put his hands in front of himself in appeasement. "Okay, I get it, sorry for that. I'm just worried about Naruto. It's been a while since he went missing, and if he died because I was fooling around I couldn't take it, man," finished the Inuzuka. "Naruto-kun is not dead," said an upset Hinata, almost shouting. She had been especially worried about the blonde, and the last thing she wanted to hear was that the boy she loved had died and she had been unable to help. The girl's outburst surprised everyone as they all stared at Hinata momentarily, as they weren't used to the shy girl acting this way. Kiba widened his eyes in shock. He hadn't expected to piss off the Hyuga heiress of all people. Sorry Hinata. Of course he is not dead, he is way too stubborn to just roll up and die. I bet he is. Wait a minute." Kiba's sudden exalted yell grabbed the attention of everyone present. "What is it, Kiba-kun?" asked a disconcerted Kakashi. He didn't feel any hostiles around, but one couldn't be sure. Maybe the Inuzuka's nose picked something he hadn't. "Is Naruto's smell? His smell is everywhere in this place," said Kiba, bewildered. Everyone widened their eyes in astonishment and made even Jeriah give his full attention from the front of the unit. "What? Are you certain of this?" asked the Sannin with urgency. Kiba nodded firmly. "It doesn't smell too recent, but there is no mistaking it. This is Naruto's smell. Right, Akamaru?" The large dog sniffed the air like his master before barking eagerly, confirming what Kiba had said. "Naruto was here," said Sakura, surprised. "Do you have a trail? His scent is all over the place, but I can't smell much in the outskirts of the village." "Probably the blizzards covered his track," said Kiba with disappointment. "In that case, everyone, scatter around the village and ask these people for Naruto. If he truly was here, someone must know something. Naruto is easy to remember after all," ordered Kakashi to the young Chunin. At Kakashi's order, everyone broke away from their formation and went to ask around the village. Kakashi and Sakura went together and entered one of the buildings, the one that seemed to be a small store. After they entered, they saw two people behind the counter, a man and a woman, and in a corner of the shop there was a small girl playing with a plastic kunai and pretending to fight imaginary enemies with it. "Welcome. I hope that you are having a good day, and please have a look around our humble store," greeted them the woman cheerfully with a small bow. "Wow, it seems that ninjas are coming here more frequently, which is fine by us really. We really owe ninjas, especially Konoha and IWA, said the man beside the woman, also with a small bow. Both shinobi raised their eyebrows in curiosity at hearing the couple's praise for Konoha and IWA, especially all the way out here in the land of frost. But Sakura didn't waste any more time and proceeded to explain their visit. "Hi to you both. Thanks for your warm welcome, but we are kinda in a hurry, and we were wondering if you could help us, even more so now that they heard that shinobi had been coming recently." This time, it was Kakashi's turn to speak. "We are looking for our teammate. He went missing a while ago. He is blonde, has blue eyes, is pretty loud and likes to wear orange. His name is Naruto. Do you by any chance know anyone like that?" Both store owners widened their eyes in surprise before smiling happily. "Naruto-kun? Of course, we know him. He was here just yesterday," said the woman, clapping her hands together. "He is a hero in our village, we all know of him. He saved a lot of our people, my wife included, from some nasty men," said the man while glancing with affection to the woman now confirmed to be his wife. Now the ones surprised were Sakura and Kakashi. That was the last thing they had expected to hear. So not only was Naruto safe but he also managed to somehow save an entire village while he was finding his way around? He certainly wasn't the #1 most surprising ninja for anything. He did what? How? And where is he now? Asked Sakura, still trying to process what she just learned. Are you talking about Big Brother Naruto? Everyone turned around to see the little girl now approaching them from where she had been playing before. Are you his friends? Asked the little girl with a toothy grin. Sakura smiled warmly at the little girl. Yes, we are. We are looking for him, Missy. A lot of people are worried about him and want to bring him home, explained the Pinkette. Why are you worried about? Big Brother Naruto is pretty strong and he is with big sister Kuratsuchi, who is also strong. I don't think anything bad will happen to him, said the girl. Kakashi furrowed his brow. Who is this Kuratsuchi you speak of? And you say she was with Naruto? Asked the copy ninja, puzzled. You don't know? Well, she is a kunoichi that was with him earlier. I think she was from IWA. Actually, it was both of them who helped us. They are both heroes around here, informed the man to the surprised Konoha shinobi. They were both so brave. I didn't think someone would save us from those monsters, but they did and didn't even ask for anything in return. They are both so noble, said the woman with nothing but praise and admiration. Meanwhile, both Kakashi and Sakura were left without words. What the hell was Naruto doing? And with an IWA kunoichi no less? Kakashi shook off his shock and continued his questioning. That's really something. Anyway, would you tell us where they went? It's very important that we catch up to them. Why, of course, we would love to help you. Any friend of Naruto-kun and Kuratsuchi-chan are friends of us, responded the woman. They didn't exactly say where they were heading, but we can tell you which way they went, said the man. That would be much appreciated. Thank you for your help, said Kakashi with a small bow of his own. Even if they didn't know what was going on, they at least had a general direction to go to and hopefully find a trail. So they followed the shop owners out of the store and went to find the rest of their squad to share with them what they just learned. Land of hot water. Finally. No more snow or cold. Yelled Naruto in excitement as he and Kuratsuchi arrived in a clearing in the border on the land of hot water. After this, I swear I'll never complain about Konoha's weather ever again. He never did anyway. The climate in his home was perfect in his opinion, but this just cemented his stance on it even more. Despite feeling the same way, Kuratsuchi didn't comment on it as she had been debating something for a while now. They were out of the land of frost, so that meant that they didn't have any reason to continue working together. She could continue her mission as she should, and this was a perfect opportunity to do it now as the moron was distracted. She had her hand on the handle of her blade, her fingers twitching, unsure if she should go for an attack or not. You know, you are not as bad as I thought, said Naruto as he turned to the girl with a grin. That statement made her take her hand off her blade and looked at Naruto, who was now looking directly at her with a sheepish smile. Was the only thing that Kuratsuchi could mutter in her confusion. We worked great together back then in that base and, you know, I think that you aren't half bad, continued Naruto. And I know you wanted to fight and I was all up for it, but to tell the truth, I would rather not. I mean, I think that it would be better if we just went our separate ways. I only want to get to Konoha as fast as I can, and I'm sure you want to get to IWA soon, right? So, what do you say? Are we cool? He finished by extending his hand towards her to shake hands. She stared at his hand, unsure of what to do. One side she had a duty to do and they were still enemies no matter how well they worked together in that last adventure. But on the other hand, she did lose her will to fight him somewhat, if only because she was getting used to the blonde moron and she would much rather just go straight to IWA as soon as possible without wasting any more time, even despite her mission. After a moment of thinking, she sighed after having finally made up her mind and calmly brushed the Jinchuriki's hand away with her own. Naruto got on edge at her reaction and expecting her to attack he got tense, not quite positioning himself into a fighting stance but still ready to get into action at any hostile move on her part, but was confused when she didn't attack him either. We aren't friends and we will never be, you idiot, said the girl with a serious look as she stared at the tense face of the blonde. I hate Konoha and all of you bastards, and there are few things in this world that I want more than to kill all of you. Naruto got worried. He suspected she wasn't gonna back off, but that didn't mean he liked it. He just wished the hateful girl wasn't so stubborn and dead set on her revenge. However, continued the girl. Naruto raised his eyebrow at that. However, thought the confused boy. The girl was amused by his reaction but still continued. You are probably the Konoha bastard I'd like to kill the least, she finished and put on a smug grin. Naruto was momentarily startled by her words and in his surprise, he struggled to form sentences. So that means? Said Naruto, leaving the words hanging. The pink-eyed girl nodded in affirmation. Yeah, that means that you can go to your crappy village. I won't try to stop you this time. But bear in mind that I won't hesitate to gut you if we meet again, said the girl in warning. Then let's hope it doesn't come to that, said the blonde with a grin that earned him a similar one from the girl. It felt like a weight had been lifted off his shoulder knowing that this was probably the closest he was gonna get to a mutual understanding with the tomboy. So here you are, QB? Startled, both teenagers turned around to see two men draped in black cloaks with red clouds that could only mean one thing, Akatsuki. One of them was a pale man with slicked-back straight silver hair. He had his cloak open with no shirt underneath and had a forehead protector tied around his neck with a village symbol that neither teen had ever seen. He was also carrying a large triple-bladed scythe on his back. The other man was tall and had a tan. His head was covered by a white hood and his mouth and nose were covered with a black mask. He had his /taki forehead protector on his head, and the thing that was the most peculiar about this one were the stitches in his arms, and his eyes were a strange color of green pupils and red sclera. I didn't even sense them approach. These guys are dangerous, thought Kuratsuchi with narrowed eyes. She didn't expect anything less from the Akatsuki. After her previous encounter with the blue-skinned freak, she wasn't about to underestimate the organization again. You are from Akatsuki, yelled Naruto in surprise and anger. I see you have the great ability to state the obvious. I was informed that the Kyuubi Jinchuriki was dumb, and I guess it wasn't a lie, taunted the silver-haired man with a wicked smirk. I had to pass on some good opportunities to collect bounties to come get you, Kyuubi. So you better not make me waste any more of my time. Time is money after all, said Kakuzu, clearly irritated. Damn it. Why can't these pricks just leave me alone? But on the other hand, I say it's time for some payback. Isn't that right, Kuratsuchi? Said the blonde warily and glanced to the IWA Kunoichi to assess her reaction. Kuratsuchi? The young prodigy seemed anxious and not really determined to fight. And that was because Kuratsuchi, despite being stranded in part because of the Akatsuki's fault, was starting to reason that there was no point for her and stay and fight these guys. Sure, she would love to return the favor for the Akatsuki's interference that put her in this situation to begin with, but after experiencing firsthand the power of one of their members, she wasn't particularly eager to try her luck against missing nin of this caliber. She didn't know anything to Naruto. It wasn't her problem if they wanted to use him as their punching bag. All in all, she was seriously considering just making a run for it and letting the orange-clad ninja to fend for himself. After all, their target was Naruto, so they shouldn't care if she fled, right? Ha 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 ha. It seems that your little friend here isn't set on helping you, brat, mocked Haydn with a hand on his face to be even more condescending. A wise choice really. I only memorize faces that I know have a high bounty on their heads, and I don't think you have any, girl. Not any that would be worth my time anyway. If you don't get involved you might just live, said Kakuzu nonchalantly to the girl. It had finally dawned on Naruto that it was true, Kuratsuchi didn't have to get involved in this. He had momentarily forgotten that they weren't really allies and the Akatsuki didn't have any need to be picking fights with her if it wasn't necessary. Now Naruto was starting to dread the situation more and more by the moment. Fighting two members of Akatsuki by himself was a worst-case scenario, it was practically suicide. Of course, he wouldn't go down without giving his absolute best to give them hell. But even he knew that his chances of winning were abysmal. Like her help would make much difference, mocked Haydn. IWA already proved they are a bunch of wimps. If we could lay waste to their village so easily and fool them to make them lose their Jinchuriki, then a single one of them is a joke. Kuratsuchi's entire body went rigid in shock and her face became devoid of any emotion. What did you just say? Her voice was barely above a whisper and her eyes were giving a chilling cold glare. Oh, don't tell me you weren't informed. While you were away we took the time to pay your home a little visit. You may have trouble recognizing the place once you get there, said Haydn without a care in the world. I wish I had been in the village to witness all the dead people in their last moments, those are always the best, added the sadist with a sigh. Kuratsuchi was grinding her teeth and got progressively more angry throughout the explanation until she finally exploded. That's it. I'm gonna strangle you with your own intestines, you fuckers. And in an instant, all her reservations about fighting the duo vanished completely. She then rushed with her sword at the ready with a battle cry, fueled with blinding rage. Haydn quickly grabbed the scythe on his back and parried the numerous attacks of the girl with ease, all the while with a smirk on his face as the girl's attempt to hurt him amused him to no end. So she has some bite in her. Kakuzu, let me deal with them myself. It's been a while since I've used anyone for my ritual. Jashin-sama might get angry with me at this rate, said the man to his partner as he continued to clash with the prodigy. Kakuzu didn't like to waste more time here, but he supposed letting Haydn deal with it, this time, wouldn't hurt. If he managed to deal with them by himself then good for him, and if somehow they kicked Haydn's ass that would take him down a peg or two. So as long as he didn't let the Jinchuriki get away, he didn't care either way. Fine, but don't underestimate them or you might die. His comment made his partner snicker as he considered the notion ridiculous. Naruto soon joined the girl in her barrage of attacks. He kinda felt bad for the tomboy. He knew that he would react the same way if they had attacked Konoha and his friends, so he could sympathize. Besides, fighting together played to their advantage anyway. He then made a single hand seal which created 5 clones. He sent 4 of them to join the fray, with kunai at the ready, and he momentarily stayed back with another to make a Rasengan with its assistance. The new combatants forced Haiden back as he now was finding himself hard-pressed to keep parrying that many weapons at the same time, and he was actually starting to get a few cuts here and there. Annoying brats. Though Haiden with a frown. So instead, on continuing his struggle, he jumped back and slashed his scythe in a wide arc, catching the clones and dispersing them, but unfortunately for him, the girl managed to duck to avoid the attack. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, and in his overconfidence he didn't notice in time the couple of blondes that flanked him with a blue ball of chakra the size of his head that both blondes carried. Otama Rasengan, big ball spiraling sphere, yelled Naruto as the attack connected with Haiden's stomach. The man let out a cry of pain as he momentarily could feel his skin tearing. Then the ball of chakra separated from the Jinchuriki and carried the Akatsuki member through the forest violently, knocking down all the trees in his way. Both teenagers stood there feeling satisfied with their performance. They both knew how destructive the Rasengan was, and to take a large-sized one at point blank should be devastating for anyone. Akatsuki or not, they didn't think he would be getting up from it. They never guessed that they would beat an Akatsuki member so soon, but the guy had been arrogant and let his guard down. "One bastard down, another one to go," said the Kunoichi, eyeing the remaining Akatsuki member. They both got into position, preparing themselves to attack Kakuzu, but they noticed something strange. The man wasn't even making a move, he looked bored in fact. What's wrong with him? We just took down his partner and he doesn't look concerned at all, thought Naruto suspiciously. He glanced at Kuratsuchi and found her to be just as confused as he was. Then they heard the sound of something cutting through the air and threw themselves out of the way as a 3-bladed scythe that was connected with a rope passed above them. "That hurt, you little shits?" They widened their eyes and looked over to where the other member had flown over to, just to find said man walking towards them. His cloak had been torn and left him bare-chested, but other than that he seemed unharmed. He was holding the rope that was connected to the scythe and pulled it back to catch the weapon again. It can't be. He took the Rasengan directly, he shouldn't be alive, let alone walking like nothing happened. Thought Naruto dumbfounded. What is this freak? He should be dead. Though Kuratsuchi just as shocked as Naruto before quickly recovering her will to gut the man alive. Well, whatever. So he is a little tough to crack, so what? I'm still gonna make him pay for what they did to my home. Serves you right for letting your guard down, Kakuzu scolded Haiden. Keep making those mistakes and they'll end up killing you for real. How many times do I have to tell you, Kakuzu? I can't die, boasted Haiden arrogantly. I call bullshit. Yelled Kuratsuchi when she lunged with her sword, ready to decapitate the man, but was stopped when once again the man used his scythe to block the strike. But instead of pressing her attack, the girl retreated back as a new batch of Naruto clones appeared around the silver-haired man and started attacking him again. Now with the Jashinist preoccupied with the doppelgangers, Kuratsuchi rapidly made some hand seals as she now had the man where she wanted him. I got you now. Doton, Doryusu. Earth release, earth flow spears. She slammed her hands on the ground and large spikes started to sprout instantly from the earth beneath Haiden. Haiden saw the ground shift and jumped while putting his scythe in front of him to take the brunt of the damage, and while the attack didn't pierce him due to this, the impact was strong enough to send him even further in the air. They used the clones as fodder just to try and set that up, thought Haiden with a sneer. You! Haiden heard Naruto say as he felt the foot of one of the Jinchuriki's clones connect with his back, sending him even further into the air. Tsu! This time, Haiden was ready for the next blow, and while still in midair, he slashed at the next clone attempting to hit him again. Ma! Once again he did the same to the next. Ki! And again. Like I'm gonna let this idiot get me again, because he had been busy fending off the clones, Haiden didn't notice when the real Naruto dived into him from the top of a tree with a Rasengan in hand. Naruto Rendan. Naruto Uzumaki combo, he grunted in pain as he was violently sent to the ground from the strong force of the spiraling sphere of chakra. He landed hard on the ground and made a small crater. Despite everything hurting for him right now, it was all but a minor inconvenience for Haiden, and he started standing up from his landing spot. I see you are fond of sneak attacks, eh? Can't blame you, even you realize fighting me directly would be very bad for you, but before he did anything he noticed that he was standing in some sticky pool of an ash-like substance. What the hell is this shit? Suetun, Mizurappa. Water release, water trumpet. He then noticed the girl standing in the trunk of a tree as she spat a blob of water towards him. He quickly took his scythe from the pool of ash and with a mighty swing he broke apart the blob of water and turned it into harmless droplets. Ha 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 ha. What kind of weak and pathetic attack was that? Mocked the sadist. He guessed that the girl must have been running out of chakra, as that water jutsu had left much to be desired. However, he raised an eyebrow when he noticed the girl smirking victoriously and wondered what was up. He then started to see that the pool of ash he was standing on started to quickly harden, effectively trapping his movement. What is this? What did you do, you stupid bitch? Yelled the man as the tried to move his now stuck feet. That is my Yoton, Sekeigia no Jutsu, lava release, quicklime congealing technique, explained the girl with a condescending look. Now that you are stuck in it, you are as good as dead. She then turned to her ally. Idiot, would you hold him in place for me? Requested the girl to the Jinchuriki standing beside her. Way ahead of you, yelled a horde of copies of the blonde as they rushed past her to subdue the Akatsuki member. Haydn swung his scythe left and right skillfully. Even when trapped, his ability with the weapon was still remarkable and popped any clone that dared get close to him. But still, despite his intent, the clones were too many for him to be fighting stationary and finally some of them grabbed each of his arms and his waist. Now he was completely immobile as the blondes kept him in place. Get off me, you assholes! Yelled Haydn trying to shake off the doppelgangers, but they just wouldn't budge. Now that Kuratsuchi saw that he wouldn't be able to disembowel her once she got close to him, she started running with her sword poised to strike. Now let's see you survive this. She then slammed her sword into the man's heart, dealing a definitive lethal wound. Now we really got you. Go to hell, you bastard. Naruto was relieved when he saw that Haydn stood motionless, and the shadow clones relaxed their grip now that they finally finished one of the missing nin. They were relieved that now the man had to definitely stay down. All that was left was to worry about Kakuzu, somewhere else in the land of hot water. Meanwhile, Jeriah, Kakashi, Sakura and teammate were hastily following the track left by Naruto. After receiving directions from that small village in the land of frost, they finally managed to get a solid trail to track the Jinchuriki. Now Kiba and Akamaru had no trouble picking up his scent, and since they first did they have been traveling full speed nonstop. Have you seen anything, Hinata? Asked Sakura to the Hyuga heiress. Not yet. Naruto-kun must be a little bit farther, said the shy girl as she kept her Kekii Genkai active, the Byakugan. How is our progress, Kiba? Inquired the stoic Shino. We are close. His scent has been getting steadily stronger for a while now. If I'm not mistaken we should meet up with the guy and the IWA girl in just a few minutes, said Kiba glancing back from the front of the unit along with Jeriah and Akamaru. I still don't understand what is Naruto's relation to this person, wondered the Aburame once again. Beats me. But I can smell another trail of scent along with his, a female scent. So if it isn't that girl I don't know who else could it be, said Kiba and Akamaru barked in affirmation, letting know that he could smell it too. It is quite weird for him to be traveling along with an IWA ninja. Considering that they were the ones who attacked him and Jiraiya-sama, said Kakashi aloud. That knucklehead is always getting himself into trouble. One can never guess what kind of bizarre situation he is going to get involved in, said a tense and exasperated Jeriah. As they were traveling, Shino saw one of the many insects he had sent to scout ahead and extended a finger to let the little creature pose itself there. After a few moments, he started frowning deeper and deeper as the insect relayed the information it had gathered. We have big problems, everyone, informed Shino, which caused everyone to pay attention to him. He didn't waste any more time to wait for someone to ask what was wrong and just voiced his concerns immediately. One of my scouts has informed me that Naruto is currently engaged with two men with black cloaks and red clouds. If my memory serves me right, those are Akatsuki uniforms, warned Shino to the group. Everyone gasped as the troubling news. This is bad. If what Jiraiya-sama says is correct, Naruto is not yet ready to be facing the Akatsuki by himself, said Kakashi with worry evident in his voice. No. We can't let them take Naruto-kun, said Hinata in panic. And we won't. Pick up the pace, all of you. If you don't then I'll leave you behind, yelled Jeriah with authority. Roger, said everyone in unison and started going even faster than they had previously been going. They just hoped that Naruto could hold his own for a little bit until they got there. Somewhere in the land of hot water. Kuratsuchi smirked gleefully as she stood there with her hand on her sword as she kept the weapon buried in the man's heart. Now that they just dealt with the madman they could focus their attention on the other. Nice try, retards. The voice of the supposedly dead shinobi startled both Kuratsuchi, Naruto and the doppelgangers, and Haydn took that opportunity to break free of the clone's hold. He swung his scythe in front of him, catching his attackers as they were all still in close range to him except for Naruto. His attack dispelled all the clones and Kuratsuchi attempted to dodge it by jumping back, but she was too close to avoid it completely and took a deep cut to her arm. Said girl growled in pain as she held her wound with her other arm and was forced to leave her blade buried in the man's chest. But still, all this didn't distract her from her main concern. This is impossible. How is this fucker alive after that? She was positive she pierced his heart, it was simply not possible for him to be alive. Naruto was just as concerned as Kuratsuchi. How is he still alive? I'm sure we got him this time, yelled the perplexed blonde. While they were still pondering on this bizarre situation, Haydn took the chance to finish smashing the hardened ash that kept him in place before staring at the teenagers again. I told you already, dumbass. I'm immortal. Now both Naruto and Kuratsuchi were starting to believe the words of the man that previously just seemed like crazy ramblings. They both shivered at the thought of the truth behind the words of Haydn. If he was really immortal, how were they supposed to ever win this fight? How did you beat someone that wouldn't stay down? The scared looks on their faces told Haydn that they were finally realizing the magnitude of the trouble they were in, and he couldn't help but laugh darkly. Now you see how hopeless this fight is for you. And unfortunately for you, now I'm done playing games, said Haydn as he grabbed the handle of the still stuck blade in his heart and pulled it out slowly as he made blood pour out of the wound freely, which made the teenagers feel sick at the sight. Damn it, it hurts. When he finally finished getting the blade out of his body, he used the blood-pooled below him to draw with his feet some kind of circle with a triangle inside. I'll finish you off first, bitch. We only need the Jinchuriki alive, so first I'll savor your suffering before you die. Jashin-sama will be most pleased. About time you stopped fooling around. Finish with this so we can get going, said Kakuzu from the sidelines. Like hell we'll let you, yelled Naruto in defiance. Come on, Kuratsuchi. He then started running towards the sadistic man. IWA. Kuratsuchi snapped out of her creeped-out state and joined the Jinchuriki. Haydn saw them charge at him, but he didn't care. He just smiled and licked the blood of one of the blades of his scythe, and after doing so his skin turned black and a skeleton-like pattern of white markings appeared around his body. Ha 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 ha. You are now under my curse. Let me taste your agony. He then grabbed Kuratsuchi's blade and impaled himself in the stomach with it. It feels so good, yelled the crazed man with a face of mad delight. Naruto was puzzled at the man's action. Of all the things he expected the man to do, he didn't expect that he was going to stab himself. What is he doing? I know he is immortal, but I don't see the purpose of that. His thoughts were interrupted and he stopped running when he noticed the kunoichi beside him suddenly halt her charge. Kuratsuchi? What's wrong, Kuratsuchi? He asked with concern. The pink-eyed girl had a look of panic and agony on her features as she held her stomach tightly. Her shirt was starting to get stained with blood at an alarming rate. She tried to cry in pain but only managed to cough blood as she fell to her knees. Kuratsuchi, said Naruto with urgency and rushed to her side to help her and hopefully discover what was happening. Hang in there. What happened? Questioned the blonde with a concern that marred his face. The girl barely heard Naruto, the pain was just too much to bear. She continued to squirm on the floor trying to stand up, but she couldn't gather the strength. Ha 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 ha. The maniac laugh of Haydn caught the attention of Naruto once again and earned him a hateful glare. This must be your doing. What did you do to her? Demanded the genin. She has been judged by God, said the man with glee. Experiencing the pain of someone else's slow death is nothing short of ecstasy, added the man before grabbing the blade's handle once more before violently stirring it from side to side inside of him. Ah! The girl's cries of pain were so loud that it even hurt Naruto's ears as she continued to convulse in agony, yelling all the while. Naruto was enraged. Not only were these bastards hunting him down relentlessly, but now this monster was torturing someone right in front of him. He could feel a bit of his control over the fox slipping and could sense a single tail of chakra starting to form itself along with the rest of his chakra cloak. I'll make you regret this, yelled Naruto intimidatingly as he got on all fours, ready to attack. And tell me, how do you plan on doing that, eh? Said the Jashinist cockily. Attack me and you will only be killing your friend right there. Naruto widened his eyes in realization. It was true. Trying to kill Haydn was useless as he was immortal and would only serve to harm Kuratsuchi further. And if he tried to restrain him, then it was likely that he would just finish the job to continue the fight. For all accounts, Kuratsuchi was his hostage. He growled with impotency, trying to think of something to get them both out of this mess. That's right. There is nothing you can do but watch the bitch die, taunted Haydn before cackling in laughter maniacally once again. Well then, shall we continue? Added the man before using the still-in-bed blade to pry open the wound on his stomach. Eh? The girl's scream resonated through the clearing and just got louder and louder as the crazy man pried his wound more and more until finally the blade couldn't move anymore, but just when it seemed that Haydn was going to stop, he grabbed the handle with all his might and pried so hard that the blade split into 2 parts. Ah! That last tug caused so much pain to the girl that she mercifully passed out from it. Ah ha 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 ha! Look at the snarky bitch. What is it, eh? Not so tough anymore, are you? Yelled Haydn in a denigrating way. Naruto had his eyes closed as he grinded his teeth with impotency and dug his claws further into the ground. He wanted so badly to go check on Kuratsuchi and check her pulse or something, but he was still using his chakra cloak and it was dangerous to the touch. Kuratsuchi was in terrible shape as it was, the last thing she needed was some chakra poisoning. Now is your turn, Kyubi, said Haydn as he threw one half of the now broken sword and buried the other through his skin until it came out from the other side and fell to the ground, an action that made Naruto shiver knowing that the girl still had to feel it despite being unconscious. I hope that you have more of a fight in you than she did. Which you should, considering that I'm not allowed to kill you, but you can bet that I'll make you suffer to the border of madness, said the man cruelly. Doton, Yomi Numa. Earth release, swamp of the underworld. Before Haydn could do anything, the ground below him started changing until it became muddy and had the consistency of quicksand and his circle of blood was erased because of this. What? Not again. What is this crap? Yelled the altered Haydn. Then out of the woods came Kakashi along with one shadow clone. They each had a Raikiri, lightning cutter, in opposite hands that were connected with a chain of lightning and swiftly beheaded the silver-haired man when the lightning chain sliced through his neck. This sudden intrusion caused both Naruto and Kakuzu to stare in surprise. Kakashi-sensei? Said Naruto, both confused and relieved to see the Cyclops again. Soon after, Jeriah also appeared beside Kakashi. Are you okay, Naruto? Asked the worried Sannin. You are here too, Ero Sennin? Yelled an ecstatic Naruto. How glad was he to see both of his teachers here to help. Feeling more secure now, he let the Kyubi's chakra dissipate. Now he realized that the swamp jutsu was the Sannin's doing. Naruto-kun. Then after a few moments, Sakura and Team 8 arrived at the clearing too. You guys are here too, exclaimed Naruto. You seem to be a bit taller since the last time I saw you, said Kiba with a feral grin. I can say the same for you guys. Especially Akamaru, replied Naruto happily, and the large dog licked his face in greeting. I'm so glad that you are okay, Naruto-kun, said the meek Hinata, clearly having trouble keeping eye contact with the blonde. I'm glad to see you too, Hinata. I thought I was done for, to tell you the truth, said Naruto sheepishly and putting a hand behind his head. You should be more careful, you idiot. Why is it that you always end up getting in trouble? We have been looking for you all over the damn place, you ingrate. Scolded Sakura as she gave the blonde a punch in the head. I'm sorry, Sakura-chan. I didn't mean to make you guys worried, said the blonde while rubbing his head. He had missed Sakura, even her punches, kinda. The important thing is that we are on time, said Shino, grabbing Naruto's attention. Thanks a lot to you too, said Naruto awkwardly, trying to recognize the Aburame. Shino? Said the stoic teen, clearly annoyed at not being recognized. I can't believe you don't recognize one of your comrades. Shino, of course. Hey, don't be like that. How am I supposed to recognize you if you are always covered from head to toe? Said the blonde trying to explain himself, but it did little to cheer Shino up. You guys can catch up later, right now we have someone to take care of, reminded them Kakashi, putting himself in front of them along with Jeriah. Now that made everyone shut up and cautiously stared at the remaining Akatsuki member, who had used their small talk as an opportunity to get close to his fallen comrade. And now he was standing beside the body of Haydn with his partner's head already in one hand. Hey, Kakuzu. What are you waiting for? Put me back in my body, you prick. Haydn's head continued to keep talking, even against all reason that it simply wasn't possible for that to be the case. What the fuck? That guy's head talked. Exclaimed Kiba, horrified. So creepy, whispered a scared Hinata. So disgusting, you mean? Said Sakura with revulsion. Be careful, everyone. That guy is immortal. And I'm still not sure what the other guy does. Shouted Naruto in warning to his friends. That's the Akatsuki for you, said Kakashi with a serious face as he stared at the duo with his Sharingan uncovered and all. Kakuzu calmly evaluated his options, and he clearly saw that this was an unfavorable fight for him. Fighting Jeriah of the Sannin was dangerous enough, even more so now that Haydn was useless in his current state. And that without taking into account the copy ninja, Kakashi. And they had reinforcements to boot. They were just brats, but they were still the support for two skilled shinobi, and one of them was a Jinchuriki. So as much as he hated letting go of the chance to collect the bounty on Jeriah and Kakashi, he decided that the best course of action was to retreat. He then quickly grabbed the body of Haiden by the ankle and made a run for it through the trees, not caring at all if the body kept bumping into branches along the way. "Hey, be a little more delicate, you dumbass!" yelled Haiden in indignation at the rough treatment of his body. "Shut up, don't be such a crybaby," said Kakuzu uncaringly. Right now his only concern was to get away. The Konoha team were surprised to see the Akatsuki fleeing, but Jeriah and Kakashi weren't gonna let them. This was the perfect chance to take out 2 members of Akatsuki and lower the organization's might. "All of you, let's give chase to those bastards," ordered Jeriah to the rest of the Konoha ninja. "Wait, Ero Sennin," said Naruto as he put himself in the path of the Sannin to keep him from leaving. "What are you doing, you idiot? You are gonna let them get away. This is our chance to take the fight to the Akatsuki instead of waiting for them," said Jeriah in irritation. The rest of Naruto's friends looked at Naruto in disbelief. "Yeah man, what is your deal?" said Kiba angrily, and Akamaru barked to voice his concern too. "Stop making us waste time, Naruto," yelled Sakura with a raised fist. But we have to help Kuratsuchi. She is badly injured," responded Naruto with urgency and pointed at the downed IWA girl. In his excitement at seeing his friends again, he had momentarily forgotten the state that the IWA Kunoichi was in. They all looked at the girl for a moment and they could see that she was in a terrible condition, even at a glance it could be noted. But they soon stopped paying the girl any mind and turned to Naruto again. "She isn't our concern, kid. We can't let the Akatsuki get away," yelled Jeriah in an effort to see his student see reason. "But if we don't do something she will definitely die," insisted the Jinchuriki. "Then good riddance," said Kiba, coldly. "The IWA assholes were the ones that got you into this mess, didn't they? I don't see why we should even care." "You bastard," said Naruto as he grabbed Kiba by the front of his jacket and pulled him close to him in a threatening manner. "What is wrong with you, dude? Let go of me," yelled Kiba angrily and shoved Naruto back. "That's enough, Naruto," said Kakashi sternly. "I'm sorry that we can't help the girl. It's lamentable, but she is not a priority," tried to explain the Sharingan user. And with that, everyone save Naruto turned away to the direction the duo had run off to and prepared to give chase, but not without first giving Naruto odd looks. Hinata was the only one who seemed reluctant to ignore Naruto's request, but if she was honest with herself she also didn't see why they should try to save someone that was in part responsible for almost getting Naruto killed, but she also knew that Naruto was a very forgiving person and his good heart was one of his biggest strengths and one of the things she admired the most about the blonde. But she also knew that while in a mission she needed to follow their leader's orders above all, and with remorse so she too joined the others. Naruto was starting to get desperate. His friends weren't gonna help Kuratsuchi, and without assistance, she would certainly die. Even if he couldn't say she was a friend, he still didn't feel good about abandoning her, not after getting to know her a bit and realizing that she wasn't a bad person. He glanced at the still body of the girl that was laying in a pool of her own blood and he closed his hands into fists. "No. I refuse to let her die, I have to keep trying," resolved the genin. There had to be something he could do to convince everyone to help before they left, but what? He then widened his eyes as an idea come to him. He wasn't sure if it would work, but it was worth a shot. Everyone was about to leave when they heard Naruto shout, "She is the Tsuchikige's granddaughter." That made everyone turn to look at him with a different range of expressions. Kakashi and Jeriah were astonished, as was Sakura. Hinata seemed concerned, Kiba didn't seem to care and Shino didn't show any emotion at all. "What? Is that true, Naruto?" asked an astonished Kakashi. "I knew that was the name of Anoki's granddaughter, but I didn't expect that she would be the same girl," thought the silver-haired man. "Is true. She is the Tsuchikige's granddaughter and I heard she is a possible candidate for Tsuchikage in the future," said Naruto, trying to remember all those important details about Kuratsuchi. "Gee, so she is related to Iwa's Kage. Big deal," said Kiba dismissively. "You are an idiot, Kiba," said Sakura. Which made Kiba wince. Direct relatives of a Kage are heavily respected in their village, even more so if they could become a candidate for the job in the future. "Jiraiya-sama, I think it would be wise to consider Naruto's request. Especially in light of current events," said Kakashi seriously. Jeriah knew to what the copy ninja was getting at. After the stunt that IWA tried to pull against him and Naruto, there was no doubt that some nasty political repercussions were in the immediate future, and getting as much leverage against IWA was high priority, and having the Tsuchikige's granddaughter in their custody was one of the best they could get as far as leverages went. It was a hard choice between this and chasing the Akatsuki, but aside from the tactical advantage, he He had a feeling that Naruto wouldn't forgive them if they didn't at least try to help the girl. Fine, we'll see what we can do for her, said the Sannin reluctantly as he crossed his arms. Naruto grinned gratefully and gave a sigh of relief. Thank you, Ero Sennin. Sakura, if you would, please, said Kakashi. Why yes, agreed the Pinkette and approached the wounded girl, and she didn't like what she saw. Kuratsuchi was laying face up on the ground, which made it easy to see the damage done, and as far as Sakura could see it wasn't good. So the first thing she did was to check the pulse, and she could feel a faint one, which meant that the girl was alive but in a critical state. She could see the terrible gaping wound on the girl's stomach and quickly got to work, for if she took longer she wasn't sure if she could manage to save her. Her palms glowed green with medical chakra as she put them over the injury, and Sakura noted that the wound would have been most likely fatal. In fact, if a skilled medic hadn't taken a good look at it, she wouldn't have had a chance in hell of surviving. One of the first things to note was the large amount of blood the girl had lost, so Sakura quickly grabbed a plasma pill from her pouch and made the raven-haired girl swallow it before continuing to close the wound. Everyone watched Sakura intently, wondering if the medic could manage to save the IWA Kunoichi. Naruto seemed to be the most worried, as he didn't know the current level of Sakura's medical jutsu, so he couldn't know how good she was and if she could save Kuratsuchi. After a few minutes of work, Sakura finally finished with a tired sigh, and everyone was eager to know her diagnosis. Sakura-chan, how did it go? Asked Naruto, and without a second thought. His question grabbed everyone's attention and they focused it on Sakura. Sakura sighed. She was a little self-conscious of all the stares directed to her, but she still kept a professional attitude. I managed to stabilize her for the moment. But she is in a very delicate condition and will need to be closely monitored in a hospital if we don't want to risk worsening her injury. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief while everyone else simply nodded. Well, we'll just have to take her with us, said Kakashi, which earned him surprised faces from everyone else except for Jeriah, who had already guessed that taking her was the best course of action. What a minute. Take her with us? Are you serious? Asked Kiba, astonished. Is it wise to do that, Kakashi-sensei? Asked Shino with a raised eyebrow, but other than that the calm Aburame didn't express anything else. Can't we, I dunno, take her to IWA or something? Asked Naruto in worry. You all heard Sakura. She needs close medical attention and a hospital. And no, Naruto, we aren't dragging her with us across half the continent just to get her to a nation that hates our guts. They would probably try to finish the job they failed once they see you, explained Jeriah, and he gave a look to Naruto as if the blonde was an idiot. Naruto knew it was a stupid question, but taking the girl to Konoha wasn't also something he considered good. He wasn't as stupid as everyone else thought he was. He knew that even if they took the girl to a hospital in Konoha, she was still from a rival nation that just tried to take Konoha's Jinchuriki and kill a Sannin, and she had participated to boot. So once the girl put food in Konoha, she would become a prisoner through and through. But Naruto couldn't think of any excuse to not take her to Konoha, as they certainly weren't gonna take her to IWA. There was no other choice if they were to keep her alive. So is decided, we are taking her back with us, informed Kakashi to the rest of the group before picking her up gently and carrying her bridal style. As weird as it was to bring the girl back, the rest of the Chunin didn't think that much of it and just accepted their leader's decision. With Naruto safe and sound, they could count their mission as a success, and so they all proceeded to start their journey back to the Land of Fire with the strangest of guests with them. Now the only worry in the Sannin and Kakashi's heads was the impending political fallout with IWA. As Naruto had been found, now the main priority would shift from finding him to making IWA answer for their attempt on the blonde. Now all that was left was to wait and hear what Tsunade would decide to do. Chapter 11, Bittersweet Homecoming. Gates of Konohagakure no Sato. The sun shined brightly upon Konoha and its inhabitants. The afternoon was one of the busiest times of the day in the great village, but despite that, Konoha always had an air of calmness and tranquility, and together with its green scenery it was easy to find yourself a quiet spot to lay down and look at the clouds pass you by. Which was exactly what one Nara Shikamaru had in mind to do as soon as he reported back to the Hokage. Shikamaru's team had taken a small escort mission to a nearby town and was just getting back to the village along with his teammates, Akimichi Chuji and Yamanaka Ino, which altogether were known as Team 10 and the second coming of the Ino Chikacho trio. Shikamaru had shoulder-length black hair that he kept up in a spiky ponytail, and his eyes were black in color. In terms of attire, he used the standard Konoha green and gray uniform with flak jacket. I can't wait to give our briefing of this mission and be done with it. Honestly, I don't know why we always end up escorting to nearby villages. The road isn't even that dangerous. I'm sure they don't need a full team of Chunin, and we ended up losing the whole day on the trip. Such a drag really, complained the lazy genius. I personally find that is a good thing that at least you get to move your lazy ass for a change, said Ino with a frown, reprimanding her teammate for his usual dull mannerisms. Ino was a fair-skinned girl with green eyes and long platinum blonde hair that she kept in a high ponytail with bangs covering the right side of her face. She wore a purple-colored sleeveless top with matching skirt which left her stomach bare and had mesh warmers on her elbows and knees. Honestly, I think you are just mad that Temari-san is in the village and you are out here instead of spending time with her, teased the Yamanaka with a sly smirk. Shikamaru's face got red in embarrassment and looked away from the girl to mask it. Don't be ridiculous, woman. I just feel like spending my day looking calmly at the clouds, it's all. Sure you are, replied Ino with a knowing smile. Well, there is no need to dwell on it much longer, is it? We're almost in the village, said the Akimichi while munching on a bag of chips. Chuji was rather large and husky. He had spiky brown hair that reached his waist and had red swirls on his cheeks. He wore a red suit with metal armor on the front of his torso with the kanji for food. He had metal platings on his arms and legs and his forehead protector was red. As Chuji had said, they were already in the village gates, which were guarded by two chunin named Izumo and Kotetsu, and after spotting the approaching team, both chunin waved at them in greeting. Hey, if it isn't Team 10. How are you guys doing? Asked Izumo. He was a fair-skinned man with spiky brown hair that covered his right eye. He used the standard Konoha uniform with the only small alteration being that he used his forehead protector as a bandana. Just finishing up some escorting mission. Nothing special really, they feel more like chores than anything, said Shikamaru with a tired sigh. I don't think is that bad, Shikamaru. I would rather be doing this kind of stuff than the really dangerous missions, you know, said Chuji while still eating his chips. I know what you mean, Chuji. I'm always saying the same thing to this guy, said Izumo while pointing at Kotetsu with his thumb. He is always complaining about guarding the gate or helping the Godame with her paperwork, but I tell him that is better to be here than on the field. Plus, this job is still important. I know that, man. But you can't blame a guy for getting bored by doing the same menial tasks over and over, said Kotetsu. He was a man with spiky black hair and dark eyes. He had a strip of bandage running across his nose and had a marking of a vertical black stripe on his chin. Like Izumo, he was also wearing the standard Konoha uniform. I just wish that something interesting would happen once in a while. Then the conversation was cut short when Kakashi appeared running out of the woods. He was in a rush and he seemed to be carrying someone. They all were surprised to see Takapi Ninja in such a hurry and raised a questioning eyebrow. Kakashi-sensei? Asked Chuji in surprise. Hey Kakashi-senpai, what's the, Kotetsu tried to ask the copy ninja but was interrupted when he just passed him by through the gates in a rush. I'm sorry guys, I don't have time to explain, yelled Kakashi in the distance at the group. I wonder what has Kakashi-sensei all worked up, said Ino in wonder as she and the rest stared in the direction the Sharingan user ran off to. Izumo, was it my imagination or Kakashi-senpai was carrying an IWA shinobi? Asked Kotetsu to his friend with a puzzled expression. I saw it too. What's up with that? Answered the equally confused Izumo. Is a long story, said a voice behind the group. Izumo, Kotetsu, and Team 10 turned around to find Jeriah, and just behind him were arriving Team 7 along with Team 8. Jiraiya-sama, you are back, said Kotetsu in surprise. And you found Naruto too? What a relief. I heard he went missing, replied Izumo with a smile before turning to the approaching blonde. It's good to see you in one piece, kid. Naruto, are you okay? Asked Ino as she hurried to Naruto with Shikamaru and Chuji behind her. We heard from Asuma-sensei that you were captured. Is it true? Asked Chuji with concern, for once forgetting about his bag of chips. Naruto put a hand behind his head and gave a nervous smirk as he squinted his eyes. It's true that I got into some problems, but everything turned out okay in the end. I'm sorry about worrying you guys. I believe you can thank me and Akamaru for our superb performance in finding this doofus. We were the ones to find his trail first, boasted Kiba with Akamaru soon joining with his barks. You weren't the only one giving it his all, you know? Said Sakura in indignation. I do believe it was a team effort, Kiba the Aburame agreed with the Pinkette. Please everyone, that doesn't matter right now. Instead, we all should be glad that Naruto-kun is safe, said Hinata meekly. Hinata is right. What's important is that Naruto is okay. But try to not get into such troublesome situations in the future, said Shikamaru to Naruto. Right, I'll try not to, said Naruto with a smile. But more importantly, I'm glad to see you guys. It's been a long time since I last saw you, replied the Jinchuriki with excitement. You certainly have grown, Naruto, said Chuji amicably. Yeah, you don't resemble a runt now, at least, said Ino in a slight tease. Hey, I never did, replied an upset Naruto to his fellow blonde. I'm sorry to interrupt you, brat, but we have to report to Tsunade as soon as we can. She is probably worried sick about you. You can catch up with you friends afterward, said the Sannin to his apprentice. You are right, Ero Sennin, said Naruto with urgency. For a moment seeing his friends made him forget about that. Besides, he still needed to check what was going to happen to Kuratsuchi. You can go and rest, you earned it. I'll handle the report, said Jeriah to Team 8, who just nodded in understanding. The same goes for you, Pinky, said the man while addressing Sakura, who got a vein mark on her forehead in anger for being called Pinky. Gotta go, I'll see you guys later, said Naruto to his friends with a wave of his arm as he started walking away with Jeriah in a hurry. Now that they were gone, Ino turned to Sakura with a grin. Okay, Forehead, tell us in detail what happened on your mission. It can't have been so easy to track Naruto all over the elemental nations. And what's the deal with that IWA ninja that Kakashi-sensei was carrying? Asked Ino. If there was one thing that the Yamanaka loved was to gossip. Yeah, I would like to know too. If you guys don't mind telling that is, said Chuji curiously. Even Shikamaru was paying attention. He normally didn't want to indulge in gossip, but this time, he couldn't deny that he too was curious to know more about it. Sakura sighed with weariness. The trip had been tiresome and she had to constantly keep an eye on the IWA Kunoichi all the way through, but she did, in fact, want to share what she knew as she was interested to know her friend's thoughts on the matter. Well, it is a long story as Jiraiya-sama said, but what happened was Hokage Tower. Tsunade was restless as she filled her paperwork as best as she could. Ever since she knew of Naruto going missing she had been too worried about the blonde idiot and her mind was constantly drifting to worry about the boy's safety. So imagine her surprise when the door opened and said blonde Jinchuriki rushed into her office. What is it this, Naruto? Said the Hokage, going from frustrated to astonished when she realized who had entered. Hey Tsunade-bachan, I'm BHMMMP. Naruto's sentence was interrupted when Tsunade got up so fast to envelop him in a hug that he didn't even see her move. You moron. You almost gave me a heart attack when I heard you went missing, said Tsunade trying to sound angry, but her actions and the relieved smirk on her face showed her true feelings. I can't breathe, Tsunade-bachan, managed to say Naruto as he was being crushed in the woman's powerful embrace. Tsunade realized what she was doing and quickly let go of the Jinchuriki, which proceeded to catch his breath now that he could inhale again. Sorry about that, brat. I was just worried about you, that's all. And sorry about that, Tsunade-bachan. I didn't mean to make so many people worried, said Naruto apologetically. Is not your fault, Naruto. That was Iwa's fault, as well as Jiraiya's. The pervert was supposed to protect you and the idiot takes you to the land of lightning which is too far away from our protection. And speaking of which, where is the old pervert? Asked Tsunade glancing around. Here I am, Haim. Both Tsunade and Naruto turned around to see Jeriah sitting of the office's window. The idiot just couldn't wait to come here, so he went on ahead, explained Jeriah. Tsunade-sama, I heard you yell, is everything alright? Said Shizune as she entered the Hokage's office too. Naruto-kun. Shouted the raven-haired girl with enthusiasm at seeing her brother figure safe and sound, before also hugging the boy. It's good to see you too, Nei-chan, said Naruto with a warm smile. After a few moments, Shizune stopped her embrace to look him over with concern. You are alright, aren't you? No injuries? Because just say the word and I can treat them for you. I'm fine, Nei-chan, really. It takes more than a few IWA shinobi to take down Uzumaki Naruto, replied the blonde cheerfully. I'm glad to hear it, said Shizune happily. And my gosh. You really have grown, you are taller than me now. It's true, now you don't look like a snot-nosed brat anymore. Not that much, anyway, said Tsunade with a smirk. Why everyone keeps saying that? I didn't look like a snot-nosed brat. Said Naruto in indignation which only caused everyone else in the room to laugh at his antics. And not only that, but his skills have grown just as much, too, said Jeriah proudly. Is that so? Then we may have to test him soon to see if that claim holds water, replied Tsunade. No problem, I can handle anyone now. Bring it on. Said Naruto with confidence. However, their little chat was interrupted when someone else entered the room, and everyone turned to look at Kakashi. Hi everyone. I see that Naruto is already catching up with Tsunade-sama. I hope I'm not interrupting by the way, said the copy ninja with his trademark eye smile. Not at all, said Tsunade. What about our guest? Asked Jeriah sternly. That's right. How is Kuratsuchi, is she okay? Asked Naruto with concern. Tsunade and Shizune raised an eyebrow in confusion. Kuratsuchi? Guest? Who are they talking about? She is safe, Naruto. I took her to the hospital and it seems that Sakura was right. They told me that she will need to be kept under watch to see if she recovers properly. And that is after they confirm if she needs further treatment, explained the Cyclops. Of course, the medics were a bit reserved about having her there, but I assured them that she was sedated and as long as they keep her that way there should be no trouble, finished the Sharingan user. I see, said Jeriah plainly while Naruto just nodded both satisfied and relieved. Wait a minute. Someone explain to me what are you guys talking about, commanded the Hokage and Shizune nodded in agreement with her master. Jeriah and Kakashi shared a worried look between themselves before turning to Tsunade again. Naruto was just about to speak when Jeriah grabbed him and covered his mouth with a hand to keep the blonde from running his mouth before they could properly relay the situation. Hokage-sama, first I think you ought to know what happened. In our mission when we finally found Naruto he was engaged in combat with 2 Akatsuki members, said Kakashi. Tsunade and Shizune widened their eyes at the information. Fighting 2 Akatsuki members? 2 of them at the same time? Exclaimed Tsunade as she looked at the Jinchuriki who was still struggling to free himself from Jiraiya's hold. What happened to them? Did you guys beat them? Asked Shizune with worry. I'll get to that in a moment. As I was saying, when we found him, me and Jiraiya-sama quickly worked together to take down one of the members by cutting off his head, Kakashi continued to explain. So you did manage to get one of them? Exclaimed Shizune with relief. Not exactly, replied Jeriah, with a still angry Naruto in his grip. Turns out the guy was immortal. His head kept talking by itself, it was truly ow. Don't bite, you idiot. Yelled Jeriah as he brought down his other fist on top of the blonde's head. How is that even possible? Said Shizune, baffled. I knew the Akatsuki were dangerous but immortal? The Akatsuki are much more dangerous than we imagined, said Tsunade thoughtfully. When they saw us arrive, the other member grabbed his fallen comrade and made a run for it. They probably felt that the battle odds had turned against them with our arrival, explained Kakashi. If that was the case then you should have gone after them. If even they thought that they were at a disadvantage then you could have eliminated them then and there. Berated their leader. That was the idea, and we were just about to, but... Trailed off Jeriah. But? Repeated Tsunade inquisitively. There was someone else in there, an IWA Kunoichi that previously was in the squad sent to capture Naruto. She was passed out and gravely injured. Naruto vehemently insisted that we should help her, and in the end, we had to let go the Akatsuki to do as such, reported Kakashi. Tsunade wasn't happy at hearing that, however. What were you guys thinking in letting 2 members of Akatsuki escape? I know that Naruto likes to be merciful with his enemies, but you 2 should know better. Said Tsunade in anger which made the males recoil in fear. Tsunade-sama is right, how could you do something like that? Especially to help one of the people responsible for almost killing Naruto and Jiraiya-sama. Said Shizune in agreement, which surprised everyone. It was rare to see the usually good-natured Shizune so angry. But she isn't just any kunoichi, she is Anoki's granddaughter, Jeriah explained himself in hopes to appease the angry woman. No way. Anoki's granddaughter? Are you certain of this? Asked Tsunade in amazement. Why was someone like that in that place? Asked Shizune just as amazed as the Hokage. Beats me. You'll have to ask Naruto for that, replied Jeriah, still holding said boy. You can talk now, Naruto requested Tsunade to the Jinchuriki. At Tsunade's order, Jeriah finally released Naruto and the Jinchuriki proceeded to shoot a glare at the Toad Sannin before turning to the Hokage. Tsunade-bachan, I'm telling you, Kuratsuchi isn't a bad person, in fact, she was helping me fight the Akatsuki. Said Naruto in the girl's defense. She was most likely helping herself, kid, commented Jeriah. You don't know that, Ero Sennin. I got to know her for a bit, and I know she isn't bad. Argued a miffed Naruto. We traveled together for a while and made a truce, then we helped some people in need, and then we were gonna go our separate ways when... Brat, that's enough. Shouted Tsunade and Naruto stopped his explanation. I don't care about any of that, Naruto, said Tsunade with a straight serious face. I only want to know one thing, how did she end up with you? And I only want you to tell me that one thing and nothing else. Naruto got silent and answered with resignation, knowing that there was nothing he could say now that didn't make the girl look bad. She was the one who kidnapped me, finished a depressed Naruto. A needle falling could have been heard in the room with how quiet it got, and after a moment of everyone waiting for a verdict, Tsunade finally spoke. I see. Kakashi, I want you to go to the hospital and tell them to send the girl to one of our cells in our TNI division. She will stay there until we come to a verdict on how we will deal with IWA as the girl may play a part in the future, declared the Hokage with finality much to Naruto's disappointment. At once, Hokage-sama, said Kakashi with a bow before he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Tsunade-bachan, this isn't right. She already hates us and this will only make it worse, said Naruto insistently. Naruto, I don't give a crap about what she thinks of us. She is an enemy and will be treated as such, replied the Hokage while rolling her eyes. Just cut it out, brat. Listen to Tsunade, you are talking nonsense. Jeriah reprimanded his student. But me and her had already come to an understanding. We were about to go our separate ways when the Akatsuki attacked us. It isn't fair that she is our prisoner after we called a truce. Tried to explain the blonde. Fair? Fair would be to execute her right now. She was part of a mission that was ultimately going to result in your death. The only reason she is still alive is because she is worth more to us alive than dead. Yelled an irritated Tsunade. But it feels like I betrayed her trust. Complained the insistent Jinchuriki. Enough. Tsunade finally snapped and brought her hand down on her desk with enough force to crack it. This issue isn't up for debate. At least not with you, Naruto. Tomorrow I'll have a gathering with the council. I'll bring the girl up with them and then we'll decide what to do with her. Jeriah, please take Naruto somewhere else, eat some ramen or whatever. I just need to be alone to ponder on all this mess. And that's an order. The Toad Sannin nodded obediently and put a hand on the Jinchuriki's shoulder. Let's go, kid. We can talk about this later. The blonde genin frowned but nodded reluctantly as he let his teacher lead the way out of the office. After both teacher and student left the room, Tsunade sank into her comfy chair and let out a big sigh to try and relieve some stress. That could have gone better, grumbled the blonde woman. You can say that twice, said Shizune. She could understand Naruto's frustration, but the boy could be very naive from time to time. Shizune, fetch me some sake. I really need a drink, said the well-endowed woman to her protege. Tsunade-sama, you know that you shouldn't be drinking on the job. Berated the Raven Beauty. However, Tsunade's cold glare left no room for argument. Her mood and stress had made her lose her patience. But I suppose just 1 or 2 glasses won't hurt, hee, said Shizune nervously as she went for the exit. And make it snappy, said the Hokage just as Shizune closed the door behind her. Now that she was finally left alone, Tsunade started massaging her temple with a deep sigh as she tried to fight down a familiar headache that a certain Jinchuriki was so adept at causing her. Yep, Naruto is back, alright. Somewhere else in Konoha. Kuratsuchi slowly opened her eyes and stared drowsily at the ceiling of the room she was in. Her vision was blurry and her body felt numb. Her stomach was very sore, and on top of that, she found difficult to focus her mind, so she realized that she had to be under the effect of some drug. At that realization, coupled with the fact that she didn't know where she was, she started to thrash her legs and arms to try and stand herself, but she found that she was bound in some kind of straitjacket with weird seals on it. She continued like that for a few minutes until she decided that it was useless. So she opted for trying to clear her head. Okay, Kuratsuchi, think. How could I end up in, wherever this place is? She was with the dumbass, and then the Akatsuki showed up, and that silver-haired fucker used some strange jutsu and she passed out. But that didn't explain how she ended up in this place. Luckily, she was finally starting to recover her vision and now she could have a good look of the room. The room wasn't very big, just barely big enough to fit the bed she was currently laying at, along with a toilet and sink on the opposite side of the room. She could see a single door with an open window with thick bars of steel preventing anyone from entering or exiting the room through there. Now Kuratsuchi realized in a panic that this place had to be a cell. This bit of knowledge made the girl start to squirm again to try and free herself from the straitjacket she was wearing. I would stop that if I were you. Kuratsuchi stopped her struggle and stared at the source of the voice. Said person was a man dressed in a nurse uniform. He was staring at her with a glare through the metal bars. If you keep doing that you'll just open your wound again. You needed a couple hours of surgery and more than a few plasma pills just to treat you, and I would appreciate if you didn't let all that effort go to waste, said the man with a stern voice. Kuratsuchi glared at the man with hatred and bared her teeth in defiance. And who the fuck are you? And what the hell is this place? Demanded to know the IWA Kunoichi. You are in Konoha, and from now on, you'll be our prisoner unless the Hokage says otherwise, replied the man with severity. Kuratsuchi widened her eyes in shock before quickly turning into anger. Is that so, Don't you assholes know who I am? If IWA finds out that I'm here they are gonna turn your pathetic village into rubble. Shouted the girl while trying to stand and failing miserably to do it, as the sedatives hadn't completely left her system yet. Whatever you say, said the man with a roll of his eyes. And by the way, you have a visitor, so you better behave, added the man as he stood aside. Kuratsuchi's glare momentarily receded at hearing that, wondering who could be visiting her in this place. But her glare came back full force once she saw a familiar face of a blonde that took the man's place at the other side of the window. Oh, if it isn't Mr. Backstabber himself, said the tomboy through gritted teeth. Hey Kuratsuchi, how are you? Are your wounds? Feeling better? asked Naruto lamely, a bit ashamed for not thinking of anything better to say in this situation. Kuratsuchi's anger just grew at the blonde's stupid words. How I am? Oh, you know, just peachy. How do you think I'm doing, you traitorous cocksucking bitch? Yelled the enraged girl as she continued trying to stand by herself. Naruto winced at the girl's words. Even if he knew that he did the best he could to save her life, he still felt guilty about the position the IWA prodigy was in right now. I know you are angry and I'm sorry. But don't worry, I'll find a way to help you. I'm going to talk with Tsunade-bachan again and… Save your words, asshole. Interrupted the pink-eyed girl, and in her thrashing she fell off the bed and hit the floor hard, and she gave a loud yell when it caused a sharp pain in her still healing wound. Are you okay, Kuratsuchi? Asked Naruto with worry when he saw her fall painfully on her side. Kuratsuchi just ignored him, however. Is my fault. I should have killed your ass as soon as we got out of the land of frost. I was a fool to even suggest a truce with you. Yelled the girl from her place on the floor. You best hope I never get out of here or I'll hunt you down like an animal, you hear me? Upon hearing the commotion, the previous man came back in a rush to check what was going on. I'm sorry, boy. But I'm afraid you'll have to leave. You are distressing the prisoner. But? Said Naruto reluctantly, but he accepted that it was best to just comply, since Kuratsuchi just kept yelling on the floor, in both pain and rage with no sign of stopping anytime soon. Okay, I'll be going. Sorry to have disturbed you, said the blonde as he turned to leave. I swear I'm gonna make you pay for this, Naruto. That was the last thing Naruto heard as he was leaving the place with a heavy heart. Once Naruto exited the TNI building, outside he found Jeriah leaned on a wall and patiently waiting for him. I'm guessing your little visit didn't go as you wanted, said Jeriah when he saw Naruto approach him with a sad look. I tried to explain myself, Ero Sennin. But she didn't want to listen, said Naruto somberly. Jeriah sighed at his student's down mood. He didn't want to see Naruto beating himself up for the fate of an enemy that got what she deserved after attacking them. But if Naruto wanted to involve himself, he knew that he wouldn't be able to stop him. So the only thing left to do was to advise him as best he could. There is not much you could have done. Obviously, a few kind words won't make her feel better. To be honest, it probably sounds insulting for her considering is coming from a foe, explained the sage. I know, but I at least wanted to let her know that I didn't wish for any of this to happen, said the genin as he looked at the floor, reminiscing of everything that happened to them in their travel. Anyway, we should get going. Tell you what, let's go to Ichiraku, my treat. What do you say? Offered the Sannin with a grin in an attempt to distract Naruto from his worries. But instead, Naruto just kept looking at the floor with the same downed look, not reacting at all to the offer of free ramen, much to Jiraiya's surprise. Ero Sennin, started Naruto, and he slowly met Jiraiya's eyes with his own with a completely serious face, an action that completely startled the older man as it wasn't the typical behavior of the boy. Tell me what is going to happen to Kuratsuchi. Please be completely honest with me, asked Naruto in a severe tone. Jeriah was taken aback by the Jinchuriki's attitude. This way of acting was very unlike Naruto. But he resolved to honor the boy's request as it was obviously something that greatly concerned him. If you really want to know, I'll tell you. But I'm warning you that you aren't going to like it, answered Jeriah now completely serious himself. Naruto just kept staring at Jeriah and nodded his head with resolution. If it was something that he wouldn't like, then in his opinion, he deserved to know it even more. Jeriah sighed before he started explaining. At this point, anything could happen to her. Well, anything but good things for her anyway. She could be outright executed. She could be tortured for information, maybe even to death too. She could stay in that cell for life. She could even be… Jeriah trailed off, not comfortable to say the last part. She could even be what? Insisted Naruto with the same serious face. Jeriah clicked his tongue before continuing. You remember what we talked that other time? About Kumo's attempt to capture Hinata? At his question, Naruto nodded and raised an eyebrow, wondering what that had to do with the topic at hand. Well, it is to our knowledge that the girl possesses a Kikei Genkai, the Yotan. We confirmed as much when we searched for her in the bingo book. So you remember how Kumo was going to use Hinata to produce her Byakugan in their village? Well, we could have a similar situation in here, said Jeriah with reservation. Naruto stayed silent as he thought about what Jeriah had said, and after a moment, he widened his eyes in disgust when it finally dawned on him what it meant. No, you can't mean, we wouldn't. There is no way we would do something like that. We aren't like Kumo or the other villages, said Naruto alarmed. Now even Jeriah looked a bit sad when he conveyed the news to the blonde. We are still a military power at heart, Naruto. Using her to breed the Yotan in Konoha is not out of the question. Honestly, the notion disgusted even Jeriah, but that was how the world worked, and as much as he would like to think that Konoha was above such disgusting tactics, he would be a fool to deny that they were capable of it, especially with guys like Danzo around. Any appetite that Naruto could have had was now gone. I see, I'm sorry Ero-sennin, but I'll have to pass on Ichiraku's. I think I'll better be getting back to my place, replied Naruto with sadness as he turned to walk in the direction of his apartment. Jeriah watched silently with concern as Naruto walked away, but he still needed to say something to make him realize he couldn't save everyone. It would be better that you don't beat yourself over things you can't control, kid. The best thing you can do is to take this as an experience and learn from it. Naruto stopped momentarily to hear what Jeriah had said, but after the message had been relayed he just resumed walking without saying another word. Jeriah looked on as Naruto left. After the blonde had completely left his sight, he gave a repressed sigh. He hated seeing the boy like that, but it was important that he realized sooner rather than later that he couldn't save everyone. But that didn't mean that he didn't feel bad to see the boy go through his struggles. After a moment, he too started walking away, wondering on what to occupy his time as he wasn't in the mood to be peeking on girls right now. When Naruto finally arrived at his apartment, he stared around the place that had been his home through all his life. It had been a long time since he had been there, but instead of feeling happy to be back he just felt sadness over the fate of the IWA Kunoichi. He took off his sandals and started walking down the hall to his room. After he entered his small room he took off his weapons pouch and sat on his bed. It was almost night time by this point, but he didn't feel like sleeping. He continued to stare at nothing in particular for several minutes until the sun no longer entered through his window, when all of a sudden he slammed his hand on the wall with a frustrated yell. Damn it! He couldn't stand the thought of the terrible fate that awaited Kuratsuchi. Compared to all the options available to the girl, it was a saddening thought when a quick death seemed to be the more appealing of the bunch. He knew that Kuratsuchi wasn't a bad girl, sure she was rough around the edges and could be a bitch from time to time, but he had also seen some of her good side too. She was the most concerned of the two when Yuno-chan asked for their help. He could see the fondness she had for her family if the way her eyes lit up whenever she talked about her mother was any indication, and her love for her village was true, and she would give it her all to protect her home just like Naruto would protect his. Also, she dreamed of being Tsuchikage just as he wanted to become Hokage. After thinking it through for a while, Naruto finally decided that he was gonna keep trying. He was going to talk to Tsunade again tomorrow and would convince her one way or another to give some lenience to Kuratsuchi. He wasn't known for giving up after all, and he wouldn't start now, not when someone's life depended on him. Chapter 12, Unusual Arrangements. Naruto could see the sunshine starting to creep into his room, signaling that morning had already come, and he could already hear the streets getting steadily busier with civilians and shinobi alike who probably just woke up minutes earlier. But Naruto didn't sleep, his thoughts had been too plagued with worries for him to be able to. Today was the day that Tsunade would meet with the council and they would decide Kuratsuchi's fate, so he had tried to think of any arguments to bring to the Hokage to keep her from doing something terrible to the IWA girl. He didn't know if all he came up with would be enough to save the girl, but he had to try. What were his other options? Let the girl rot in prison to receive her punishment, or he could bust her from jail. And neither one was a good option. Letting the girl live a fate worse than death wasn't something he would ever allow, but if he busted her out he risked being labeled as a criminal by the council, and he wasn't even sure if he could pull off a prison break anyway, so that would be a last resort if talking to Tsunade didn't work. He didn't know at what hour was the council meeting, so he didn't want to risk missing his chance. If he went after the council had already made their choice, there would be nothing he could know anymore. So he opted for getting up from his bed to get a shower and some clean clothes before heading out. After quickly grooming himself, he left his apartment and started his walk to the Hokage Tower. As he walked through the streets, people were finally starting to realize that Naruto was back, and some of them started to glare at him with disdain. Even after all these years, there were still people who didn't trust him due to his Jinchuriki status, but right now he didn't pay their stares any mind, as he had more pressing matters in his head at the moment. He just hoped to not screw this up. If he did, the only other thing he could do was help the girl flee, and trying to help a criminal escape when they were imprisoned in the middle of one of the great ninja villages was a high feat to accomplish. Before he knew it, Naruto was already at the entrance of the Hokage Tower, and after staring at the building with reservation for a moment, he gathered his usual perseverance and made his way inside. He went to the counter, and the secretary at the front quickly let him pass as it was still early anyway, so the Hokage wasn't as busy as she usually was, so the process was quick and Naruto rapidly made his way to Tsunade's door. He lifted a hand to knock but stopped himself before he could do so. He sighed as he prepared himself mentally, for he knew that this time he really needed to do this with seriousness. This time, there would be no playing around, no loud complaints, or childish tantrums, no, if he acted like that it wouldn't help his case and in turn, it would be sealing Kuratsuchi's fate. So even if just for this once, he had to refrain from acting recklessly. After a moment of silently making up his mind, he finally knocked the door of Tsunade's office. He just waited a couple of seconds before he heard the woman say, "Enter." He stepped into the office and he saw Tsunade in her chair. It was obvious that she herself woke up not too long ago, as he could still see small bags under her eyes and a cup of coffee beside her. Also, he noted that Shizen wasn't there yet. "Naruto? I didn't expect to see you here at this hour," said the busty woman in surprise. "Don't tell me that in all the years you were away Jeriah decided to be responsible for once and actually taught you to get up early?" Joked the Hokage with a smirk before taking a sip from her cup of coffee. "Anyway, what is it that you want, brat?" "Tsunade-ba, no, Hokage-sama, I have an important request to make," said Naruto with seriousness. Tsunade was shocked to hear Naruto call her Hokage-sama. In all the time she had known the boy, he had never referred to her in such a way, and as much as she always berated him for that, she actually didn't mind too much, as she considered him like something akin to family. Honestly, she found it weird and a bit eerie to see Naruto acting so formal. "Oh, okay. So tell me, what would that request be?" "Before I make my request, first I want to talk to you a bit about Kuratsuchi," replied Naruto with the same stoic face. "This is about the girl again?" asked Tsunade with exasperation. "Naruto, I'm sorry, but we already discussed this, and my decision still stands," said the Hokage firmly. "Please, I want you to hear me out first. Please, Tsunade-sama. Just this once as a favor to me," pleaded Naruto, but he was still keeping his calm. Tsunade sighed with irritation, but for the boy to be asking that of her in such a manner, it made it hard for her to ignore him, especially since it was Naruto. "Fine, just this once. But try to make it quick, will you?" This time, Naruto allowed himself to give a small smile to the woman. "Thank you, Tsunade-sama." The woman just waved him off and he nodded before continuing. "I know that Kuratsuchi was the one who kidnapped me. That is a serious offense, I get it, but it isn't so simple. After I managed to free myself from her, we were forced to get along due to a number of different circumstances that I don't have time to discuss right now. But the point is, that even if we really didn't get along most of the time and we were always on the verge of attacking each other, we eventually managed to tolerate one another, and we even worked together very well when the need arose," explained Naruto, and looked intently at Tsunade to see if she had anything to comment. When she didn't, she just signaled him to continue. "But also I discovered that she was a good person at heart, but I won't lie and say she loves Konoha, because she doesn't. But I want to try to help her put away her hate," said the blonde, as he remembered how hate could make a person miserable, as Sasuke had shown him. "She may beat Tsuchikage in the future, and I think that helping her see that we aren't so bad is a good way to get rid of the enmity between our nations. I want to achieve a future where we can have peace, not just with IWA but with every village. If we never try to do something about it, we will never achieve peace," said the Jinchuriki with resolution. Tsunade's face was unreadable as she looked at Naruto, and after the boy paused momentarily, she spoke again. "I admire your ambition for a better future, kid. And I wish I could do something about it, but we can't just let IWA have her back after what they did, and we can't let her loose in the village either," explained the Hokage. "I know, and that is why I'm gonna request that you let me watch over her while she is here in Konoha instead of keeping her locked," said the blonde in all seriousness. Tsunade widened her eyes, dumbfounded at the unusual request. "Naruto, that is way too dangerous. She could try to kill you first chance she gets. And besides, we don't know for how long she'll be here. If she ever leaves, that is. I don't care about how dangerous it might be, I know I can handle it. And even if she never leaves, I will continue to keep an eye on her." Naruto hoped that she wouldn't actually stay there forever, but he had faith that things would not turn that way. Besides, if he became Hokage, he could let her return to IWA once he had a say in it. "You knucklehead moron might not care about the danger, but I do. And all your friends will too," reprimanded the woman. "I know that what I ask is a lot, but I give my word that I can handle it. Please, Tsunade-sama, I'm not taking this lightly. I'm fully committed to this," said Naruto, and despite his intent to appear serious, Tsunade could see the desperation in his eyes. "If I were to grant you this, things would be very difficult for you. Not only will you have the responsibility to look after the girl, but everyone else will have a hard time to accept her, and that could cause tension between you and your friends. Also, you are not the most popular person among the civilians, and it won't help their stance on you if they see you with an enemy ninja," Tsunade tried to reason with Naruto. "I'm not afraid of hardships, and I'm already used to the unkind stares of everyone. I'm gonna make them change their mind about me someday anyway, even if they hate me now," Naruto persisted. "I'm just asking for a chance, just one. I promise I won't fail you, and I never go back on my promises, that is my ninja way, finished Naruto with his fist over his chest. Now there were no doubts in Tsunade's head that Naruto was completely serious and would do everything within his power to keep his promise. She had seen before how much the boy could accomplish when he really put his heart and mind into a task, and she suspected that he would use that same willpower this time. She put her elbows on her desk and rested her head on her hands with closed eyes as she went through everything in her head. Naruto silently waited for Tsunade to speak, anxious to know what her answer would be. After pondering on the issue for a few minutes, Tsunade gave a deep sigh. She will be under ANBU watch at all times and won't be allowed out of the village. You will be responsible for anything she does, and should she in any way, shape, or form, hurt Konoha or any of its inhabitants, she will be executed for the transgression, said the woman with authority. Naruto's face lit up at hearing the Hokage's words. So, that means? Tsunade nodded plainly in confirmation. Yes, Naruto. That means that I will give you and the girl a chance. Naruto couldn't help but jump in celebration at the news. All right. Thanks, Tsunade-bachan, you are the best. In his joy, he completely dropped his serious act. Don't make me regret this, brat, or I swear I'll make you regret it even more, said Tsunade with a frown. You don't have to worry about a thing, Tsunade-sama. I swear I'll have everything under control, responded the Jinchuriki with a smile. I hope to God that's the case, thought Tsunade with a hand on her temple. Get out of here before I change my mind. And I'm gonna call for you in about 2 hours or so to discuss further details about it, but for now, you are dismissed. Roger, answered Naruto eagerly and proceeded to go for the door before the Hokage interrupted him again. And one more thing, Naruto, said Tsunade, which caught the blonde's attention. Next time, drop the formalities. They don't suit you, said the woman with a smile. Naruto gave one of his trademark smiles in response. Got it. And thanks again for listening to me, Tsunade-bachan, said the blonde before exiting the office and leaving Tsunade alone. What a way to start the morning. That's Naruto for you, thought the grinning woman before taking a sip from her coffee again. Naruto exited the Hokage tower with a victorious grin on his face. He was so relieved to know that Kuratsuchi wasn't gonna have to suffer in that cell for much longer. Well, as long as she behaved herself once she was out, but he could think about those small details later. Hey, is that Naruto-kun? Naruto stopped in his way to look at the source of the voice and found all the integrants of Team Guy just a few feet away from him. You are right, Lee, that is Naruto. Hey, Naruto, how are you doing? Yelled the female member of Team Guy, Tenten. She was a fair-skinned girl with brown eyes and brown hair that she kept in 2 buns on both sides of her head. She wore a white long-sleeved blouse, red hakama-like pants, and fingerless gloves. Naruto waved at them in greeting and approached them with a toothy smile. Hey guys. Long time no see. Likewise, Naruto-kun. It's good to see you again. Replied Rock Lee with a thumbs up. He was a fair-skinned young man with black hair in a bowl cut, his black eyes were comically round, and on top of that, he had very thick eyebrows. He was dressed in a green spandex jumpsuit, wore orange leg warmers, had bandages around his arms, and used his forehead protector in his waist like a belt. The only part of Konoha's uniform that he wore was the flak jacket. We weren't aware that you were back, said Niji. He was a member of the Hyuga clan and was Hinata's cousin. He had pale skin, long brown hair that reached his lower back, and as a Hyuga, he had pupilless white eyes. He used a long-sleeved white kimono with matching pants and a gray apron tied around his waist. I heard rumors that you went missing, but it's good to know that you are fine, said the Hyuga with a smile. Yash. And I'm glad to see your flames of youth have continued to shine as bright as ever in all these years. You have grown quite a bit, Naruto-kun. Replied Guy, mirroring his student's pose by giving a thumbs up and a bright shining smile. He was the sensei of Team Guy and also was its leader. He was a tall and well-built man, had high cheekbones and thick eyebrow. He had black hair and he had it in a bowl cut. His attire was exactly the same as his green-clad student, save for the missing bandages in his arms. All in all, he was practically a copy of his student right down to the ridiculous eyebrows and similar mannerisms. It's so good to see you guys. You too, Bushy-brow-sensei, said Naruto cheerfully. And yes, I went missing for a while. It's a long story, but everything is fine now, said Naruto, trying to play the issue down to not make his friends worry unnecessarily. And by the way guys, what are you doing here this early? I didn't really expect to find anyone else here. This is nothing. We have been up for a few hours already, said Tenten with a sigh. With Guy-sensei's training regimen one can just dream of a proper sleep. Though the girl. Tenten is right, Naruto-kun. We have just finished our morning exercises and we're on our way to ask the Hokage for our first mission of the day. Exclaimed eagerly the eccentric sensei. Guy-sensei always says that a rigorous training of both mind and body is what will take us to the path to being an extraordinary shinobi. Said Lee with the same enthusiasm as his sensei. In fact, why don't you join us, Naruto-kun? It would be a good way to let loose our flames of youth. Guy's face brightened at his student's suggestion. Great idea, Lee. You can accompany us in our daily routine, Naruto-kun. You can even use the time catch up with Lee, Niji, and Tenten. Said the man with vigor. What do you say, are up for the challenge? Said Naruto with uncertainty, wondering if it would be prudent. He did want to spend more time with his friends, so it might not be such a bad idea. But as he debated about it, he looked past the expectant faces of Guy and Lee to see Niji and Tenten behind the green duo with alarmed looks on their faces as they shook their heads and hands in warning to the blonde. Maybe later. I kinda have something to do right now, responded Naruto with a nervous look and a sweat drop on his forehead. Well, don't worry about it. There will be plenty of chances in the future and you are free to join us anytime you want. Said the man with no apparent disappointment to his declined offer. I'm sorry, Naruto, but we'll have to leave you now. We still have a long day ahead of us, after all. Said Guy before starting to go to the Hokage Tower. I'll see you later, Naruto-kun. I'm anxious to test myself against the new skills you got from your training trip. Said Lee as he passed Naruto with a wave of his arm while following his sensei. See you later, Naruto. I hope to catch up with you soon, said Niji with a friendly smile as he too left. See you around, Naruto? Said Tenten as he passed by the blonde. I'll see you guys around, said Naruto, happy to have seen his old friends. But before he left as well, he remembered something and turned around to call the girl back. Hey Tenta. Can I talk to you for a minute? Said girl turned around with surprise. Oh, what is it, Naruto? Naruto closed the distance with the girl and clapped his hands together in front of him as a form of request. I wanted to ask a favor from you if it was all right, asked the blonde. Tenten looked surprised and wondered what could Naruto want from her. Sure, I guess, go ahead. Naruto smiled with happiness at seeing the weapons specialist accept. Do your family still run that weapons shop? Inquired the Jinchuriki. We still do actually. Forge and all. Why do you ask? Said the girl and raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Naruto smiled at that and proceeded to inform the girl of his idea. You see, I was thinking that. Somewhere else in Konoha. Kuratsuchi was laying on her side as she rested on the small bed of her cell. She hadn't slept at all since Naruto left, heck she didn't even know what time it was due to the fact that natural light didn't reach the inside of her cell. So she didn't even know if it was morning or evening, but she could at least guess that she had been laying like that for at least half a day if her guess was correct. Since she first woke up in this place, her mind had been plagued with all kinds of worrying thoughts. Not only was she probably going to spend the rest of her life being tortured in this stinking place, but she also remembered what the crazy Akatsuki member had said back then in the land of hot water, that her home had been attacked by that bastard and his friends. She wanted so badly to know how were her family and friends doing. Were they okay? Were they injured during the attack? She didn't even want to think of them dead, and the worst of all was that if that was the case she would never know now that she was a prisoner. And probably everyone in her village considered her dead, now that she thought about it. She wanted so badly to see her father, and Akatsuki, and even her grandpa. One of the things that really ate at her conscience was that the last time she had a proper conversation with her dad they ended up arguing. And now she would never have the chance to apologize. But if she was going to die in here she wasn't gonna allow the Konoha bastards to see her tears, as her dignity was all that she had left. And for all she knew, they could take that away from her too. She wasn't stupid, she knew what usually happened to female prisoners, especially ones with a Kekei Genkai like her. The best she could hope for was a swift execution. She was either gonna be tortured to death, left to rot in her cell for life, or just executed, and she would rather just die and be done with it than being tormented for these assholes' amusement. She wanted to be strong during these dark times and face her troubles with her head high to show her enemies that she wouldn't break so easily, but with everything that was happening she found that she couldn't do it. It took all her willpower to not break down right there, and tears were already threatening to fall from her eyes, but she didn't want to give the Konoha bastards the satisfaction to see her in this state. That's why she was laying on her side facing away from the door, wishing to just cease to exist altogether than have to endure the fate that awaited her. Her thoughts were interrupted when the door of her cell opened. She gave a small jump of surprise and quickly turned around to see two ANBU entering her room and flanked her, as each of them positioned themselves on opposite sides of her bed. She looked warily from ANBU to ANBU as she stared warily at their porcelain masks. What do you guys want? She tried to sound defiant, and she winced in shame at her own tone of voice as even she could hear the fear in her voice. Both men stared at her silently for a moment, before one of them answered. We are here to take you to the Hokage. Please cooperate or we will be forced to take you there by force." Then, they went to grab her by her straitjacket to make her stand up, but the girl growled angrily at their touch and shook them off with a snarl. "I get it. I can stand by myself, so keep your hands to yourselves, you assholes," said the IWA Kunoichi as she jumped from the bed, refusing the ANBU's assistance. She shivered when her bare feet touched the cold floor of her cell. The Konoha medics had taken all of her clothes and given her hospital garments when they treated her injuries, and those weren't neither comfortable or warm. Once she was up and ready, both men walked to the girl. One positioned himself to the front of Kuratsuchi while one stayed on the back and commanded her to follow them. "Walk," said the ANBU plainly. Kuratsuchi begrudgingly obeyed, knowing that trying anything as she was flanked by two ANBU would be suicide as long as she couldn't use her jutsu due to the straitjacket, which not only it didn't let her make hand seals, but it also seemed to keep her from using chakra. They slowly but steadily made their way out of the TNI building. Once they were out, Kuratsuchi squinted her eyes when the sunshine hit her face. It had been days since she last saw the light of day and her eyes needed to adjust to it again. People were staring at her as she was escorted to the Hokage Tower. Even if she wasn't wearing anything that gave her away as an IWA Kunoichi, the fact that she was restrained and being flanked by two ANBU was enough to make people conclude that she was a criminal, and as a result, she was drawing a lot of accusatory and judgmental stares. However, the girl barely paid them any mind as in her head she was going through all the possible reasons the Hokage could have to see her herself. The woman could have just as easily given an order to make Kuratsuchi's life a living hell, so it was weird to ask to see her directly. Maybe she wanted to intimidate her, or maybe she enjoyed making her enemies miserable in person. But her best guess was that the Hokage wanted to personally confirm that she was the granddaughter of the Tsuchikage, and out of all the possible reasons, that one seemed the most likely to the pink-eyed girl. Their walk didn't take long and Kuratsuchi could already see a huge tower that was taller than all the buildings around, and the kanji for fire on the front made it obvious that it was the residence of the Hokage. She stared nervously at the structure as she approached it. She wanted to be strong and act tough, but knowing that she was soon going to be face to face with the most powerful person of her village's worst enemy scared even her, especially since in her current state she was defenseless, not that it would matter too much even if she could defend herself as she was in the middle of an enemy village. She was good, but even she would fall within seconds if an entire village was after her blood. Once they entered the building, they went straight to the stairs, not even bothering to talk with the secretary. They stood in front of a door and one of the ANBU knocked firmly on it. "Hokage-sama, we have brought the prisoner," said the man with formality. "Bring her in," was the simple response they got before the man opened the door and stepped inside, leaving the door open for the girl and the other man to come in. Kuratsuchi stood frozen with reservation in front of the open door, which earned her a push from the man behind her. She glanced back momentarily to shoot a glare at the ANBU before reluctantly stepping into the room. Once inside the office, she could see the Hokage sitting on her desk with a stern look on her face. Jeriah was standing to Tsunade's left and a silver-haired jounin with one eye covered was standing to her right. And she was surprised when besides the Cyclops was the familiar face of Naruto. She also saw that 4 ANBU were already in the room, 2 on each side, and once her 2 escorts entered, they too joined the rest of the ANBU guarding the room, leaving her standing alone in the middle of the office. She felt very small in the presence of both Sannin and the one jounin that she could only assume was Sharingan Kakashi, and that was without taking into account the 6 ANBU total around her. She looked over to Naruto, wondering what could the idiot be doing here. She imagined that he was still going to try and convince her that he didn't mean any of this, but she didn't care what the blonde moron said, as in her eyes he was still responsible for making her Konoha's bitch and no amount of pleas would make her forgive him. When Naruto noticed the girl looking at him, he gave her a sheepish smirk, but it was quickly erased from his face when the girl answered with a cold glare. And a chiding look that Kakashi gave him made Naruto get serious for the occasion. "Kuratsuchi from IWA, right?" The booming voice of Tsunade made Kuratsuchi give a small jump of surprise when she realized that the Hokage had finally started addressing her. "IWA," said dumbly the pink-eyed girl. Even despite preparing herself mentally for the encounter with the Hokage, it did little to appease her nerves. "It is to my knowledge that you were sent, along with a large squad of IWA shinobi, to attack and capture our Jinchuriki. Is that correct?" inquired Tsunade in her same stoic tone. "That was the mission given to me and my comrades, yes," murmured Kuratsuchi with reservation. "I must say, it was pretty bold of Anoki to send his own granddaughter. I guess that he considers you pretty capable, wouldn't you say?" inquired Tsunade. Kuratsuchi narrowed her eyes. It seemed that her guess had been correct and the Hokage wanted to confirm with her own eyes that she was related to the Tsuchikage. I wouldn't know, ma'am, said the girl with formality. Tsunade was surprised. She had heard that the girl was brash and overconfident, and here she was trying to act calm and collected if a bit submissive. She figured that the girl was smart enough to know the magnitude of the trouble she was in to refrain from acting cheeky. Anyway, I'm sure you are aware that what you and IWA did is a very serious offense to Konoha, and depending on how things play out it could even lead to war, Tsunade remarked coldly the last part. Kuratsuchi gulped at the Hokage's severe declaration. Even if she had always hoped for the chance that IWA would finally give Konoha their dues, she knew that this could be the worst possible timing to start a war with them. They lost a large force of talented ninja when they tried to capture the Kyuubi, and if the Akatsuki really invaded IWA and stole their bijou then they were in a terrible position to be picking fights right now. And by all accounts, I should have you executed, or at the very least lock you up for life, said Tsunade with a glare directed at the IWA kunoichi, an action which made Kuratsuchi shiver in anticipation for her sentence. But I won't do either, finished the blonde. Kuratsuchi's stomach was tied into a knot due to the sheer dread she felt right now. If they weren't gonna kill her or imprison her then that only left one thing, and if she heard that they were gonna turn her into a breeding stock so that Konoha could have their little army of Yotan users, then she might as well throw herself at the Hokage right now and hope for one of the ANBU put her out of her misery. Instead, I'll let you stay in the village as a guest of sorts, said Tsunade. Come again? Responded Kuratsuchi, completely puzzled. I'm saying that I'll let you wander freely around the village while you stay here. Of course, you'll always be watched by a squad of ANBU at all times and high-security places like the TNI division are off limits. If I see you go anywhere near there I'll make you a permanent resident in there, warned the Hokage. Also, Naruto here has volunteered to take responsibility for you throughout your stay, informed Tsunade as she looked over to the Jinchuriki, and he, in turn, waved cheerfully at the IWA girl. Kuratsuchi's astonished face amused everyone in the room. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. It had to be a joke at her expense to make her hopeful and then crush her spirit once she felt safe. Wait a minute, are you serious? What do you get from this? Asked the confused girl. Tsunade frowned at the girl's disrespect. I'm not doing this to gain anything, girl. What I do it out of the goodness of my heart to give you a chance to live decently while you are in here, said Tsunade seriously. You'll stay in the apartment next to Naruto so he can keep a better watch over you. Also, your rent and your expenses will be covered by him. What? You didn't tell me I was gonna have to pay for her, said an upset Naruto. You accepted to take responsibility, and I'm not spending the village's money on her. Tsunade scolded the blonde and Naruto hung his head in defeat. Meanwhile, Kuratsuchi just stood there dumbfounded. Her mind was a mess and didn't know what to think. For all she knew they were still going to use her to get the Yotan on Konoha, but instead of forcing her to breed, maybe they hoped she found some Konoha prick and let herself be seduced by him? Honestly, who the fuck knew at this point? On another note, these are the ANBU that are going to be keeping watch over you, said Tsunade as the ANBU guarding the room stepped forward and lined themselves so the girl could see them better. Kuratsuchi watched intently at the row of masked individuals, and aside from their leader, which seemed to be a purple-haired kunoichi with long hair, they were just average ANBU. So, just to clarify, you are going to allow me to wander around the village as I please, while being watched over by the idiot and a squad of ANBU, is that correct? Asked Kuratsuchi with doubt. Yeah, that's the gist of it, confirmed Tsunade. Anything else? Asked Kuratsuchi eagerly. Just one thing, said Tsunade before leaning forward in her seat with a threatening glare. If I hear that you hurt Konoha, or any of our people in any way, I'll make sure that you return to IWA in a box. Is that clear? The blonde told the girl as she channeled some of her killer intent. Kuratsuchi nodded stiffly with a sweat drop on her forehead. Good, said Tsunade with a small smirk. Now that we got the ground rules out of the way, I guess we can get you out of that thing, exclaimed the female Sannin before she gave a signal to the ANBU. The purple-haired ANBU nodded and pulled out her katana as she closed the distance between her and Kuratsuchi, an act which made the IWA prodigy tense up when she saw the woman pull her blade before the long-haired woman reassured her. Relax, I'm just going to take off that straitjacket, said the woman calmly as she grabbed the annoying garment, and in a swift cut, Kuratsuchi's arms were free again. Once Kuratsuchi regained full motion of her limbs, the first thing she did was stretch and massage her sore arms, but she stopped when she remembered something. Could I have my clothes back? Asked the girl to the Hokage. Tsunade looked at the girl curiously, not expecting that to be her first request. Sure, I'll have them delivered to your new apartment later, said the busty woman, and Kuratsuchi just nodded. Now, since this matter has been resolved, you can all just go. Naruto, take Kuratsuchi to her new place, after that you can do whatever you want. She is your responsibility now. And don't forget to take the key to her apartment, the Hokage reminded the blonde. Leave it to me, Tsunade-bachan, said Naruto with a grin as he grabbed the small key on the desk. Let's go, Kuratsuchi. I can even show you where I live, is right next door of your apartment, exclaimed Naruto before grabbing the girl by the arm and sprinted for the exit to lead the way. You don't have to grab me, moron. I can walk just fine. Hey, said the IWA girl to the eager boy as she was dragged away. Now that they both left, so did the ANBU now that their job had begun, leaving Tsunade along with Jeriah and Kakashi. Now that everyone else had left, Tsunade took the liberty to address her old teammate. What do you think about this, Jeriah? Asked the blonde. Even if Jeriah liked to act like an old fool most of the time, she knew that the man was wise, and his insight on the matter interested Tsunade. I think that the council is going to be a thorn in your side for a while. I doubt they will be too happy about this, said the Toad Sage with crossed arms. I can handle those old farts just fine. I want to know what you personally think, clarified the Hokage. Honestly, I don't like the girl. It's pretty obvious that she would kill us if she had the chance, Naruto included. But she also doesn't strike me as stupid. As long as security around her doesn't get lax, she shouldn't try anything, replied Jeriah. He accepted that he was probably a bit biased against the girl as he had first met her when she and her friends were trying to skin him alive along with his student, but even if he wasn't, the girl was still an enemy, and the fact was that she was going to be loose in the village maid, and that made him feel uneasy, even with all the security around her. I know what you mean, I have similar thoughts myself, said the woman in reflection. What about you, Kakashi? What is your take on this? Asked the woman to the copy ninja. The Sharingan wielder looked at the woman serenely before answering. While I do think that is prudent, even necessary, to keep tabs on the girl, I also think that we should give Naruto more credit. He seems to really like the girl, and he has always been good to see the good qualities in people. What I mean to say is that I trust Naruto's judgment, and he is the only one of us that has spent considerable amount of time with the girl to form a better understanding of her character. Aren't you putting a little too much faith in Naruto's judgment? I mean, he is Naruto after all, inquired the woman with a raised eyebrow. However, Kakashi stayed firm in his opinion. Naruto isn't a little kid anymore, Tsunade-sama. I think that he has earned the right to prove himself, and I'm choosing to have faith in him, said the copy ninja with conviction. You might be right, said Tsunade with a sigh as she rested her head on her folded hands. She just wished she could share Kakashi's confidence. Konoha's streets. Once Naruto and Kuratsuchi were outside, and halfway through the street, the girl finally pulled her arm away from the blonde's hold. Don't touch me, you asshole! Shouted the girl at the perplexed Jinchuriki. What's wrong, Kuratsuchi? Asked the blonde, bemused. Everything. That's what's wrong. Yelled the girl to the genin's face. I told you I didn't want to see your face again, and I meant it. The only reason I haven't choked you to death is because I would be dead before I could, remarked the IWA Kunoichi. It was true, even right now she could feel the nearby ANBU hiding in the trees and nearby roofs around her. They weren't even making an effort to hide their presence. I know is not ideal, and if I could get you to IWA I could, but this is the best leniency I could make Tsunade-bachan show you, replied the blonde apologetically. I'm still a fucking worthless captive for all of you, pricks. No matter how much you want to sugarcoat it. And like I would buy that you are the reason I'm not in that cell anymore. There is no way you can influence the Hokage that much, said the girl with disdain. But it's true. I gave it my all to make Tsunade-bachan get you off the hook, if at least a little bit, insisted an annoyed Naruto. Oh, you are my hero, said the girl sarcastically with her hands together in mock swooning, obviously not believing him at all. Let me remind you something, and this time don't you ever forget it, said the girl with a glare as she closed the distance between them and grabbed the boy by his jacket to make him lean towards her. You are not my buddy, and we are never going to be friends. So get that out of you, thick skull. My biggest regret is that I didn't stab you in the back when I had the chance, as everything in my life has been going downhill since I met you, said the girl in a low, dangerous tone, before letting go of the blonde. Naruto looked shocked for a moment before his face morphed into a look of sadness and anger and just settled to look at the ground with a cold look. He had really made a great effort to get her out of her confinement, and while he didn't expect her to be bouncing with joy, he had at least hoped that she was more mellow. Hand me the key to the apartment. I can find the way on my own, I don't need your stupid ass, said the girl expectantly with an outstretched arm. With the same stoic face, Naruto pulled the small key from his jacket and threw it at Kuratsuchi for her to catch before he turned around and started walking away. Kuratsuchi easily caught the key and addressed Naruto once more. And you better not bother me again, I don't care that you live next door, warned the girl. Naruto suddenly stopped and glanced back to the girl, and gave her the coldest and harshest look Kuratsuchi had ever seen the blonde give her. Fine, do as you wish, said the Jinchuriki with restrained anger before resuming his walk. Kuratsuchi was momentarily stunned at the idiot's unusual behavior but quickly shrugged it off. HMMP, whatever, was the only thing the girl murmured before she too left. A few hours later. Tsunade was currently sitting on a large table in a conference room, along with Jeriah, and the Konoha Council, which consisted of herself, Mitokado Hamura, Udatane Koharu, and Shimura Danzo. Hamura was an old man with gray hair and beard. He used thick round glasses and used a sand-yellow robe with a white sash. Koharu was an old woman with graying hair that she kept in a twin bun and her eyes always seemed to be closed. She wore a black kimono with a white sash. Danzo was also an old man, but unlike his fellow elders, he still had black hair. His hair was shaggy and his only visible eye was squinted, just like Koharu, while his right eye was bandaged, and had an X-shaped scar on his chin. He used a white shirt that was covered by a dark robe that concealed his right arm and legs, leaving only his left arm uncovered. He also used a cane but since he was sitting he had it beside his chair. Now that we are all present, we can start the meeting, declared Tsunade with authority. Then allow me to voice my concerns first, said Hamura with severity. We have been informed that a kunoichi from Iwagakure has been apprehended. And still, for some reason, she has been allowed to roam free in our village, continued Koharu with the same severe tone of her partner. She isn't free per se, she is being watched by ANBU the 24 hours of the day, and has Naruto watching over her on top of it, said Jeriah in Tsunade's defense. The point is that she is an enemy. She shouldn't be anywhere in the village aside from locked in a cell, said Danzo coldly. Danzo is right, you shouldn't be so lenient to an enemy, Tsunade, agreed Hamura with the war hawk. I had my reasons for what I did and I'm standing by them, said Tsunade calmly. Yeah, we heard about that too. We know that Naruto asked for the girl's punishment to be revoked. That boy has always had more heart than brains, but you should know better, Tsunade, said Hamura. However, we can still get something out from this situation. Put the girl in my care and soon I'll have her conditioned to do anything we want, even spy on IWA for us, suggested Danzo. So you are saying we brainwash her? Inquired Jeriah. It would certainly give us an edge over IWA if we give her back as an undercover agent. And if she actually reached the position of Tsuchikage we could practically rule IWA from the shadows, elaborated Danzo. I have already taken care of her myself and I'm not handing her to you, Danzo. If she does something that can compromise us then by all means you can have her. But unless that happens, I don't want to hear anything about the issue again. Do I make myself clear? Said the Hokage sternly, and with her glare she dared anyone to say otherwise. The rest of the council members realized that Tsunade had made up her mind regarding the girl, and whenever she did that there was no convincing her, so all of them, even Danzo, nodded reluctantly in understanding even if they thought this was a big mistake. We should rather discuss what we should do about IWA itself, reminded the Hokage. That's a good point. They attacked Jeriah and attempted to take our Jinchuriki, that transgression can't go unpunished, said Danzo. We have Anoki's granddaughter with us. We can demand compensation if we threaten to make the girl answer for their crimes, suggested Hamura. Actually, this would be a good opportunity to get rid of them. They have recently lost both of their own Jinchuriki, and their village, along with their defenses and forces, had been badly damaged. They haven't been this weak since the end of the last war and since then we have recovered our strength. We have the clear advantage over them, said the war hawk. War is a serious matter, Danzo. By inciting any form of open warfare between two great shinobi nations you could be starting the fourth great ninja war if the rest of the nations want to take advantage of it, warned Jeriah. Not if we strike swiftly and eliminate them before such a thing could happen, insisted Danzo stubbornly. The risk is still too great, Danzo. As Jeriah says, war is not to be taken lightly, Hamura agreed with the Toad Sage. We still have to do something, though. We can't let them get away with this either, said Koharu. And believe me, they won't. Said the Hokage firmly. Do you have something in mind, Tsunade? Inquired Hamura expectantly. I do in fact, replied the beauty with a smirk. I'm thinking that we should arrange a meeting with Anoki to discuss a way for them to make up to us. Tsunade's opinion surprised everyone. And you think that Anoki is just going to accept to meet with us? Said a baffled Danzo. I'm going to let him know that we have his granddaughter. I'm going to use her to blackmail him, tell him that he will be jeopardizing her well-being unless he agrees to the meeting, said the blonde coldly. I'm surprised to see you resort to such methods, it's not like you, noted Hamura, and Jeriah nodded in agreement. He is the one who forced my hand. I have to make him answer for what he has done, and if I have to resort to blackmail, I will, proclaimed the Hokage in a commanding tone. And what if he still refuses? Asked Koharu. At that question Tsunade leaned in her chair and rested her head on her hands, pondering on an answer. Everyone was anxiously waiting for her response, and after a couple of minutes of silence, Tsunade finally spoke. If he still does, then Danzo's idea might have some merit. At that, everyone went upset with shock, save for Danzo who smirked. "Haim, you can't really mean that," said the altered Jeriah. "Even if we can beat IWA, we'll still take heavy losses," exclaimed Koharu. "It has taken us years to recover from the Kyuubi attack and the Uchiha massacre. This would only set us back even more," added Koharu. "If IWA refuses to answer for their transgression, then we will have to make them." "I don't want war either, but doing nothing could be just as bad," said the Hokage with seriousness. "What message do we send to the other villages when someone tries to take our Jinchuriki and kill one of our strongest ninjas and we just let them? As you said, after the Kyuubi and the massacre, not only have we struggled to keep ourselves strong but also to make the other nations think we are strong, especially in recent years after the Odo invasion. If we back down from something like this, we might be cementing our reputation as a weak village, and we could soon see more attempts from the rest of the hidden villages because of it," explained Tsunade. "It seems like this situation might end up in disaster either way, no matter what we choose," said Hamura solemnly. "Let's hope it doesn't come to that," said Tsunade, trying to ease the tension. "Don't misunderstand, I'm not jumping at the chance for conflict, but if they leave us no choice, that is what we are gonna do," declared their leader. "And how do we proceed right now?" asked Koharu. "Send a letter to Anoki telling him about his granddaughter's imprisonment. Also tell him to meet me at the ruins of the Kanabi outpost." "That would be the best place I can think of for a meeting," ordered the Hokage. "At Kanabi outpost? You mean the one that was being built in the last war to oversee the Kanabi bridge?" asked Hamura. "Its construction halted once the bridge was destroyed and has been abandoned since. It would be a good place for a meeting in these circumstances." "Nice thinking, Haim," complimented Jeriah. He knew that in this situation, when two enemy parties needed to meet, the best place to go would be a neutral location like that one. "You are not seriously thinking of going yourself, right?" asked Danzo coarsely. "Of course not, I'm not stupid. We'll be sending shadow clones," chided the blonde. "And if Anoki is smart, he will do the same." "Is that your final say?" inquired Koharu. "It is," said Tsunade plainly. "Then I guess this meeting is over," assumed Danzo, already preparing to stand and leave. "Indeed. You are all dismissed," declared the Hokage. At her command, all the members of the council left the room one by one, and as soon as Tsunade was alone, she collapsed in her seat with pent-up stress. Today had been a hard day for her. Sometimes she wished she never accepted the position of Hokage and let Jeriah be stuck with it or something. But for now, she wanted to enjoy the precious moment of tranquility she had, for she knew that there were still more struggles to come and she should relax while she still had the chance. Konoha's streets. It was dusk by the time the meeting was done, and after finally being free, Jeriah resolved to find Naruto to see how he was taking his new responsibility. He started by going to Ichiraku Ramen, and sure enough, as soon as he entered, he spotted the familiar sight of Orange sitting on the counter. "Here you are, kid. I see that you already let Tuchi-san know that you are back," greeted the Sannin with a grin. "Oh, hi Ero-sennin," Naruto greeted Jeriah as well, but without his usual enthusiasm, which puzzled Jeriah. "If it isn't Jiraiya-sama. Please have a seat," said Tuchi, the owner of the restaurant. He was a middle-aged plump man with graying hair and squinted eyes. He was wearing his usual uniform, which consisted of a white kimono with an apron tied around his waist and a small chef hat. "You should have told us that you two were back. I already went home, but if she had known Naruto was coming, she would have loved to welcome him personally." "Sorry for that, Tuchi-san, things had been complicated as of late and it slipped our minds," Jeriah apologized. "Well, that would explain why Naruto is so down. He has barely eaten his bowl since he ordered it. I hope he didn't lose his liking for ramen while you two were away," said Tuchi with worry. "Is that so?" Jeriah eyed the blonde suspiciously. "Well then, I better make him some company, so I'll have an order of whatever the kid is having," said Jeriah to the ramen chef, and through their previous conversation, he noted that Naruto didn't even react to anything they had been saying. "Of course, Jiraiya-sama," exclaimed Tuchi before getting to work on another bowl. After finishing ordering, Jeriah sat next to Naruto and stared at the blonde as the boy picked his ramen with the chopsticks, but he wasn't eating any. "What's up with you, kid? I didn't think it was possible for you to look so down with a bowl of ramen in your hands," joked the Toad Sage. However, Naruto just continued to play with his ramen with a sad look on his face. "I'm sorry, Ero-sennin, I don't mean to trouble old man Tuchi and you. I'm just not in a good mood, that's all." Jeriah raised an eyebrow at that before talking again. "And where is your new rock-headed friend? I thought she would be with you," asked the man while glancing around the place. Jeriah noted the frown that appeared on Naruto's face at the mention of the IWA Kunoichi. As I thought, this is about the girl. So, I take things aren't going as you wanted with her? Asked the older man knowingly. I just wanted to get along with her, but... Naruto started before he trailed off. What happened? Inquired Jeriah with concern. Naruto gave a deep sigh before answering. She told me that she wishes she never met me and that she wants nothing to do with me, among other things, but you get the main idea. Jeriah frowned at hearing about the girl's attitude, but he supposed it was expected. Obviously the girl wasn't gonna take kindly to being forced to stay in Konoha, as she was still their prisoner even if her cell was the whole village. We did warn you it wasn't gonna be easy, Jeriah reminded the blonde. Don't get me wrong, I didn't expect her to be delighted either when I helped her, but I had hoped that at least she would be a bit more civil, you know. I thought that maybe we could be friends, explained the Jinchuriki while he kept stirring his soup. Jeriah stayed silent for a moment, trying to think of something to say to the blonde, but in the end, he just settled for asking him another question. Do you regret helping her? Naruto stopped stirring his soup at the question as he thought about the answer. I still don't regret it, Eros Ninin. I know that was the right thing to do. But she almost makes me do it, and I think that is the worst part of this, admitted the Jinchuriki. He didn't like to think that way because he knew that the girl wasn't bad at heart, but he also couldn't deny his frustration. He practically begged Tsunade to have mercy on the girl, he was paying for her expenses, and he had accepted to take responsibility too should Kuratsuchi do something bad. Taking all that into account, it was resulting very difficult for the blonde to not resent the pink-eyed girl. Jeriah realized where the boy was coming from, but before he could give an opinion, someone else entered the ramen stand. Here you are, Naruto. I've been looking everywhere for, oh, Jiraiya-sama. I hope I'm not interrupting. Said an ashamed Tented as she stood at the entrance of Ichiraku. Don't worry about it, reassured Jeriah. Hi Tenten, what's up? Asked Naruto with surprise. Don't tell me you already forgot? I already finished that little task you asked of me, replied the weapons user as she took out a scroll and held it for the blonde to see. Naruto finally perked up at hearing the news and even gave a small grin. Really? Wow, that was fast. Well, what can I say? I work fast, boasted the girl as she handed the scroll to Naruto who promptly took it. By the way, who is it for? You told me it was a favor for a friend, right? Asked the girl curiously. At Tenten's words, Naruto's smile vanished once again. Well, I don't know if she is my friend. To be honest, I'm not even sure if she will accept it, said the blonde solemnly, and Tenten raised an eyebrow at the Jinchuriki's answer. Wait a minute, kid. Don't tell me you got that for Kuratsuchi, guessed the Toad Sannin. Am I missing something here? Who is Kuratsuchi? Asked a confused Tenten. It's a long story, said Jeriah once again. It seemed that he had been saying that too much lately. Anyway, whoever she is, I sure hope she likes it. I put a lot of effort into it, Tenten voiced her thoughts. Even if Naruto had already paid for it, she still didn't want to hear that her work would go to waste. Naruto said nothing as he stared at the scroll in his hand when Jeriah finally thought that enough was enough and addressed the Jinchuriki again. Naruto, why don't you go and give it to her instead of moping around? Said Jeriah sternly. Naruto stared at Jeriah intently before talking. But I'm not sure if she will take it. Jeriah gave an exasperated sigh at the blonde's attitude. You won't know until you do, so you might as well just do it. You aren't doing anything right now, so why not? Naruto thought about it for a moment and finally decided that Jeriah was right, and with determination, he made up his mind to go and talk with Kuratsuchi. You are right, Eros Sennin. I won't know until I try, right? Said Naruto as he gave the Sannin a grin. Now that's the Naruto I know, exclaimed Jeriah with a smirk of his own. Naruto nodded and quickly finished his ramen in a few seconds as Jeriah and Tented stared wide-eyed at the speed with which he devoured his meal. With a content sigh, he put the bowl down and dropped some money on the table to pay for the ramen. Thanks for the food, old man. I'll see you in IM later, said the boy before he hastily left the ramen stand. Jeriah stared at the spot where Naruto had been just a moment ago before he too stood and paid for his own bowl even if he didn't eat at all. I'm gonna go after Naruto. It was good to see you, Tuchi-san, said the Sannin as he left with the intent to see how Naruto handled his problem. Likewise, Jiraiya-sama. But what do I do with the ramen? Said Tuchi as he held the bowl of soup. You can give it to the girl, shouted the Sannin when he was already halfway across the street. Tuchi turned to Tenten, who had silently watched the whole interaction, and put the bowl in front of her on the counter. Here you go, miss. Tenten stared at the bowl of ramen before shrugging and sitting down on a nearby chair. She wasn't particularly hungry, but free food was always good, right? Naruto didn't take long to reach the familiar site of his apartment building and didn't waste any time to rush up the stairs, but instead of going to his apartment like he usually did, he instead stopped when he reached the door to the apartment next to his. He stood anxiously in front of the door and after building enough confidence he knocked on the wooden surface. He waited for a moment before the door opened and the annoyed face of Kuratsuchi appeared on the other side of it. Someone had apparently brought her old clothes as she wasn't wearing the hospital garbs and she was using her usual red uniform instead. "Hey Kuratsuchi. I see that you found your apartment," said the blonde cheerfully. "I think I clearly remember telling you to not bother me again, dumbass. What is it that I need to do to make you understand that?" said the annoyed girl in anger. "I know that but I wanted to." "Shut up for fuck's sake. I don't give a crap what you want, just get out of my sight," interrupted the irate Kuratsuchi before she slammed the door on Naruto's face. Naruto stood stunned in place and Jeriah appeared beside him almost immediately after. "You were right, she is acting like a bitch," said Jeriah trying to strike a conversation with the blonde before he glanced at the Jinchuriki and saw him gripping tightly the scroll on his hand with a look of repressed anger on his face. "I should have known. Maybe it's true, maybe too I'm stupid and naive that I thought that I could change her mind," said the blonde through gritted teeth. Jeriah looked sympathetically at Naruto as he put a hand on the boy's shoulder. "Don't take it at heart, kid. People's feelings don't change overnight and she is just getting used to this situation, just give it some time. Tell you what, you can give the scroll to me and I'll make sure she gets it and you can go home. It's been a long day for us all after all," said the Sannin comfortingly to his apprentice. Naruto nodded silently, agreeing with his master. So he handed the small scroll to the sage and after that, he just continued to walk straight until he reached his own apartment and disappeared inside. With a solemn face, Jeriah watched Naruto go. And once the boy was out of sight, instead of going away he opted for facing the door in front of him with a frown. He had tried to keep his cool around Naruto, but on the inside, he was pissed off at the girl's thankless behavior. It seemed that the girl still needed to know her place. Meanwhile, inside the apartment, Kuratsuchi was huffing in annoyance. Even if she had just told Naruto to piss off, she wasn't sure if that would be enough to keep the knucklehead idiot off her back. She had already been in a poor mood early in the day and on top of it, she spent most of the afternoon and evening asking around random villagers for Naruto's address, knowing that if she found where the moron lived she would find her own place. But even if she wasn't happy that she would be living among the Konoha assholes, it was much better than staying in a cell. She was starting to walk away from the door to continue getting a feel for the place when she heard someone knock on the door once more. She frowned in exasperation before turning around and rushing for the door. "Are you deaf or what, you?" Kuratsuchi's words died in her throat when she opened the door and found Jeriah standing outside instead of the blonde Jinchuriki she was expecting. "Hello there," greeted Jeriah in a cheerful tone. "I wanted to see that you had properly settled in. Can I come in?" asked the Sannin inquisitively. Sure," said the dumbfounded Kunoichi as she slowly stepped aside to let the man in. Jeriah calmly entered the apartment and started to glance around the place. He noted that it was a humble apartment, which was to be expected if it was the same complex that Naruto lived in. He could see a little kitchen in one side of the room and a small living room on the other. The living room was just a small coffee table in front of a single sofa, nothing fancy. And at the end of the hallway he could see a door that presumably led to the bedroom and another door on the opposite wall that he figured must lead to the bathroom. "I hope that you find the place comfortable, even if it probably isn't up to the standards you are used," said Jeriah amicably. He had a guess that the girl being the Tsuchikage granddaughter was probably used to living in luxury. "It's fine, I guess," answered the girl plainly. "Oh, before I forget, Naruto asked me to give you something," said the Sannin as he pulled out the scroll that Naruto had previously handed him. Kuratsuchi grimaced at the mention of the orange-wearing ninja. "I'm not interested in whatever that fool wants to give me, so you can just throw it away for all I care," said the girl with disdain. Jeriah was starting to get irritated, but he refrained from showing it. "Maybe you should take a look at whatever is in it. He went through the trouble of getting it for you and he is serious when he says he wants to be on good terms with you," insisted the white-haired man. "Look, I already made up my mind and I'm serious about not wanting to have anything to do with him. So if that is the only thing you wanted to say, please let me be," responded the girl as she started opening the front door for Jeriah to leave, but before she fully opened it, Jeriah slammed the door shut with a strong arm keeping the girl from trying to open it again. Kuratsuchi widened her eyes in shock as she stared at the Sannin who was currently glaring holes through her and focusing his killing intent on the Kunoichi. "Your attitude is really starting to get on my nerves, you inconsiderate brat," said the furious Sannin. "I know that you are angry and displeased about your forced stay in here, but frankly I don't give a crap." Kuratsuchi just continued to stare frightened at the man, and when Jeriah saw that she wasn't gonna add anything he continued. If it was up to me and Tsunade you would be rotting in a cell right now, and the only reason you are not is because that moron that you are so set on hating begged Tsunade so that you would be spared from that and maybe even worse things, and in fact, is because of him that we didn't leave you to bleed out back there in the land of hot water. Kuratsuchi frowned, feeling ashamed in realization once she knew that as she hadn't considered that the reason Naruto had brought her here was to save her life. Jeriah continued his tirade, however. I don't know how though you think you are, but don't forget that you are in an enemy nation, and if you hope to get out in one piece you would be wise to make some friends, and you are shitting on the only one willing to be one, and to be honest I don't know what he sees in such a selfish bitch like yourself, but you should learn your place. This isn't IWA and that behavior of yours is not going to do you any favors here, said Jeriah to the still stunned girl. I just want you to keep all of that in mind. Have a good night, finished the Toad Sage as he left the apartment and slammed the door behind him when he left. Once Jeriah was gone, Kuratsuchi let out a breath she didn't know she had been holding as she tried to relax. That had been a scary experience, having someone as powerful as Jeriah channeling all his killing intent on her almost made her faint. But still, the Sanin's words left her thinking. So Naruto had said the truth and he really was responsible for getting her out of prison. The thought made her feel guilty after how she treated the blonde. To be honest, the tension of the day had really put her on edge, and her natural reaction was to take it all out on Naruto even if he didn't deserve it, especially when he had apparently tried to help her at every turn. As she went through all that in her head, Kuratsuchi noticed on the floor the scroll that Jeriah had been holding, and she presumed that the man had dropped it in his rage. She remembered that the man had said that Naruto meant to give that to her, and with curiosity she reached to grab the scroll. Once she had it in her hands, she opened it and realized that something was sealed inside if the single kanji on the paper was anything to go by. So, she channeled a small amount of chakra to her hand and passed it over the sheet of paper, and sure enough, after she did, something materialized out of the smoke it produced and she got a hold of whatever it was. When she realized what she was holding, she widened her eyes in surprise and delight. It was her mother's blade. She inspected the handle and pulled the weapon out of the scabbard to inspect it, and she could confirm with absolute certainty that it was the same blade. But I left it back in the land of hot water, and also I saw that sadistic bastard snap it in two, though the puzzled girl, and it dawned on her that Naruto must have grabbed it while she was unconscious, and on top of it he had the blade fixed. She gripped the sword tightly with a frown on her face, feeling ashamed for her behavior towards the blonde. Now she realized that not only had he saved her from bleeding out after the encounter with the Akatsuki, but he also did everything in his power to give her the closest to comfortable living conditions as she could get while she was here, and if that wasn't enough, he had taken care of her mother's heirloom. Saying that she felt like shit was an understatement, and was at that moment when she finally managed to comprehend that Naruto's attempts to be her friend were totally legitimate and pure. So with this new information, she resolved to apologize to the boy tomorrow, and she hoped that he didn't resent her much after how she acted towards him today, but at least she would attempt to make things right.